19?
1987. Last time, boys. Good to see you guys.
Reagan was president.
I just got pubes.
It was sometime in 2020, for sure.
No, I don't
No
think
way.
so, Eddie.
No way.
No shot.
Yeah.
Yeah?
For sure.
The
we
four
did?
of us?
We did one during the pandemic?
That's when Callum blew the whistle. It started everything. problems.
Oh, that's right.
dude.
You blew the Aztec death whistle.
Yes.
Right
Holy
before the pandemic. That's it.
Dude.
You caused all
I
this.
apologize to
I
everybody.
got that thing tucked away in a box. I'm not superstitious about many things, but that Aztec death whistle, after he blew that and the whole world fell apart,
Everything
I'm like,
went to shit.
maybe that's not good, because that was a real one. That's a real one from Mexico.
That's a real one?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
you could've
Ed
told me that
Calderon. Ed
before I started-
Calderon brought me that back from fucking Mexico. That's a legitimate Aztec death
And
whistle.
I was bored. I was like, we're doing this. I'm going to go, life is great.
Here it is.
Well, don't even play it.
Sure. Bro, you blew that.
See, that's bad to even play it.
Well, it's good luck for Logan.
Dude, that sounds like you're blowing it.
That sounds like
Ed Calderon does so much better.
You ever seen this one? Just yeah.
Whatever. Apparently the Aztecs, that was only my second time
Wait,
doing
which
that.
way is it? This way?
That way, yeah.
Don't do it.
I think you gotta cup
Fuck
it.
this.
So
Suck it
they
in.
would, the Aztecs, when they were taunting the enemy, they would do that on the hillside. Like while they were camped out and sleeping, they would keep them up all night, psychologically fuck with them.
Jesus Christ.
Thousands of them at a time blowing that death whistle.
That's
like
scary.
let them
Watch
know death's coming.
It sounds like someone
He's already an expert.
And Eddie goes, this doesn't seem very smart.
All right, what is the first
I'm actually
fight
super
here? What is the first fight here?
Wonder Boy. Just kidding.
That's a very muscular Wonder Boy. Who's this gentleman? What do we got here?
Probably from some Eastern
Let's put
Europe.
up the
There's a
actual
lot of French
card
guys
on
on.
the
A lot
other
of Canadians, a lot of French. A lot of
French.
Canadians because they speak
screen.
French.
So here's
yeah?
the card.
That's prelims. So you got
Oh,
that
let's
it?
see
Wood, Jordan.
Nathaniel Wood and Charles Jourdain. Okay, this is a good fight.
Anybody with a Russian name, he's winning. So we can just move on from that.
Interesting.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Okay, if he has a chin strap beard and he's from Dagestan,
I mean,
could be a problem.
not a bad bat.
Yeah, not a bad.
I like
Solid
that. I
bet.
like that Chinese-looking Russian Shavkat.
Oh, Shavkat Rachmanov.
Oh my motherfucker!
He's the
That
most
guy's
under the radar
scary.
guy ever. He's the most under the radar guy ever because everybody's avoiding him,
Yeah.
and he doesn't have a big name yet, but he should.
Dude, he well.
Wonder Boy's like, no thanks,
Yeah.
no bueno.
Yeah, that guy's scary
Yeah,
as fuck.
he's a solid wrestler and a solid striker too. He's got a wicked spinning back kick.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's throwing all sorts of
All
shit.
those Dagestan guys can do everything, man. It's so
Is he from
wild.
Dagestan?
Oh no,
He
he's
did-
not. No,
he
he's
did
not.
have a big,
No, my fault. No,
Well,
he's not. He's from another country.
Well, it's
But
like
another one of those-
Chechnya,
Yeah.
Dagestan, Russia.
Turkmenistan.
It's
So one of them.
Kazakhstan.
Could be.
Yeah, it's
If he has Asian
Hard,
features,
hard part of the world. Hard people.
the hardest.
The hardest.
well, the Asian features, like in Kazakhstan stuff, that's where Genghis Khan
Oh
rolled
yeah,
through
bro.
heavy.
His fucking DNA is in, what is it, like 5% of all the people over
Mongolian?
there?
Yep. That's why they're tall though and Asian. They're just big.
But think about it. There, they grow up wanting to fight and destroy people. Here, we want to play basketball.
Well, not only
baseball.
that,
They-
but there they know there's a legitimate path to
Now.
unbelievable wealth.
Yep.
Like for their people, like imagine if you're like a fucking goat herder, and then all of a sudden someone comes along and says, "Hey, you know all that wrestling you did as a kid? You can go to America and fuck everybody up." I'm like, oh.
But also, if you win gold in the Olympics, you're kind of
Yeah.
set for life. Putin's like, why don't you jump over?
Or the Chechnyan guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah,
there's
he's
so
huge.
many
He has his
hard-
own fight league.
Yeah, there's so many hard fucking men from that part of the world.
They're taking over. It's just a matter of time.
Well, you know what it is, man? At an early age, they start training. I mean,
Correct.
think about Khabib. Khabib was getting after it when he was a little fucking kid.
Well,
That video
him
of
and
him wrestling
Makhachev.
a bear. Yes,
But they're also trained
friends.
properly, right? So technique
yes.
with boxing, wrestling, there comes that Russian system.
Oh yeah. Fuck yeah.
Even the way they train, like the way their conditioning, they don't get injured a lot
And
of
then
times.
you've got guys like Zabit who fights like a fucking Taekwondo champion. Like, where is that?
Insane.
I mean, he does everything.
He retired?
He retired.
Man, he said he got fucked around by the UFC.
He said they'd say one thing and do another, but then he also, I think that's part of it, but then also he just maybe fell out of love with the game and has another option. Was he like trying to be a fucking doctor or something? A nurse? Is he a male nurse now? Is he a Gaylord Fokker? Right? Is he,
I
is
don't
he
know. Meet the Fockers.
I'm not even trying to be mean, but is he a male nurse?
Gaylord was fucking. He was a nurse.
Yeah, Gaylord Fokker was
You're
a nurse.
accurate.
Yeah.
You're being accurate.
No,
That's
but I'm saying,
not homophobic.
no, I think Zabit is. I think Zabit is like trying to be like a real doctor. I think he has like some other plan.
As opposed to what? The kind of doctor you are?
Yeah, a chiropractor.
A bro doctor?
I'm a chiropractor.
I'm a bro doctor.
Oh, you got
I
your
provide
finger?
lots of bro medicine.
Oh, dude, that's
Get
my
you out of his
brand.
pants.
Come on, son.
This guy, that flying knee is what I use.
I was a doctor to Aaron Rodgers.
Love Aaron Rodgers.
I love him too, man.
Favorite
That
player.
guy's the shit. He's the shit.
Yeah.
I like
He's
your.
such a good dude, too, man.
And I know you
so
don't follow
nice.
football.
Oh, I followed him. I've watched him play. He's a motherfucker,
No,
man.
no.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
Yeah, he's the guy.
And
Him
dude,
and Tom Brady.
He went against like
George St. Pierre.
he went against like the COVID protocols and still won MVP.
Okay, this is the very beginning of the first fight. So here we go.
And one guy's way bigger than the other.
Round one,
Way bigger.
456, 455, 454, 453. So if you're going to sync it up to that. And here we go. Jourdain in the gray shorts.
Jourdain's
and
a lot
Wood
taller.
in the red shorts. Is he?
Wow, I mean, way bigger.
Wood is good, man. He's a wicked striker, and so is Jourdain. This is going to be a good fight. Oh, nice
Standing
inside
right
low
there
kick.
in the pocket.
Yeah,
Look at that.
this card's made for excitement the way it's
Yeah.
lined up. Like they're giving you a good product.
Not only that, first UFC in Paris. Gay Paris.
No Francis though.
Yeah, my parents are over there right now.
Really?
They're not at the fight though,
The France has a whole thing, a whole
they-
kickboxing. Like, who was that guy on Tough? Who was a French kickboxer who come in a little bit drunk?
Oh, St. Pierre's boy.
Yeah.
Come in hammered and fuck everybody up.
Beat up everybody.
He knocked the guy out. They're like, dude, you can't
How do you
do
say
this.
his name? Jean.
Can't remember. He had a
John
striking
Luke.
class he was offering.
Oh, he's a wicked kickboxer, man.
Savage.
You watch his Muay Thai fights.
Yeah.
He was the
This
Bert
is-
Kreischer of kickboxing.
What's his name?
You just drink.
Fought Bukau. I mean,
Well,
I
there's
think,
a lot of those guys in Thailand. They drink and smoke cigarettes and beat the fuck out of everybody.
Good for them. They're living,
It's
dude.
crazy.
It's crazy.
They smoke cigarettes and fight.
Thailand's insane.
Well, Joe Schilling smoked for most of his career. What is his?
That's him right there.
There
Yeah.
he is.
What is?
Yeah.
How do you say his name?
look at his body.
Jean-Charles Skarbowski.
Just built like
That
a
sounds like
chubby
a Polish
Callan.
guy by way of.
You would never imagine who that guy's built that he could fuck you up.
Talk shit to that guy in the bar. He's gonna head kick you.
He fucked everybody up too, and he's got some great fights you could watch on YouTube, man. He's so technical. And you know, there's something that comes from being drunk. There's a lot of I don't give a fuck.
Yes.
That's really good for
Being
fighting.
loose.
Yeah, being loose and not giving a fuck. I mean, so many people are hampered by nerves and they're just paralyzed. Look, he's got a gut.
And they get tight. He has a gut,
got
hairy
a little
chest.
beer
They
gut.
go fuck. Just fucking guys up.
Yeah, he's got some great fights. And George, told me to train with him. He said, man, it's fucking crazy. This guy come from the fucking bar and fuck everybody up.
Dude, he had a problem because he was knocking the cast out on the fighter.
He was brutalizing these guys. They're
He
supposed
knocked
to
the
fight.
dude out. They're like, hey man, he's supposed to fight tomorrow.
Throwing away like they were
what
in
can
the
you do?
way. You know what I mean? Like just chucking.
Well, he's not even trying to knock them
No,
out.
it's
not like
just
he's
his
swinging
thing.
hard. He's
Yeah.
just connecting. Guys that have no business in their
No,
sparring.
no. You
Some
don't
of
need to
those
have that
guys
guy.
have like fucking 6 months of sparring.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they're in the ultimate fight. Because this is early days, right?
Yeah, dude.
This is like, which number of tough was that?
Was it St. Pierre, Matt Hughes or some shit? So
Yeah.
just old school, man.
Old school.
That's what the Ultimate Fighter used to be for.
Oh, shit. Jourdain just landed a nice right hand.
But oh shit. You know what took over the Ultimate Fighter is Dana White's Contender Series.
Yeah, that's a great fucking show.
Oh, it's
You
the
know
best
why I
product
like
UFC
that?
has.
I don't like all that in-house drama. I don't.
Oh, you
I'm
mean not like
I
the
don't-
real world?
I don't watch Big Brother.
I know.
I don't give a fuck. You guys want to argue over stupid
You
shit?
want to get drunk and call each other bros and like drink beers and wrestle naked.
what's
do
up,
your
Some
thing.
good moments on the Ultimate Fighter. I like when someone was fucking with
What link? No.
Matt the Immortal's dick.
Yeah.
And it was like, what?
Yeah.
And then you realize that man
Like,
is a fucking straight up assassin.
savage.
That is
Savage.
the wrong dude to
Yeah.
fuck
And I
with.
dodged a bullet. Why is that,
Matt
man?
Brown is the wrong dude to fuck with. That's a guy who died and came back.
Yeah.
There's a few of those guys, like Court McGee.
Yeah, man. Court,
You
yeah,
know,
Court
like
was in it.
died and came back. Those guys are scared. They scared the fuck out of me. They've seen the other side.
Yeah,
Didn't
Matt Brown's a
Matt
scary
studied
dude.
with Louis, right?
Yeah, Louis Simmons. Yeah. Yeah, he's got his own line. Matt the Immortal has his own line of strength and conditioning equipment too, and it's really good stuff.
He's a great guy.
And he gave
too.
us a bunch of shit. He gave us his sled. He gave us his hammers. You know, he's got these big fucking hammers for slamming tires with
That's
and
dope.
shit. Yeah, he's awesome. I love that dude.
And then if you look at, obviously the Ultimate Fighter creates some monsters, and that's how I got my ticket to the
crazy
Charlie
stuff,
Factory.
man.
But the Contender Series, I mean,
very good.
superstars.
The guys
Superstars
coming
come
up
out of there.
now,
Really?
the fucking
Superstars.
level of in the amateurs and then getting their first couple of fights, they're so good.
Dude, have you seen Bo Nichols?
Yes, I have.
Oh, he was a hell
He's
of a
very
wrestler.
good. Very
His
good.
wrestling pedigree is ridiculous.
Bro,
Is he on that show right now?
Well, he fought in Contender Series and it didn't give him a contract in the UFC because he only has like 3 fights.
he fought twice on there, so he's fighting
Yeah.
again end of September. If he wins that one, then they'll give him a contract. I had Laura Sanko on Food Truck, which drops this coming week, and I was like, here's this for Bo Nichols, like, get him some experience, 'cause he's mopping the floor with dudes. I think his longest fight's again, man. He's just destroying
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
I said, just leave him Contender Series. Let him be the champion Contender Series. Get all this experience, and then go to the UFC.
Right.
Well, honestly, like if I was coaching a young fighter at this point in their career, I would say stay out as long as you can.
Correct.
And really develop your skills.
Because it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Right, if you win a couple of fights and then all of a sudden you're in there against someone who's like way more experienced than you and you're not ready for it.
Brendan Schaub. No, I hear you. Yeah.
A setback like that can really fuck you up. A real bad setback. I mean, how many really good fighters have we seen that had potential? In boxing, they would take that guy and they would slowly set him up with a guy who's a little trickier, a guy who's a little like moves better, maybe a guy who's more of a slugger, and try to test him out against all these different kinds of guys, and then find out what the fuck makes it. What do you miss it in your game?
You get all that experience, but the UFC's learned. The UFC's learned. I think they learned off Darren Till, right? They pushed him into the spotlight. I think Darren Till can be champ, but he has to go back to the drawing board.
He's got a fucked up knee.
Yeah, he's fucked up, but he has the skill set to do it, and he has the personality to be a superstar. But they fucked up with him a little bit, right? Fighting Liverpool, getting knocked out by Woodley and all that shit. So then I think they learned, because look at what they did with Sugar Sean, O'Malley. Look what they're doing with Patty Pimlet. Like, they were like, let's slow play this. Let's build the experience and then get them going.
Right.
And now Sugar Sean, they went, okay, it's been enough time with the learning. Here's fucking Peter Yan.
Yeah, Piotr Yan and Sugar Shane. That Sugar Sean is a really interesting fight, because if Sean's legit and he beats that guy, he's fast tracked.
Yep.
That's it.
Oh,
He's fighting for the title. And then you got Marlon Cheeto Vera, my man Cheeto.
That's my guy.
Is on fire. He's on fire.
That
Knocking
head
out
kick-
Dominic Cruz. Holy shit, man. Clean.
his nose.
Clean.
You're seeing a lot of that. You're seeing a lot of veterans getting retired.
Yeah.
That's UFC's model.
That's like, it's almost like you see a matchup like that, you're like, okay, that guy's gonna get knocked out and he's gonna retire.
Or, Paulo Costa, Luke Rockhold didn't get knocked out, but said, but he, Luke did a post the other day from his sauna, and he said, I'm not closing the door. I want to get my body right. I'm still all fucked up. And he said he was drinking too much. He said he drank like all the time, and it fucked him up, and now he's trying to get healthy again.
Yeah.
And he's just trying to get his body right. And at 37, maybe he's got a year or two. But he looked good in that
He
fight,
looked
man.
so good.
If he
had
fighting at
acclimated,
altitude, yeah.
if he had acclimated to altitude, he got there on a Wednesday. He fought, or on maybe even a Thursday. If he had acclimated, if he'd gotten there 2 weeks before, in my opinion, I think he beats Costa.
You need to shut the fuck up.
Why? You don't think so?
That doesn't mean he beats him.
No,
I
gotta be ready.
Because what if
Really
Costa,
be
what if
ready.
Costa
Okay,
got
so let me
there
ask you a
too?
question.
What
You
if
think he's
Costa
a better
got there?
striker than Costa? Because I do.
This is what I think he should have had a tune-up fight. I think if that was the
But he
smart
looked great
thing to do,
against
is
Costa.
He did
looked
it, though.
very good against. He looked very good against Costa.
Come on,
when he said
fellas.
fuck you, and he
No.
cracked him,
Right.
he was exhausted.
Yeah.
But a lot of guys were exhausted. That was that fight that was almost 5,000 feet above sea level, almost.
Correct.
That's a lot, man. That's a lot to jump right back in there. He was exhausted.
He also got his nose smashed, couldn't breathe through his nose.
That's true.
So what I'm saying is that I think wrestling-wise, he's just as good or better than Costa.
Yes.
Okay.
His
and
wrestling's legit.
striking-wise, I didn't see.
His jiu-jitsu's better.
Yeah.
His grappling, right? His grappling.
But you're
If they
talking
fought
about
in their primes, I like Luke in that.
all day.
I
In
think
their-
I
in their
like Luke
prime.
now.
Luke to beat Chris Weidman,
All
that
day.
was a
one
motherfucker.
of the top 5 best middleweights we've seen in a long time.
Yes. And when he was a Strikeforce champion, he was a motherfucker now.
And I love Luke, and he knows it. Luke's older, fellas. Luke's older.
37.
He's 37. He's had a lot of injuries. His leg is really fucked up. He's been out of the game. To Joe's point, there should have been a warm-up fight, man.
Yeah.
You jump in, after getting, knocked out by Jan, and then you're gonna take some time off and jump and fight Paulo Costa. He's number 5.
You should have fought a good middleweight.
Yes.
Well,
But-
also know this: he wasn't able to spar You know, his shin is so bad that he really wasn't able to spar through the entire camp.
He didn't spar at all?
I mean, I don't want to speak for Luke, but
Did you talk to him? Did he tell you this?
I
He
mean,
couldn't spar
I
at
know
all?
things about the camp.
Bisping talked to Pirello, and he's really close to Pirello, and Pirello was like, I wish he would have done more. I wish he would have sparred more and done some more stuff.
And was it because of the shin? Because he's had a bunch of skin grafts and
Yeah.
shit. His
I don't
staph
know.
infection
Big
on his
problem.
shin was horrific.
Horrific.
Yeah. And his foot swelled up. He's got,
Holy shit! It's
I
so
think
bad.
MMA is turning into what all sports
What? Yo, thanks for the raid.
in football.
What?
It's almost a wrap, generally.
That's nostalgic game sounds. What's going on? Thanks for the raid. What? Get it? That's amazing. Are you serious?
Striking, the wrestling, and the jiu-jitsu. There's so many things so that for a while there,
Turn my mic
like
around
15, 20 years,
so I can
it
talk.
was actually better to be in your 30s because you had a lot of time to master everything.
Yep.
But now, all these kids are growing
Yo,
up
thanks for the
mastering it.
raid.
So now it goes back to like,
Yo, what?
now
That's so
you have
sick
the
of you.
whole generation of kids
Yo,
training MMA.
what's up,
Now,
Nostalgic
You
Games?
put them at 22. Now they're masters at all the
I'm
skills.
gonna give you a
Going
follow.
against a dude
Let's
who's
play
37
GoldenEye. Oh, you're
now,
playing
it's gonna be
GoldenEye?
just like any
What?
other
Get out of
sport.
here.
MMA's hard on
Heck
your
yeah.
It's gonna
body.
be a big difference.
Way harder.
Dude, I'm
than
just playing
MMA.
just
Way harder
random
than
levels
other
now.
sports like basketball.
There's
Like
just
you
so
look
much
at
to
LeBron,
master.
I'm playing random
he's older,
levels,
you look at
man.
Tom Brady, they're older and they're
Even
Very
in
getting older now.
boxing,
surreal.
even in boxing, Bernard Hopkins
Yo,
was
welcome,
an elite
welcome.
fighter almost to the point where he
I was actually just doing damage and
best on the
freaking.
planet Earth.
Outlier,
Up until,
freak.
but super disciplined,
Yes.
never ate
Yo,
bad,
thanks for the freaking
never
raid.
drank alcohol,
Yeah.
never fucked around, always
I
trained,
mean, I
never
could,
got fat,
I could show
always
some
in shape.
Aztec double
The
O.
ones with longevity do. You look at Randy Couture, you look
Yep.
at Tom Brady, our boy Aaron Rodgers.
I haven't
like,
played
you
on.
look around.
Usually they speedrun
There's also
on
these guys that we're talking about
Japanese,
in
so I
the-
haven't played this English in a while. Let's try it.
These guys that were fighting deep into their 30s and looked great, they were on the socks. And then USADA came along and woke you up at 5 in the morning and go, hey, we'd like to look at your pics.
Haters.
Yeah, haters.
You ruined it for us.
They
Yeah,
fucking-
man,
they
Joe
broke
Rogan.
Usman at
Joe Rogan
5:30
is like a
in the morning.
pre-fight
She
night
Dana came out
thing
and was
or
like, we're
whatever.
not doing that anymore.
They should never do that.
No, it's ridiculous.
But-
You guys trying to sleep?
Can Dana stop him from doing that?
But here's the
Anyways.
that's how you can catch guys with EPO. Because EPO is it leaves your
This
system.
is probably
So if a
like
guy goes to
my
bed
best time
at,
is probably on this level.
midnight and he wakes up at 8 in the morning. He takes EPO before he goes to bed.
Oh
It's
my
not
God.
consistent.
Half-life is out of
By
your
the
system.
time USADA
This
shows up,
controller also sucks. I'm using
Here's the problem. I think with Costa, you're trying to get some sleep. They wake you up at 5 in the morning. They make you
I'm
take
using my
all that
shitty
crap.
controller because I was using
Worse,
was
Costa,
playing
they did it
damn.
the day he was weighing in.
That's what I mean.
That's insane.
That's insane
That's
because
first
he's,
level, yeah,
he's
really.
fucking hurting.
Right.
That
I'll give you
guy's
some facility.
big.
I'll try some
He's so
facility.
big. He's
after.
185 for like 13
Wow.
seconds.
How long do you
Full
want to
sucks.
pretend that Vitor Belfort's not his father? How long do you want to do that? They're identical.
For the raid.
Both just dime pieces.
Who's got the better body, though? Costa or
There's some Aztec
or
pieces.
Joel
Vitor in his
Romero?
prime,
Put in my
Dad?
good controller.
Dude, sauced up Vitor that kicked your
Sauced
eye
up,
out?
but
You're
sauced
welcome,
up
welcome.
Vitor and Costa, the problem is Costa's not sauced up. At least if he is, they're doing the best job ever.
And
behind him.
Vitor in his prime when he was 19 when he fought
Vanderlei?
Couture.
Oh.
His traps. Remember his traps?
But that wasn't even Vitor in his prime because that was too big. That was 240 Vitor.
Yeah, he's built like a stingray.
Really 205 Vitor when he fought
fought
Trey
Rockhold.
Telligman when he was 19 years old. Oh my God, he was blitzing people.
I'm
and he
not
had
a gay man, but
no fear.
Oof.
No fear because he really felt like he couldn't be stopped.
his hands are so fast.
Lightning. The first
You know, he's
like,
fighting Rockman Jr.
Yes.
Rockman Jr. I'm telling you, Baba. I know you're a boxer.
Yo,
Is
thank you everybody.
Vitor,
Nat,
and I'm
Matt.
on drug testaments, but if that's a offside
Nostalgic game sounds
sauced up
sick.
Vitor, you got problems, son. His
Bomb
hands are
Chew
fast
86.
as
Yo,
fuck.
welcome,
He's
welcome.
mean too, man.
Yeah,
That
killer,
motherfucker knows how to
dude.
knock people out.
Yes, savage.
What he did to Holyfield fight was wrong. That was wrong.
Yeah, just it was,
He's like
it was
60 years
disgusting.
old.
That's
He's almost
disgusting.
60 years old.
That's where I don't want to see that.
They should have never let him fight that fight.
It's
because
disgusting.
That was a last-minute replacement. You know, because the whole thing. Who was he supposed to be fighting? Vito was supposed to be fighting who? He was supposed to be fighting someone pretty good.
Yeah, it was supposed to sound really like it was going to be a tough fight for him. Was it Tarver? Someone's supposed to fight Tarver.
Tarver's still a mother.
Yeah. I don't know what these guys are thinking.
Tarver's no joke.
No.
And especially, you know, Tarver's been popular.
Yeah. He'll play in the dark arts.
Doesn't be. Who is
He agreed to fight Oscar De La Hoya.
That's right. De La Hoya pretended he had COVID.
That's right.
oh, what are the chances of me getting COVID? He was in the hospital.
Yeah, that's right.
Vaxxed and everything, and he was in the hospital. That was such nonsense.
You think
Yeah,
he
he's a
was
good
talking
comedian.
about-
He's a good comedian.
Really?
He was lying down in the hospital bed. What are the chances of me getting COVID?
Yeah.
Really?
Best
Yeah.
acting job he's done, yeah.
Yeah, because like up until that, he was making all these negotiations with Vitor. He wanted him to be a specific weight. He wanted him to fight for less money. Vitor's like, yes, 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 yes. And then, what are the chances of me getting COVID?
Yeah. He saw Vitor hitting them pads, like, check, please. COVID.
What about Jake?
I think De La Hoya in his prime was one of the greatest boxers of all
Ever.
time.
That's what's a shame.
There it is right there. Come on, son. Listen, I beat COVID in 3 days. And this fucking dude, you're telling me that he can't?
His eyes do look rather awake.
That's,
He's got a color in his skin.
that's cocaine.
I bet he fucked his girlfriend right after he got off the
100%. I've had all 3 variants.
Come on, man. There's no way he was hospitalized.
No. You know Vitor's son's like a baller quarterback, football player, like top 5 recruits in the nation. I think he agreed to go to Alabama, which is like the
That was our
Well,
question.
out of all the fighters
Bowl.
that fought in MMA, Vitor
By not
his
getting them.
hands
By not getting what?
are so legit. He's one of the, and Anderson as well.
Yep.
That would be a wicked fight. Vitor versus Anderson in boxing.
I'm in for that.
What do you think about
I'm not
Anderson,
supposed to.
Jake
I'm
Paul?
not supposed to play this
If
level
Jake
on
Paul
this
really
cartridge.
decides to fight Anderson, that's a very
I'm not allowed to. I mean, I'm allowed to, but
I think they're talking about
people
it.
won't like
and
it.
Silva just got licensed in Arizona, so the fight will probably take place in Arizona. Jake Paul came to my show at the Improv. He's in the green room. I was talking to him there, and that's right when he called out Bisping. So let me talk to him. Like, I know you say you don't care about getting validated from the fight team and stuff like that. And I said, but you do. And I said, I'm telling you, calling out Bisping.
I'll try.
ain't
I'll
the
play
move. He
some
has
other
one
levels.
eye
Play some
and a
other
fake
random
knee.
ones.
He's retired.
Two
man.
fake
I
knees.
said, leave him alone. I'm telling you, that's not.
Well,
If,
not only that, no one would sanction him. He literally can't see it.
I'm sure you could get it sanctioned somewhere, but that's not going to move the needle for you.
Who's
Jake.
gonna sanction a fight with a fighter has one eye?
Listen,
Do that in Cancun?
they sanctioned Evander Holyfield, all right?
Yeah, but at least Evander Holyfield can see.
He's got 2 eyes.
Maybe he's Catholic. Anyways,
What? Come on, man.
I just assumed.
No, I mean, Bisping actually has a glass eye.
I'm very weird.
No,
and that's what I'm
I
saying.
don't think they were.
No, he puts a lens over it to make it look good. He'll take it out and show it to you. He still has his real eye, but
Oh, he does?
he can't even. He can only tell if it's light out or dark out.
Yeah.
That's it. He can't see
Wow.
anything.
Point is, he has one fucking eye
Yeah,
from the Vitor fight.
Yeah.
So I told Jake, I'm like, that's not the move, man. I'm telling you, it's not gonna. People aren't gonna appreciate that or respect it. I said, if you want to actually earn respect, go for Anderson Silva.
Yeah,
I
but
said, he's a motherfucker.
Jake Paul is one of the smartest marketers that the
Also
fucking
balls.
sport has ever seen, and he can fight. He's got
balls.
balls. And the thing is, people think he's this YouTube guy and he can't fight. Look at the way he knocked out Tyron Woodley. Come the fuck on.
Agree, man.
Yo,
I
Ninja
said this
Lifestyle.
multiple times.
What? What's up, man? How you
That
doing,
guy
man?
Was just a boxer.
I'm not
And
supposed to
you
be playing
never
this
know
level on
anything
this
about his
on this
YouTube background.
cartridge.
You saw him knock out Tyron Woodley
But
with
I
one
am.
shot. You'd be like, holy shit, this is new.
What's up,
guy
man? We
coming
got
up.
Raid
He's a bad
from Retro
motherfucker.
Game Sound.
Really legit.
Yeah, if you can,
Wild, brash
to your
kid.
point, if you can take away that, the perspective you have that, he's
Oh,
just
sorry,
a
nostalgic
this
game
one,
sound.
sure.
Sorry.
But if you just
Nostalgic
look at him,
game
if you know
sounds.
who
I
he
gave you a
was, if
follow
showed him
nostalgia.
any of these top boxing
I love
experts,
retro
like, holy
games.
fuck, that kid's movement, his timing, his speed, he's athletic. How old is he? 24. Holy fuck. Yeah,
his
man.
power.
Work ethic.
And his
How old
power.
was he when he started training?
3 years ago?
That's
More
it.
than
Just
that.
started.
A little
Three
bit
and a
more
half?
than that.
3.5 probably?
He never did any boxing.
I mean, I
before?
might
wrestling,
put in the
Wrestled in high school,
Japanese.
But no boxing at all.
Nope.
That's crazy.
I think he's been boxing.
So people
a little bit,
speedrun this
but
game on
he's boxing with
Japanese?
Real guys and getting in the
So
ring.
I don't know. I might put
And I
in the
think you get a
Japanese
real
cartridge
sense of
if
where
I'm
you
gonna
are
play
in the
this
pecking
level.
order when you do that. Like you're very
Retro
aware,
Noise voice?
right?
Nice.
Of, like who you should box and who you shouldn't box.
Yo,
Right?
thanks
He
for
goes
reading me.
Anderson Silva. That's
Bullshit.
Did Anderson Silva just beat Julio Chavez
correct.
Jr.?
Correct. A legit
Former world
boxer.
champion.
And I know he's lazy compared to his dad. He was
For
50 and
months, yeah.
3.
Legit boxer.
Multiple time world champion. All different.
Survived against Canelo.
Bro.
Yeah. Yeah, went the distance against Canelo.
And Anderson Silva
What?
fucked them up, dude. And
So
then he wasn't
Japanese
taking it
is
seriously.
easier
I don't give a
autoing?
fuck. By that 7th round, he's like, I probably should get going here.
Yeah.
Anderson
Yeah,
still whipped his ass.
speedrunners
Well,
play
Anderson,
on
if he
Japanese.
just went straight into boxing, would have been a fucking world champion.
Yep.
Well, remember, he was
Anderson
supposed to fight
Silva-
Roy Jones Jr. Attacked in his prime, and Dana put the kibosh on it back then.
Yeah, because that was when Roy was kind of still.
Bad idea. Too.
Yeah.
Roy Jones Jr. has a left bicep that's twice the size of his right one. He just throws lead left hooks like a fucking jab. There's levels, man. You didn't want none of Roy Jones Jr. when he could still.
Yeah, I mean, this is the level I want to play.
For me, top 5. And maybe because I was in that era and I grew up watching them, but
No, I think anybody would.
these are my faves.
When I had him on my podcast and I said, you know that song Y'all Must Have Forgot? I didn't forget.
Never.
When I was a kid, I remember it was in that Nas song, the new Mike Tyson's Roy Jones. Because he was fucking everybody up.
He didn't throw jabs. He would just.
He was my
Lead
favorite.
left hook.
That's what I
Lead
mean.
left hook
He never
fast
used a
as
jab.
He's also brilliant. He's very smart. His fight IQ's insane.
Insane. His timing and his speed.
What
And
SX
he
sucks,
could get away
though.
with doing things that you would never see in the gym. The way he was moving and the speed in which he would like dart in with lead right hands. Nobody knew what the fuck to do.
He was
with it.
my
was
favorite.
so fast.
That
After
Vinny
playing a full court
Pazienza
basketball.
fight.
Oh my
remember that?
God. Oh
It was,
my God.
Remember Vinny Pazienza in the corner?
Yes.
They had the camera, and he's like, I can't hit him. I can't hit him. I can't hit him. Remember you saying
Yeah.
that shit? And it was the only round in CompuBox history where
God.
a fighter didn't land a punch.
God.
Vinny, it was a whole round, nobody.
Pazienza was a
Get your
beast.
shit
Roy landed punches.
No,
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
sure.
Pazienza
but
didn't land
nobody
anything
is.
on it.
Zero.
It's never happened before.
Never.
Yeah.
Never. Yeah. Oh, we missed the whole part. What happened?
We're talking about Roy Jones.
Was it a decision?
Tour.
I mean, I could do a random RTA. I've never done a
This is
run
why we
through
can't be
attempt of the
commentators.
game.
Yeah.
You gotta quit.
I should quit. This is what I would do if they let me drink.
But I want to play
During
this
UFC?
instead.
That's a fucking snazzy looking
It's
purple
great.
suit,
Yeah,
Mr.
it is.
Bisbing.
Thanks, Ninja, for being here. Are you
Some
kidding me?
grays.
Tim
We're all
Kennedy.
getting
Tim
grays.
Kennedy. I'm gonna drop best of. He took me through a dig. Special
Yo,
forces
Ninja,
training.
I saw your podcast, man. I'm really sorry about your friend that
Contemplating whether
that died,
in the
dude,
episode-
last week, man, or this week. I'm
I
really
just don't
sorry
wanna
about
talk.
that,
I
man.
just don't want to be the.
I really am.
I hate that kind
I'm
of.
sorry to say
I
it
don't want to be
so
the
publicly, but
harbinger.
Is it gossip or is it
It's
when they
just
fucking
like,
hated each
it's
other?
how he
Made a public
feels about
podcast,
Bisbing and
so-
how he felt about the fight.
It's his
And I go, I'll take
Sorry.
it out of the episode. He goes, you can leave it in the episode. And I was like, all right, well, maybe I
It's
will.
his perspective. And also, Bisbing thrives off that. Bisbing will create a clip out of that, get
Oh,
a
really?
million views. Yeah,
Okay.
Bisbing's a savage.
What's wrong with it? What did he say?
Yeah.
No, he was just talking about how basically Bisbing, he felt cheated against his friend, then spit on his friend. And Kennedy was like, I'm going to
Yo,
beat the
what's up,
fucking
Play
shit
Poker
out
now?
of him,
How's it
and
going?
I'm
Bisbing
not
cheated?
gonna-
Yo, what's
When
up?
did he
Hey,
Stuff,
hey,
yo.
talk to Tim.
Oh
Okay.
no! Because he spit.
No, it was a knee to the.
I have no health, though.
Then he spit on.
He spit on.
his
He spit on.
trainer.
Oh fuck! He's
Yeah.
a UFC fighter. You know who he is. And Lex McMahon was there too. 'Cause
Yes.
Lex was managed.
Yes.
But that guy talked a lot of shit to him.
I like Michael Bisbing, so I don't.
I
care-
love Bisbing.
I love
I think he's
Bisbing.
awesome.
I absolutely love Bisbing.
He's
I'm not-
one of the hardest men that's ever fought. That
Yeah.
motherfucker fought 10 times and
awesome.
hid the fact that he's blind in one eye.
Yes.
Savage.
And that's
This is
why.
not-
That's why I don't want to. Like, I don't want to be the one who puts out. Yeah, it was just a funny story.
That's a story, but those are facts. Like
Yeah.
for Tim, that's his
Tim's
experience.
such a
It's
savage.
not
dude.
gossip.
He's such a bad.
Also, you want more respect for Bisbing. I used to train with him, and you realize why his cardio is so good. I was like, would you stop fucking moving, dude? Like even between just jogging and sweating.
Well, that's how he destroyed his knees. That's
Yeah.
why he has 2 artificial knees, because he wore his fucking knees out with sheer mental toughness.
He's
the
it's
sheer
tough as they
mental
go.
toughness.
Have you been out to that sheepdog response?
No, I have not.
Dude, he took me out there and he was coming to the dog. He didn't tell me how to dress. I go, oh, okay. Because there's all these other Delta guys and everything there. And I go, okay.
I'm so done. Yo, Retro, what's
That
what are you playing?
starts
Just playing
the
through
shooting,
GoldenEye? Like,
the close
run through
quarter
Let's do it.
combat where we're clearing a house. We're in a car as I'm trying to shoot. I was so embarrassingly bad. but
Yo,
it was
thanks
so
for the
much
read.
fucking fun. He has me do this fucking this
Hey, man.
obstacle course. I'm having to climb ropes. At
Dick,
81.
GoldenEye,
Did you get waterboarded?
Rogan Dick,
I
gotta
didn't
follow
get
us.
waterboarded.
Yo, nice play
And he
poker,
said-
yeah,
he
for
goes-
sure.
I said, I want you to waterboard me for my
Welcome,
show.
you're
You know,
welcome.
this best of thing. And he goes, I'll waterboard you, but there's a difference. You're gonna think I'm gonna stop, and you're gonna think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, and then you're gonna drown.
Oh my
and you're gonna
God,
be
I'm
like, okay, I've
volume.
had enough, and
That changed
I'm
the
just
fucking
gonna be
volume.
getting started. I was like, I don't know if I want to do that.
Tim's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim's crazy, but that's the kind of guy you need if you want someone on the front line.
Correct.
Oh, he's I fucking love Tim.
Super
Kennedy.
soldier.
He's the best.
He makes me proud to be American.
Me too. He's
You
just
ever,
a-
if
he's
you ever
also
feel
a-
bad about America, just be around Tim Kennedy.
He's also, he took us, so we were in this car, he was going to teach me evasive driving, which we did. But he's got Shane, you know Shane, who's one of his best friends, Joe.
Shane.
His best friend, you always see him with him, he trains with him. Country music singer. I hope it's
Yo,
yeah.
thanks.
And,
Thanks for being.
oh, well, anyway, he's always with him. But he fucking took us in his car and started driving and showing us how he drives when he's getting away from the enemy.
Where did he take you?
We were at the Sheepdog. He's got everything out there.
This is in Austin, right?
Yeah, it's out an hour outside or wherever it is. But there's a whole area where you can drive cars and practice the basics.
Yo, thanks. Thanks for being here.
Dude,
we need
you should go out there
just
with
for fight.
You should go out there.
That'd be sick.
It's going to drop Tuesday. Check it out Tuesday. When you see it Tuesday, you'll be like, oh, I got it.
Oh my God, man.
Did you see what Tom Segura did? TMZ called him up and said that they heard that he got shot on my ranch. And so Tom made a video where he said, fuck, I can't believe I shot myself. He said, I don't even have a fucking ranch. Like, they get so easy to Google if I have a ranch. So he said, I was just twirling the gun around, you know, doing the thing, and fucking shot myself in the leg. Guys, gun safety is really important. Play that.
Oh, that was really good. No, really? Like, it's so stupid.
Look how good
It's just
Tom
so
looks.
dumb.
Tom works out 2 times a day.
It's too
He's a
dumb.
handsome guy.
Look how
man.
jacked he is now.
Jeez.
Wow.
It's too
He works
slow.
out twice a day.
Wow.
Every
I'm probably
day
gonna
he
die
does
too,
weights,
but
and
my
then at
health's
the
pretty
nighttime he
good.
does cardio. And he's touring like a fucking fiend. He's got this
Too
tour
dumb.
called I'm Coming Everywhere.
What?
Oh, shit.
I'm Coming Everywhere World Tour.
Oh, my
And he's
God.
selling out all over the world. All over the world. He's doing arenas. He's doing theaters. He's killing it. And
Tom is
that motherfucker
killing
has
it.
crazy work ethic.
The best.
You just see like what work ethic can accomplish, man. It's amazing to watch.
And Tom's also undercover gearhead, man. Don't let him fool you. You don't talk about his cars, but he's a
Loves
gearhead.
cars, yeah.
Anytime we get a car, send
Yeah.
it. He loves a big gearhead.
Speaking of which, I'm dropping my special after this podcast.
That's not speaking of anything. It's talking about cars.
You were talking about like touring and stuff.
No, I guess
I brought us back.
We kind of moved away from
Yeah,
that.
we're talking about
Brandon and I
cars.
were about to talk about
You got to.
I was ready to fire at some cars.
And I was going to get bored out of my mind. Fucking cars. Me and Eddie would have been like,
Cars.
oh, Jesus
Cars are
Christ.
great. Eddie
You
loves
still, wait a
cars.
minute. Are you still into, but you went electric. You told me that
have a
regular cars
Tesla.
are stupid.
No, listen, compared to all my other cars, my Tesla is the greatest fucking thing I've ever driven
Thank
in
you.
my life.
So you're over
it's
cars.
a spaceship.
No, you've ruined it.
I'm not over cars. I love cars, but they're different things.
What do you drive?
Oh,
them
it's so
I
dumb.
drive a
It's
Tesla
so
almost
dumb.
every day.
See?
Do you let it drive you
Yeah,
It was slow anyway,
I'm on the
that's-
beta program. I
You-
go doo doo.
Fucking slow run.
Automatically. No, I keep my hands on the wheel, but it's pretty dope, man.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
It's
That'll
pretty dope.
never happen. I don't give a
Yeah,
Yo,
but I have my hands
what's
on
up, Play Poker now?
Eddie, I just sit
Okay,
there
so
and
you
he does
don't let it
everything.
drive.
Oh my
Well,
gosh,
you're
probably I started November
You have to keep your
2019,
hands
so
on the
like
wheel.
for
It'll
like 2
stop,
years.
It'll stop. It'll
what's the point?
2 years, I would
Because it
say.
relaxes you.
Yeah.
It
With
relaxes.
widescreen.
It changes lanes.
so hard.
Yeah, something like 2 years.
I enjoy driving.
It's so hard.
I do too. I do
Yeah,
too.
I joined.
Listen,
I
do
started
too.
When do
streaming
you, so tell me what your car does. So you
one day
What does that
in
mean?
Dynamics
Well,
DJ.
the beta self-driving
Was in there and he
it'll
helped
stop
me.
at red lights, it'll make turns.
Helped me
There's
learn
all kinds
everything.
of wild shit. Yeah.
Okay, cool,
So it just
nice.
follows your navigation.
Yo,
Yeah, but
thanks.
If you're on the road,
Yeah,
on the
Dynamics
highway,
DJ, he
you press
fucking
that. It just keeps the pace of traffic. It keeps whatever pace
Taught
you
me
want it
everything.
to.
Cruise control?
Yeah, but it's way better than that.
I was
because
playing
it slows
Caverns
down
00
for
for the
traffic,
sub
it'll change lanes for
930
you. It's great.
So hard.
to get
So-
the RCP90 cheats on
To
emulator.
that point, they are good. I don't
And he's
maybe
like,
I'm
no,
just
dude,
getting
you
older.
gotta play
I'm
the original
anti-
system
electric
and all
cars.
this
I hate
stuff.
it.
I'm like, whatever.
I hate it.
I mean, not whatever, but like, yeah, you're right. and I bought the system.
Have you driven his car?
It's
Yeah,
great.
Dynamics
I've
DJ, shout
I
out
rent them
Dynamics.
because I'm trying to figure out why they trigger me. I hate
Underrated.
them.
Because you like the sound.
I love Elon
I'm
Musk.
with you.
I
No, no,
love
I'm
Elon
with
Musk, so
you.
I want to support it. I don't know what it is.
He's like
I
top 50
fucking
We
now?
love
hate them.
Porsches
You
and
like
shit.
sounds. You like that.
I like sounds like cars. Like my thing now is 03 to 06 Ferraris. Naturally aspirated V8s, loud as shit, kind of.
Yeah, I put all my eggs
love
in
them.
this
Do you think
basket
that's
in this
ever going to
level.
get to the point where people, like the government, can shut your electric car
Yes.
off? Wait, that's real?
Yes.
That's
Oh,
a
God,
conspiracy.
no.
That's
That's
real.
real. That's
Oh, then fuck that. I'm with Brandon all the way.
Listen, it's a computer. It's a computer and it's connected to the internet.
Oh, you said some bullshit on the internet. You can't drive for 48 hours. Fuck that.
Yeah, if you lived in a country that's controlled by a dictator, or if you were like a serial killer and you have a
God,
Model 3 touring around the country, they can shut that shit down.
You gotta be an idiot to be a serial killer and have a cell phone.
No, there's definitely a problem with that,
There's a problem.
but for regular everyday driving, it's not your only car. Like
I was gonna
mine,
say, might be
I
worth
fucking
it.
love it.
But regular everyday driving is going to help usher that on.
So it's technology, though. It's already here.
Everything is gonna usher that in. Using your fucking iPhone is gonna usher that in.
I think what's hilarious
I'm
is
never on my phone.
Is-
I can't even tag you on Instagram. in the post today to let everybody know the fight companion.
How's my camera? Am I even centered at all?
Oh no, they're ready.
I'm not really centered.
Follow people. They won't allow me to follow anybody.
A little better.
Well, that's how wild. I have students that think I'm a dick. They go, why would you follow? I'm like, I'm trying to follow you.
Well, maybe try and lay off on.
I have to make videos. I do screenshot video. I go, look, boom, and I go back. Look, it says follow. Now you're following. Then I go off the page and I go back, follow back. I press it.
Watch this rolling up some of this skit.
Look, it keeps going back.
This is like the fight
Maybe don't
companion,
call
I
it a
think. I
scam
just saw Eddie
demic,
Bravo
it's
and I'm like, alright.
You're gonna rouse the power.
I saw Eddie Bravo and then there was a thing saying
They
learn about
send me shit and
COVID.
they go,
Okay,
keep
I gotta watch
talking
this one.
Shit, we're about to pull your fucking. They warned me.
Somebody likes you there because at least you're not Andrew Tate. Like they sees his assets. They sees his financial banking.
He was saying things about women that he was saying that like, what did he say that specifically got them triggered? Because
Well,
it was basically saying misogyny. Look, he plays.
Wow, thank you, Auto
Part
Aim.
of it is like a character. and
Auto
part of
Aim,
it he's a
like,
legit
save it.
world
I did not
champion
shoot the guy at all.
kickboxer Who's a hard man.
So I was telling this guy.
Who doesn't buy any pussy bullshit, and that's what's resonating with young people.
And he's also pro-Trump.
The worry is that he is going to. The kids are going to listen to him because he's big on TikTok. My 12-year-old and my 14-year-old asked me about Andrew Tate. My 14-year-old
What'd you
asked
say?
me. I said he's a legit world champion kickboxer. I like him a lot. Why do you like him? I was asked that. And they said he says a lot of funny stuff on Twitter and TikTok. It's the TikTok thing. It's the TikTok algorithm. He did something where he started something where you like join his group, and then you're supposed to like post stuff.
It's brilliant. That's how he gets followers, but
He
also
blew
gives
up.
you a page.
He blew up.
Yeah,
He blew up because
he's a
of it.
brilliant man.
Yeah.
My thing is with the left who wants to cancel him and take him away, and they're like, we shouldn't look up to that. Okay, then who should we look
I don't
up
want to get up,
Joe
to?
Biden.
Who do you
so
want to
I might miss the
But also,
timing
it's
of
not their
it.
job to just say, "Hey, this guy's a danger to young men." What are you talking about? Like what a lot of times he was talking about how he says, "Become a high-value person, man or woman, and don't fuck with people who are low."
Oh yeah, you don't watch
low-
MMA shows. It's all good, man.
Because if he didn't do that, if he just did the pro male stuff,
Yeah,
and
he'd
that-
been
Oh my gosh.
and, pro accountability and pro discipline stuff. And, he has this post. He goes, "The way I think in the morning, how I feel, it has
You
no
load
bearing
this
on
up,
what I
apparently
do."
it
He
reduces
goes, I
lag.
do everything I'm supposed to do. He goes, I get up. He goes, if I don't feel good, I still work out.
Of course.
He goes, I still work. I still go. I do everything I'm supposed to do because that's how you get ahead in this life. If you just concentrate entirely on your feelings, you're never gonna fucking get anywhere.
Correct.
And that's true, and that's a good lesson for people to learn. The problem is the other shit. There's a video of him. I don't know what the context of the video is. It's like
And that girl?
No,
Yeah.
that was consensual, and by the way,
what was it?
She came out and said they were both into this role-playing shit. So both of them, she came out and she was like, "That's what we're into."
Out of context though, like I'll
Please,
be honest,
like,
me and
please,
Bert Kreischer were doing a
please.
campaign.
No,
And it just came
man,
out,
like
me and Bert watched
that's
it.
the strat,
Jesus
right?
Christ, what's he doing?
That
We
was
didn't have
fucking
context.
literally
That ain't
perfect.
good, man. He's fucked. But then once you realize she comes
Except
out,
that
she's
it, like,
"No,
it
hold on,
didn't
That's
work.
what we're into. That we both agreed to that. It's like
A 23 pause out there
Right.
is really fast.
Right.
I
now,
don't agree
why
with
is
it.
It's
that
standard.
bad? But there's all these
That's what you
videos that I
want.
laugh my ass off at dudes ball gagged, like CEOs tied behind their
Pretty
back,
bad.
getting
Or getting
their
their
nuts
nuts-
kicked.
yeah, their nuts kicked. Yeah, that's okay.
That's somehow or another okay.
Exactly.
But it's because the guy is the powerful one. And
Correct.
the guy has allowed the woman to do that.
Yeah.
Whereas the woman just seems like she's getting
she has
beaten
no
up.
choice. Yeah.
But she said she had.
I can't believe he's not dead.
That's apparently what I'm hearing.
She
But
came out.
he did a lot of good things. Then some of it was a lot, even but still, you should still have a voice.
Isn't that one of the
Sorry
things
if
you
this is a
do
bit
when you try to
repetitive
push
for the
the envelope?
readers.
You fuck up and you say things you shouldn't have said.
Correct.
And this is the thing about like trying to be controversial and trying to get a lot of eyes on.
Sometimes you go over too much,
Yeah.
and they
I
took
thought
all
your
the shit.
thing with Mark Zuckerberg was an interesting interview, though, because
Oh, that's brutal.
as powerful as he is, it
do that.
is a daunting task to
it's
run
horrible.
a company like that.
Crimea, really.
Because no, but if you have an algorithm, you need algorithms, because if you were to say let everything be everything, then the people that post the most, for example, like businesses, would be at the top of your search, and you'd never be able to get to. So there's so
That's what
much
they do now.
about that they've thought about, and it's not an easy job. It's not an easy job.
Yeah, the idea that you have to have an algorithm is very disturbing to me because it really does accentuate everything that people get angry about. And it's making
Please.
as an overall.
It's gotta fucking work
Look at the
sometime.
overall effect it has on society.
Getting it down though, it's much more
It's negative
consistent.
because it's forcing people to argue more and fight more, and it's just.
I disagree. I think what happens is, and it's already happened, is people start to realize that that is an algorithm and that they are being put in that echo chamber, and like everything else, human beings will adjust.
People aren't aware of that, Brett.
But they are.
They're not,
We
though.
talk about it all the time. I mean,
We do, but young kids aren't.
I think they are.
No, young kids have no clue.
I think
my
young
dad
kids are
had
way
no
more,
clue.
but I
My
think they're
dad.
way more savvy than we are, Bubba. I think
Oh, I
that
disagree. You're doing too much credit.
I think
Hold
they're
on,
more
are you
savvy now than they
vaping?
were
Are you
before.
vaping?
Yeah.
So I don't even know you anymore. You're driving a Tesla? Oh, that's tobacco?
Yeah.
All right.
What,
That was like
it's
grape
weed?
flavor. I don't know if it's like
You vape
Skittles,
tobacco?
like the
I
kids do.
smoke weed. Like a
Yeah.
vape.
Vape, I like
Gives you
vape.
head rush.
I got addicted to it and I had to stop.
You
You
get
vape, you
addicted to the
vape.
vape?
Yeah, it gave me anxiety. Horrible. Because I do rogue nicotine.
Yeah, but
and
you
then
have
on top
5
of
of those in your mouth. You're saying, how many you got in there right now?
What?
How many of those
I'm about to
pouches?
put 3 more in.
They're so gross. He gave me one. I had it in for 30 seconds. I was ready to vomit.
he's a big kid.
Throw me one of them.
So what I'm trying to do is that guy that ran at me, he's supposed to get stuck naturally in that
How many
mainframe.
supplements do you
Because
think
remember
you
the
have running
first
through your body?
few runs I did, I shot into the left and added like 3-4
Put your
seconds.
lip. You can swallow.
We wanted to
That's
naturally
not
get stuck
tobacco.
with
If
it.
you
You
could only do
save
3
a lot of
supplements, what
time.
would they be?
Testosterone.
But
Forget it.
it's a lot less consistent.
Well, it would all be vitamins. The most important thing is you're keeping your, getting your blood work done regularly and keeping your nutrient levels very high.
Which are nutrient-
Vitamin D is incredibly important. Quercetin and zinc, so that you have your body can fight off virus as well. Quercetin is
God, man.
no. What is the word?
Catalyst.
Shut the fuck up. I got it. It's at the tip of my tongue. I don't remember. Something 04, where it allows your cells to absorb zinc better. Zinc is
What?
very-
Like what?
I take,
It's so dumb, man.
Minerals. I take.
It's
I have
so
a
dumb.
pack. Ionophore? Is that what it is? Yeah, it's ionophore.
Yeah, that's what I
thank you.
meant. I
That's
meant
it.
an ionophore.
I'm gonna
before I told you to
fucking-
shut the fuck up.
I had it at the tip of my tongue. You know, we were doing that.
So rude.
But I'm
That's so
trying
rude.
to come up with it. And you're like,
Yeah, but
That
like,
makes it
You like
tougher to come up
cheesecake?
with. Yeah.
wine.
I'll tell you who's on some shit is Jamie. Jamie's
Jamie's
jacked.
looking good.
Jamie's fucking healthy.
So thick. Dude,
All right, here we go.
We're all thick in here, man. Except for you, B.
I know. I seem to be getting skinnier. I'm
You
in
look
good shape
good.
though.
You look good. With your fucking flip flops, you weirdo.
My toe holds.
He only
There's a
likes the
difference.
flip.
Don't say, and I
I
thought
saw
you
you
were
wear everywhere. I have 5 sets of flip flops.
He's wearing toe holds too right now.
And you know, I
Eddie Bravo has always worn flip flops though.
since day
We
one.
can go back to the early days of the podcast. Eddie was barefoot.
I'm
Early
barefoot right now.
days. Always.
You'll come
He's a
into
jiu-jitsu man.
I've never seen him in shoes.
He's a jiu-jitsu man.
I have one pair of shoes. It's that 4-year-old pair of Vans. That's it.
Yeah. How come
Really?
you don't wear? How come you wear shoes? Though? I would picture you as a guy who wears at least 0 drop shoes.
Fuck. It was
Sandals.
fast.
I wear 0 drop shoes a lot. When I work out, I wear those zeros, those those minimalist shoes.
Yeah.
I like those. Or barefoot.
You run in those too? Or
No, I don't run anymore, man. My knees just don't like it. It's a problem. So all my conditioning I do usually on the Airdyne bike. I do Echo bike.
Good for the telomeres.
I do Stairmaster, or I do
Interesting, man.
rounds in the bag and shit like that.
I still run like a motherfucker. I just did the Tough Mudder in Chicago, 15K.
It's great workout as long as your knees aren't damaged. But my knees are pretty damaged.
I'm lucky. Yeah, my knees are fine. I
all the
felt fine.
sports, you have
Kind
no
of
injuries.
amazing. As big as you are, you don't have fucked up knees.
It's very strange. I should.
great.
And I love running. And doctors like, dude, you're too big to run. I'm like, I feel fine.
I'm already ready to puke.
After all the shit you've done,
Oh, what is
Wait,
this?
so
be cool, man.
you do minerals and vitamins you do every day?
Yeah.
Yo,
But you had a lot of
Japanese.
experts on that. Every
no.
time I talk to
Oh,
people, they always
no.
say, or I've read,
Oh,
they
no,
always say
Dick.
that you don't, as long as you eat a balanced
Okay,
diet,
well,
subscribe to
What?
that.
Who's
Let me give my
saying that? What is a
objective.
balanced
On
diet?
his show?
Where are you
I
getting
mean, I
zinc
still haven't
in
had it. I
balanced
still haven't
diet?
gotten the completion
How
of
are you getting
Japanese, right?
Shellfish.
You need healthy.
So there's
food.
that.
That's
Yeah.
what you need.
Not
and
that
you
I'm
need
not trying to get
supplements.
one,
I
not
think
that
you
I'm
need your B
subconsciously think I don't
vitamins,
deserve one.
You should have fish oil. You should have a lot of stuff that.
Not that I
has been
don't.
proven to be very beneficial.
Not that I don't have the
for
passion
your
for it.
body.
dude,
It makes a difference.
What about
for me, man.
creatine?
Yeah, I take creatine.
Yeah,
But you can get that in steak.
It's crazy.
Like,
It's
nothing
it's.
to-
I
I've
find
been every
Japanese
vitamin under
fast.
the
Like
sun, right?
everything is
Nothing
just
for me is better
faster.
than carnivore. Like I've been carnivore now.
You have to
I cheated
shoot a
after
little
the Tough Mudder,
faster. You have to
carnivore like a
fucking
weekish now. Nothing better for me. I'm
move
not saying for
faster because
everybody.
they move
Nothing's
faster.
better than
I
carnivore.
like it with fruit. prefer
Yeah, you told me fruit. I don't know. I
Nice.
feel like I'm cheating when I do fruit.
Yeah, I think fruit's good for you, man. I think it's really good for you before you work out, and it's good after you work out too. Yeah. I also
Like
take
Aztec
I
on
drink
speed.
a lot with electrolytes, liquid IV. I take that stuff at least once, not twice a day, because I'm always going in the sauna. I'm in the sauna every day.
Using electrolytes and shit.
Yeah. and I
Aztec,
make sure
Japanese
everything's
Aztec is like Aztec on speed.
But my body's very resilient, man. For 55, it works
It's a
fucking great.
lot.
You're shredded, brother.
Yeah, it works
Most
great.
shredded I've seen you.
Yeah, you look thick. Good.
Well, I mean, I still haven't gotten to completion, so I can't say shit about
Actually,
it.
you've gotten a lot. Yeah, you've lost weight.
I'm eating good.
What are you weighing right now?
Probably 200.
Get out of here. Take your
Yeah.
pants off. I gotta see this for real.
That's like that intro.
I'm very happy with your lower body though. You spent a lot of time.
Okay, I find the challenge of the English less autoing a little more.
A lot of squats.
Brian's like a gay man.
I
little
do
more
all
fun.
that knees over toes guy stuff. So I do a lot of split squats. And
The less accuracy of the autoing.
I do a lot
little
of
more
Hindu
fun.
squats. I do 100 of those every day before my workout.
Do you
But the
follow
speed
Squat
of this is
University?
fun.
No.
This is
It's
like
a fucking
addictive.
Great.
Like it's like your own speed.
Variations of squat every day?
What's that? So Squat University, he works with a lot of Olympic lifters. That dude is fucking. You just go to that Instagram. He knows
why
more
aren't your
about
legs
the human
bigger,
body.
man?
It's so impressive, man. What's that?
Why aren't your legs bigger? Do you follow the program?
Yo, did you see the new Mega Man 2 summoning
When you're
salt
55, I
video?
work out
You're
every day.
55 too?
Your
I will. I just.
You've been talking about this for
nostalgic
good.
Straight up
I
game
feel
sounds.
good.
Then don't.
and
Just
energized.
There's a
like your body right
new
away.
summoning
I just
salt
wanna-
Mega
I
Man
worry that
2
I just don't wanna
speed
fuck
run
with how I
video
feel.
that came out
Awesome.
like today.
Yeah.
It's like over an hour
I feel
long.
terrible. Take one of those things.
Dude. It's not for the faint of
It's like
heart.
the speed lore of Mega Man. Pretty
I
sick.
can't believe that you put 4 or 5 of those in there. You don't feel shit?
Mega Man
It doesn't
2
make you
is
feel
such
like
a
you
good
want to
game.
throw up?
I don't feel anything.
The Tesla's
Brian,
making
you
you
try
softer,
that.
buddy.
No way. I tried one. I tried one of those. I got exactly like you. I got sick.
I can't claim because you got other badass cars.
I drove my 1,000 horsepower Hennessy TRS.
You right today? Oh, fuck.
Tesla's still faster.
Oh, yeah, a lot faster. Not even close. Well, the Tesla is 1100 horsepower. Yeah, and it's 4-wheel drive. And
God.
it's also like very small in comparison.
So
Which one is
up the
yours?
leap, it's going to be a beast four-wheel drive. But it's 0 to 60 in what, 1.6?
1.9.
1.9? Well,
Yeah.
you know our SF90s are 2.
Yeah, it's very close. I mean, but it's just effortless and quiet, and it's like really.
You like the
relaxing.
quiet?
I like it every now and then. Yeah, dude,
You're
I have
firing me
muscle
up,
cars.
dude.
I have muscle cars. I have
I
a
know.
70 Chevelle.
That's why I can't make
It's
fun of
loud
you.
as fuck.
I know.
69 Camaro.
I
loud as
feel like
fuck.
you.
I bet you my Ferrari's louder than your.
Okay, I
old school.
might try a different level. I don't
No,
know.
I might have a theory on this.
It's pretty loud. Your Ferrari.
I sent you that
older
video.
One is amazing. Dude, that sound is incredible. That Italian V8 sound. Is it a V10?
It's a V8.
Is it V8?
Oh.
The Italian sound is.
I might load the vape
It's
too.
so
We vape a lot here.
It's like a
We
symphony.
vape.
Do you have a shift? A
No, so dude, I originally was trying to get the manual. To get the manual, because they only made like 100 of them that year, you're looking at a price increase of around 200,000 for the manual. Damn. So guys will convert into the manual and flip them, but
Convert it.
yeah,
Really?
What
yeah,
do
there's a
you
whole
mean?
conver-
To get the manual or
yeah,
something?
the manual's the big
Manual
boy.
transmission.
'Cause it's more
Oh,
rare.
sorry. I thought you were talking about the manual.
No, my goal, I want a GT3 manual.
Yeah,
The older ones.
I have the 2007.
I know you-
RS.
Sorry, Dick. I hope
know,
I hope that was a good
My GT2
explanation
RS,
of
there's not a
Japanese
better car.
English.
To me, that's everything.
Wild car, man. That's a fast fucking car, and it's so light.
Segura had the.
I think I'm just gonna have to
North
play
America
both
Porsche
versions
on,
forever.
And he goes, my friend Brendan, he has a GT2. And he's
Like
"Yeah,
in this
great
level.
car."
Well,
And he
this
tuned
level
it.
first,
He was like,
right?
GT.
I'm gonna have to
He's already
try to
fast enough,
get
Tom's got
as good as I can on both versions.
enough.
Well, you get excited about
This one
it, though.
first, but
You get excited about like what
this
it
one
does,
until I
can you
get
more out of it?
what I'm
Yeah, it's
happy
like,
with.
what else can we
Get
do
more
here?
out of it. What's
Yeah.
the-
You see the new GT3 RS?
It looks amazing.
Does it have a fin?
Oh yeah.
This is the guy
Oh,
who knows
daddy.
nothing. I'm
Yeah, that's
trying
to keep
I'm
the
trying to
back
get in
end
a
down.
conversation.
You
It's
have to
all
have
about
those though.
downforce.
You have the downforce, yeah.
Downforce is
Bro,
everything.
they're all gonna get buried by the Z06. That Corvette Z06 is as fast as any fucking car you're ever gonna
God,
drive.
man.
It's coming. That thing is
done.
insane.
Yeah, I
that
know.
thing's insane. That's the greatest American car they've ever made.
Agree, 100%. Yeah, and you know what they did? Chevy literally took a 488 Ferrari. I was like, all right, how can we do this?
Yeah.
And they're not denying it. They're like, yeah, it's similar mid-engine car. Because Corvettes were originally supposed to be mid-engine. You know this.
Long time ago, they wanted to do a mid-engine way back in the day.
My papa got one. He's always wanted one. He got one.
I had a Fiat mid-engine. X19, Fiat
Fucking X19s
It
are
lasted.
sick.
You know how long it lasted?
Yes.
1 month.
And they take Iona for us.
I could never fix it.
They wear flip-flops.
Yep, and flip-flops.
Wait,
Toho sponsoring.
Tony has the same Corvette he had when he was in LA.
No,
the yellow one. He got the new one.
C8,
Yeah, they're cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
I love it. It's just so good looking, man. When it pulls up, it's like, that is a great looking car.
I swear you get shot more in Japanese. I'm not even meaning.
I'm not promoting him. I just
I don't even call him
feeling
Maybe just everything is faster.
feeling for you.
Maybe that's why I think you get shot more.
Eddie, see a toe hold, bro?
Will the vape soon?
Oh,
We haven't seen a toe hold in a hot second in the UFC.
Ow.
In the
I
UFC,
feel like
Eddie?
that would work very quickly.
very
It's
dangerous.
horrible with your bad knees.
Super
too.
dangerous. Eddie, I'm surprised you haven't moved to Austin, brother.
I thought about Florida. I went down to Tampa, had a real estate agent. I was looking for, as soon as they put in the vaccine passports in LA where I couldn't even go to my fucking mall, I was like, okay, we're going to Florida.
I was texting you. I was like, we going to Austin or what?
I was so close to going to Florida. Damn, almost pulled the trigger.
Eddie was
Almost
my
pulled the trigger.
advisor.
Thank
Eddie was my advisor to leave, and
I'm
then
so
Eddie's like,
glad I
we're
did.
staying.
Florida.
I'm so, because they dropped everything, and LA weather is amazing. So,
Where in
Pretty
Florida?
good.
what was that?
We're in Florida.
Tampa. Dude, I was
St.
there.
I like Tampa.
I was there. Looking
Alex
at spots.
Jones
I don't know
was
if I could
right.
live there, though.
He
So
was
good.
right, man.
St. Pete is pretty.
In everything, he's
I
right,
went to
dude.
St. Pete.
Yeah.
We went
He
to
was.
Sarasota, all that shit.
Anywhere where they leave you the
They're trying to
fucking
silence
line,
him, man. They're
right.
trying to
The problem
silence
with
him.
LA is it changed once the government started imposing all these restrictions
Alex
on
Jones was
them.
right.
And they didn't make sense. They didn't have anything to do with science. It had to do with control and optics, and they had to do with making people feel like they were doing something. And it fucked businesses up through the roof. They lost 75% of their restaurants at one point. All these small businesses. They do care about it. They just stay home.
They don't take any ownership, though. They just are like, yeah.
Exactly.
You're like, what?
Exactly.
My favorite is they passed the no sales of on 2032 of gas-powered cars.
Yeah.
The next day they go, because the hot weather, do not charge your electric cars.
Yeah.
for next week.
Yeah.
So if you're just electric, what the fuck are you gonna do?
Cover a Newsweek. Here, I'll send it to Jay because it's so dumb. It hurts my feelings.
This is my other problem with electric cars. So America's like, oh, we're gonna go green. We're gonna go green. And 2032 can't sell gas-powered cars. There's no plan in place.
Look at this too. I saw this on the way here. I saw this on the way here today. I was in my. Was it done? It was on the way here today. I was like, what is this nonsense? This is so dumb.
Maybe that's why I'm treated like electric cars too, because the government's pushing it.
Look at that. That was
that might
look
be
at this.
it.
This was on a truck on the way to get here. Want life to get back to normal? Here's your one shot. Get vaccinated. Hey bitch, it's back to normal already. Like, what are you fucking talking
But
about?
that's
There's a new
that's
booster
commercial
coming.
from
For
a
healthcare.
hospital
Yeah.
with money.
Look at this one. Newsweek. As California bans gas cars. This is
All 3 GE levels. Oh,
8/25,
man.
August 25th. Which states could be next as California bans new gas car sales? And then,
Probably number
and then
one is
8/31,
Aztec.
California's told not to charge electric cars days after gas.
Number 2, probably
So that is
taverns.
California politics.
Yeah,
In
it
a
is.
nutshell.
Yeah.
That's California politics.
That's America in general, though, as far as
Oh
going green. There's
man,
no
number
plan.
3. Number
And you look at who's
3.
ahead of the curve. You had your boy Mike Baker on. I should
Probably-
regurgitate his shit. I
probably
think he's the best
Control,
person
man.
ever. But he's like, dude, China's way
Probably
ahead of us as
Aztec
far as
Caverns
it's
and
going green.
Control.
As far as electric cars, the lithium batteries, like it's not
Oh,
good.
China's
man.
awesome. Oh yeah, let's follow their
They're smart as
fucking
shit.
lead.
Let's depend more
Jesus.
on China.
What?
You know what you're doing when you buy Tesla? You're communist.
No, my friend Elon Musk is
And again, I
genius
love
and I
you.
support him.
No,
I-
but
no,
you
I-
might
I
be
love
right.
Elon.
I think you're.
God.
It's
Right.
only supporting China. Like they're the
Well, I
behind.
think two things are going on with
I
you.
sound-
One, you have an emotional attachment to cars.
Thanks, brother.
What is that?
A Panerai.
What is it?
Panerai.
You don't know shit about
I don't know any. I don't
What do you
I
got?
don't
What
own
do
a-
you rock? I love it.
I don't know.
Wow, the auto.
I can't wear I can't wear metal bands on stage because the metal pops off. Yeah, that's a nice
Yeah,
watch.
I'll do it. Are you doing this so you can show how thick your wrist is? That's gonna
No, it's a nice
So
watch.
you'll feel good on it.
It's a nice watch. Look, it's beautiful. It's engineered. I love engineering. That's an automatic mechanical watch. I can move during the day. It winds itself. It's fucking great.
It's an Omega?
That's an Omega. Yeah, I love
That
it.
took
I've
so
seen it.
fucking
You know
long.
who got
And
into
it's the one
watches?
that looks like vintage. It's got like a vintage look to
You know who
it.
got into watches? Schulte.
Yes.
He's into big boy watches.
Yeah.
As
I
investments.
bought him a good one.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, I was at the wedding.
I'm such a weirdo. Anything on my body, I get. It's like
Yeah,
too
but
much.
that's like artwork, man. That's
No,
like
it's beautiful.
engineering and design, and I just love those.
I love this watch. It's nice.
Omegas are great.
I love
watch.
I
Omega.
can't believe you gave this to me on air. You fucking sweetheart.
Give me that back. If you were into watches, I'd give you.
You would never wear it.
You wouldn't wear it, then I'd get mad, and you'd call me up. Why aren't you wearing your toe holes? Why aren't you wearing your toe holes? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Where's my watch? How many have I sent you now?
I have 5 pairs.
It's
Yeah,
like
whatever.
this. I said when he was,
Oversaturated,
I hate this
Bubba.
fucking washer. I was like, all right, let me send you
I wear 'em on
Joe
vacation.
getting mad at you and annoyed for plugging.
I don't
It's like the ultimate plug.
No, I
Like,
don't
you know
plug.
what I mean? It's
Hey,
like,
let me
wait,
just say
hold
this.
on,
Let
I
me
don't
just
plug
say
shit.
they are the best flip flops I've ever had. Legitimately, they have
Is
the
that
best
enough?
soles.
Are we good? Can
They're
we move
solid.
past
They're
the
cool
whole
looking.
now?
He gave me
Listen
Bigfoot
up.
ones. They have
Really
Bigfoot
cool.
Yo,
engraved in them.
thanks,
They have
man.
some that have a dragon
I
engraved in them.
don't wear sandals.
Yes,
Thanks,
I'm
homie.
not, I don't plug anything.
I don't wear
No,
sandals.
Yo,
don't.
thanks,
Do
dude.
I don't plug anything. I don't like that
they,
shit.
they're
this thing's
really,
amazing.
You can't even pull them
Fucking-
apart, too. Like,
all
you try
my
to
friends
destroy
here,
them.
it's amazing.
Like, I saw that video where you guys were just
Thanks, dude.
trying to
Yeah,
pull
fucking
them.
amazing.
They're like really well made. They're the best flip flops I've ever had. No bullshit.
They
I
kill
just think it's
elephants and
hilarious
snakes,
how
but whatever.
he started like,
Joe Rogan
squeezing
next
it
off
and
is Joe
catching it.
Rogan.
No, I'm not. I don't.
You're
I don't
Mr. You are a
I
little
don't plug
pluggy
shit.
today.
I'm
You're a
not
little
plug
Number
shit.
one,
I'm the worst.
You're a little pluggy.
Hold on.
Michael
He's a little
Shermer,
pluggy today.
He just gave me these.
Right? He's a little
They have,
plug boy.
look, they have
Randall
Bigfoot
Carlson,
ones.
and Graham Hancock debating.
You're a little plug boy
The
today.
soles of these things, they're fucking
There's so
phenomenal.
many,
They're
though.
the best made.
There's so many
for
good
sure.
ones.
No, will you shut
They're
up,
really,
telling about
really
Debating
well
how
made.
old the
But look,
pyramids
they
are.
have Bigfoot.
That's why AG made them for
Can
you.
we plug shit now, Brian?
I'm not
I got
plugging
shit to
shit.
plug.
10planetjujitsu.com,
Stop.
motherfuckers.
Yes, my special drops after this, but so
Oh,
what?
your
Man's here.
special.
Kellen's a little pluggy
Please
today.
don't talk about your special.
I
It's going
don't
to be on
plug
Netflix.
anything. Have I ever plugged? I'm the worst at plugging. I'm the worst. And you guys all criticize me because I never plug or self-promote.
Just today, a little pluggy. I'm not
come
mad
on.
at it. I'm not mad at
I
it.
was kidding around. I whispered it. I gave him those.
You're in too deep now.
Fuck off.
They're very good flip flops.
They're great flip flops.
Good. That was a
Sorry, there's a lot of failure in the stream.
No bullshit.
It's like me.
Oh, there's a
Scanning.
UFO at the bottom, too.
I'm not a
Notice
failure in
the
the
UFO.
stream.
And now they're going to cut that to be on their website.
They're
Hey,
legit.
dude.
Put it on
That's
the
what I
website.
would do.
Look how they got Nate Diaz's head cocked back.
Yeah, he always has
That's
his
what he
head cocked
does.
I
back.
love Nate
That's
Diaz.
an instant. That's an instant fight, man.
If he wins, I hope he wins that fight and just rides off in the sunset. See ya.
If I
They did, man. He's been on a
He
few
wins and in a
times.
post-fight interview smoking
Yeah.
a joint.
Oh,
And
my
just
God.
talking
I'll
shit.
Take a
Hold
hit.
on, Joe.
I'll
Yo,
take a hit.
Dude.
100%.
Wouldn't that be great?
If he sparks up a joint in the post-fight interview,
After he
I'll
wins,
take a hit.
only if he
100%.
wins, though.
There's other ones, like older ones.
He'll fuck up all my commentary afterwards. I'll be like, why are we even here, man? You guys ever think about CGE? DC, do you forget where your keys are?
I don't know. I've seen, like, I watched your special, or I watched your night special. Sorry, I watched your live performance. I'm glad you made this up because that was so inspiring. Dude, he's working on a level. I told you this. I told him. I called him. This next 1 hour, I put that up against. I was talking to Tripoli about it. I put your next 1 hour up against anything, anytime. I'm so excited about it. Like,
I've been working on it a long time.
but dude,
4 years on this one.
I assume this, though.
bro,
It's been 4 years since your last special.
were you high? Did you smoke a little weed before you went on?
Always.
I don't know how the fuck you could be that intense, that on point. I'd be such a zombie.
I got it dialed in. I know exactly how much
Please.
to take. I can't get too
No.
high, but I want to be a little high. When I'm a little high, I'm a little sillier. I'm more fun.
That's what I
think about
that's
the
what I have to do. I have to do
I think
that.
about what it means. I think about like
Yeah.
all these people pay to see me. This is important. They got babysitters and shit.
Yeah.
I get fired up. I start shadow boxing. I move around. I get my blood pumping. I get nervous. It's good for me.
That's your routine. That's your
Yeah,
process.
it feels good to me. I like to be a little high. It just makes me like tune into everything.
Do you still drink a little bit or no?
Yeah, a little bit. I like a drink.
And
before
I'm
I
a
go on
bona fide
stage.
alcoholic.
So, 4 days ago, I did a quarter hit of LSD. I've never done it. I had the best 45-minute set.
Yo, what's up, Quindarius?
Of my life. Like,
Tunes you in.
I mean, and it was
Welcome,
it was
welcome. What's
8,
going
9
on?
hours later.
Welcome,
And
welcome.
I was up there, and I was
Welcome
like, I
back.
didn't know how I was going to do
Welcome
it.
again.
I was closing the show. I go, I have no idea if I'm even going to be able to do stand-up. And somehow, man, it just opens up different portals.
Welcome again.
Have you ever done that? Have you ever?
Yeah,
Jimmy,
yeah,
or
I've
is
gone on
that pain?
stage. I actually told the people that I was on the acid. You could see everybody tense up. They all got nervous. I'm like, don't worry, I'm fine. We're gonna be
I think
good.
it's
Yeah.
And then we
vaporization.
went right into comedy, and they were fine. They were
Did
laughing.
you do a
Listen.
microdose or?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but
Oh,
it was
wow.
enough that things got a little odd.
Yes.
Like I could see like around
crazy,
my
dude.
hand. I could see a little border.
Yeah.
I've only smoked once. It was you and Tripoli at the store. You guys were smoking. I was like 2 years into comedy. I'm like, oh, I'm just like, man, I can do this. You were like, don't be a
Tripoli
pussy.
doesn't smoke.
Well, no, but Rogan was me and Tripoli were back there, and Rogan's like,
So
take
going
me
hard.
on,
That's
you know,
a,
don't be a
oh
pussy.
yeah,
Like, I'm just
forever,
like,
man, forever.
I do it, and I see Adam Ege in the back watching. I don't remember a single bit. No, first time I've ever ate, like, as far as just forgot everything. It's not for me. Just like Rogue's not for you. Weed's not for me.
You
It's
don't
just not.
smoke, yeah.
I
Do
can't
you-
smoke.
You don't take gummies?
No, I can't do anything. It doesn't mix well with my body.
I'm a big fan of.
That was
like,
such
I'm
a
just
gift.
like Joe,
I don't know
I'm
how I got that
slow.
ammo.
Eddie Bravo turned me into a pothead.
That's how this works, man. Friends.
Well, I remember when I was first hanging out with him, I thought pot was for losers. And I was like, here's this guy that's so fucking creative. And, you know, he comes up with all these jujitsu moves and all this music, and he's telling me he's doing it while he's high. I go, let's try this shit.
Now look at you.
Eddie Bravo.
I apologize.
What is this new electric vehicle? This is the thing that's interesting to me is now everybody's making an electric vehicle.
They have to, right?
Apparently that Porsche, the Taycan, is the shit.
Have you driven that, Joe?
No, I have not.
You know what my problem with that is? Again, trigger. They call it the turbo Taycan.
Yeah, I don't
There's
like
no turbo.
Yeah, that seems silly. That seems silly.
And if you know the evolution of Porsche and the history of Porsche, the
Number
turbo,
one,
like the top,
Dreamland,
that's it, dude.
Yeah.
which is like
But you call it a
mint.
turbo Taycan. Now, as far as
chamomile,
electric cars, and I love Porsche,
Rose.
my favorite, but you can't call it a turbo, man. But if I was
they
going to get an
shouldn't have
electric
called it a
car,
turbo.
that's probably
What
it.
Those
is
are the
a
main
turbo?
ones.
A
Chamomile,
turbo's
mint,
a
rose
turbocharger.
in one.
It's forced air induction. It doesn't make any sense to say
Two,
that you have
maybe
forced air
ginger.
induction on a purely
I like
electric
ginger tea
vehicle.
a lot.
And when you hit the gas, it makes jets noise. Like you could turn that on or off if you like.
Dude, the
So it
anger
gives
I
it
have in
some
my
And number
That's
three,
what
acceleration noise. That's the Porsche.
But that's in the electric?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a fake
Yeah,
sound.
the Taycan.
Yeah, it's like a
Taycan.
sound like the Jetsons.
But now what they're doing, like Dodge with the new Challenger or Charger, you can get fake sounds.
Also number
They have
3,
fake sound.
I don't know.
They've been doing that for a long time.
I don't like that at all. Well, they've been doing that with. I had a BMW, and they pumped the sound into the speakers.
Right,
So
I've
you could
heard
hear the engine sound louder in the speakers, which is like,
I heard it's fake sounds too.
well, whatever it is,
Yeah.
you
'Cause
can
sound-
shut it off apparently, which is imperative.
Yeah.
I don't mind the quietness. I know when a Tesla is
Yeah, pretty much.
accelerating at 0 to 60 in 1.9
Or just pure
seconds,
peppermint.
1.6
Pure
seconds,
peppermint.
whatever the fuck it is.
100%
I don't mind the
pure
sound. I like the sound.
peppermint.
That's almost
Or mint.
irresponsible fast, right?
Mint or peppermint.
Monstrous how- but it's
That's like
it's
my number three.
controllable. It doesn't work. It doesn't seem like you can't control it. You could drive totally fine, like normal,
Yeah.
regular, you
Heard
know,
it here, folks.
sedate speeds.
The problem is the weight of the batteries too. Like that new Hummer's 9,000 pounds. Just the battery alone weighs as much as the Civic, Honda Civic. So when they hit cars or people, they're fucked.
Now, whatever. You remember that documentary that came out like 15 years ago? They said whatever happened to the electric
No,
car.
who killed the electric?
Who killed the electric car? What was that about, and why did they bring?
I didn't
it
see
back? They apparently they went after electric cars. Anybody that had an
Yeah.
electric car, they took it back.
The
Like, you gotta
government
give it
did?
back. There's-
Well, it wasn't that. It was that they were trying to suppress the technology because it was a threat to combustion vehicles. And this is back, I think it was like early 2000s.
Please.
Right? When the first-
Remember that weird one? The
Please.
car, like the
Oh,
front
God.
of it was this wide, and then the back of it was.
Please.
Yeah, what was that?
That's the one. That's the one
It
that
looked
they
like
killed.
shit when it first came
They
out.
probably just
Please.
killed it because it looked like shit.
You know they come out with new DeLorean. It's pretty
No.
spicy. Really? I mean, I wish it was just the old DeLorean.
I think the best.
Well,
looking
that's
cars-
fine. That's
the
pretty
best
good. That's
looking
what I
cars
would
are
do.
electric
I just
cars
love to
in
do that
general.
always,
Like
always.
the Porsche looks sick. I mean, pull up the Taycan. Show a photo. Of the
Taycan's
That's
filthy.
Shit. That thing's
The Fisker,
shit.
the Fisker when it first came out was
Fisker's
sick.
dope. Fisker's dope.
Here's the
They're
problem
back
with those is they don't, like Tesla has all kinds of charging stations.
Yes, that's the problem.
There's no infrastructure to support
There
it.
is an infrastructure. It's just not as good.
Right.
but the Taycan is fucking dope.
Filthy. It's a lot of Porsche too.
And it handles amazing.
Wow,
it
that's
handles
crazy.
like a Porsche. It's really well engineered and balanced.
And it looks like a Porsche. That's why I love
It looks dope. It looks dope. It's great.
Inside's dope.
I love that they're doing this. I love that there's so many cars that are doing this.
crazy
But
anomaly.
If you want to get like the most practical one,
And
as
big.
far as like updates, as far as like software, and as far as like charging opportunities, I feel like the Tesla's the way
Oh,
to go.
they're leaps and bounds above everybody
But
else.
look how
Taycan still have problems. The Taycan still has some problems.
Do it fuck up a lot?
Not a lot, but they do have the
I've had
problems.
zero problems, and I've had 2 Teslas, and they're fucking amazing. I love them. I love driving.
That new Hummer looks ridiculous.
Yeah, the new Hummer's
It's nuts.
preposterous.
It like walks like a crab,
Crab
can
walks,
parallel
really?
park. Yeah, it's nuts.
What?
And it's well, that they're all gonna eat shit when that Tesla.
All right, I'll pull up
Cybertruck
the
comes
best
comes out. I saw that
Joe
thing in
Rogan
person. It's
podcast.
You've seen it in
and
person?
we'll
coolest looking
roll,
fucking thing I've ever
See,
seen.
that got me on board a little bit because I saw that and I was like, that thing
listen
looks
to that
fucking
one.
dope. Because someone took a
highly
picture for me.
scientific, though.
Elon was at Nobu in Malibu. And he drove
Not highly
and he,
scientific, but
parked
it's-
at the valet, and when the valet gets, he's a fan of mine. And he tagged, took
It's-
pictures like, "Shop, check out this fucking truck."
It's a
I was
geologist
like, "What the fuck
and a
is that?"
historian.
So much bigger than
I was like,
people
"That
think
is
it is.
sick."
It's very
Debating
Dude,
with
it
a
is. It's dope.
You
skeptic.
can raise the suspension up 16 inches. You hit a button, it goes like
That thing's
and
dope.
it's got completely flat on the bottom because it doesn't have a traditional drivetrain. So the clearance on the bottom is insane. Like for off-road applications,
Nuts.
nothing's going to be like it. And on top of that, it can stop a 45 slug.
What?
It's fucking fully bulletproof.
Yeah.
The entire truck is bulletproof. Everything.
That's why it's so heavy, though.
The windows, it's plate steel. Is that the one from my Instagram?
Okay, I'm pull up now.
Yeah? Yeah. So this is the photo.
Thanks for being here. What am I doing?
Three, two. This is live, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a very unusual podcast we're going to have here and a very unusual discussion. I have to my left Michael Shermer, very famous skeptic. He's been on the podcast before. Of course, Randall Carlson, amazing gentleman who knows far too much about terrifying things like asteroids. And Graham Hancock, author, also fantastic human being, many times been on this podcast as well. And this all came out of a podcast that Randall and Graham and I did recently, and Michael Shermer commented on it, and it was all essentially on the hypothesis that the great extinction that happened with the North American land animals that happened somewhere around the end of the Ice Age, and the end of the Ice Age, the abrupt end of the Ice Age, being caused. Please correct me if I fucking made
Or
this
dick
up,
anomaly,
being
no man.
caused by a comet impact.
I know you're taking the piss, but
and we said this would be an amazing podcast to get everybody together.
some people
in the
react
room
poorly
and
to it,
go over
man.
this. Since then,
Not
there's been some
everybody,
interesting
obviously,
stuff that's
right?
happened. Well, I thought this was really fascinating that Forbes has a mainstream article.
And how do they-
Forbes
yeah,
did a
that's-
comet wipe out Ice Age megafauna, and this is actually from just a couple of weeks ago. And then there was also this interpretation that's fairly recent as well about one of the stone tablets, one of the stone carvings rather, on Göbekli Tepe. And Graham, you would probably be the best to describe that.
Yeah, that was published in Mediterranean
what was going to be a risk?
Mediterranean Archaeology and Archaeometry, peer-reviewed journal, by a couple of scientists from
Yeah.
the University of Edinburgh, and they are proposing an interpretation
Yeah.
of the Göbekli Tepe.
I think there's just a
imagery.
big
There's quite a lot of
variation
imagery
between
on
the
those
people.
T-shaped pillars,
Like
particularly
the
one pillar,
population, there's a
43,
huge variation.
And
in terms
their
of
deduction, what they take
everything.
from their interpretation,
Age,
of course, many
health,
disagree with them. Their
race,
interpretation is that
history,
those
genetic
images are speaking
effects,
of the comet impact. They're speaking of a comet that hit the Earth.
I think every
roughly
freaking person
12,900 years
just
before
responds
our
really
time.
unique. Could
And
respond
Randall, this has
uniquely
been
to it.
something that you've been obsessed with for many, many
Yo,
years
what's
now.
up, NNY Dust? Yo,
Documented,
yeah,
detailed
thanks,
it in
thanks, dude.
Many
I
many
started
conversations
again.
that we've had on the podcast.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, if you're a dude.
Yes. Now, I can't
Channel.
say that I'm that
Funny
familiar
GoldenEye
with that
clips? Yeah,
article.
for
I haven't had
sure.
a chance to get into it.
Nice.
But this idea that the comet impact is the what
Twitch
has
channel?
caused the end of the ice age.
Or your YouTube.
Well, it's so complex, but now what we do is we throw some type of an impact into the mix, and it seems to fill gaps.
Pull this right up to you.
It seems to fill gaps that were, at this point, still unexplained. There's varying theories between some extent of climate change and some extent of human predation that caused the extinction.
Wax
And
scenes.
I've always
What's a
felt
wax
like
scene?
You can't blame it on one or the other. I think humans probably had a role, but only in the very
Oh,
final
I get it. I
stages
get it. I
of
get
the
it. I
extinction
understand now.
event.
I understand what you're saying.
And one of the scenarios
Oh, yeah,
would
you're
certainly
still
suggest
friggin-
that there were extreme
No, I stopped. I
climate
stopped and
changes
started again.
between what's called the balling Alarod, which was the rather gradual warming at the very end of the Pleistocene,
Yeah,
which
my
was
issue
then followed
is
by
the
the Younger
mandates, right?
Dryas,
You
which
can't
was the
force
return
someone
to
to
full
fucking
glacial cold,
inject
and then the end
something
of the
into them.
Younger Dryas, which is dated at about 11,600, which is considered now to be the boundary of the Holocene. Post Younger Dryas, pre-boreal it's called, would be the beginning of the Holocene. And it seems that most of the extinctions did occur between roughly 13,000 and 11,600 years ago, although the dating has a wide spread on it, so you can't pinpoint it down to a specific event. But I've always felt like that there had to be something we needed to look at that triggered the extreme climate changes that we do see at the end of the Ice Age. And to my opinion, you can't attribute that solely to Milankovitch theories, which is basically the changing solar terrestrial geometries, because they're too slow. And what we see at the end of the Ice Age were very rapid climate changes. And so
I'm gonna load the vape like
one
after
of the
this
things
run.
that I think has been missing has been
I'm gonna
the
keep
trigger.
streaming, but-
Wallace Brecker pointed out years ago that possibly a major flood from the draining of Lake Agassiz
After this one.
caused an interruption of the thermohaline circulation, which is basically the circulation of the North Atlantic Ocean, and that this might have been what triggered the Younger Dryas and then also contributed to the mass extinction events. But now I think that the dating of the draining of Lake Agassiz is too late for that, and was probably a latter event within the overall melting phenomena that occurred between roughly 14,600 and about 11,000 years ago. Somewhere in there we have to fit that mass extinction event, and I definitely have thought that climate change was the dominant factor in that. But then what triggered the climate change? That always seemed to me to be something that was not ever really explained. The comet impact theory is very controversial, but the evidence has been steadily mounting now for a decade.
Including physical evidence, right? Like the core samples that show nuclear glass.
Gardasil, that's the HPV
same
vaccine,
time
right?
period when they do the core samples.
Yes, most of it's dating to
That's the
12,800
HPV
to 13,000 years ago.
These are called impact proxies.
Impact proxies.
Nanodiamonds, melt glass, microspherules. These kind of things are associated with impact, not necessarily always caused.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen why. What are the are there
It's the
crazy?
abundance of all of these.
Is there high
at a
occurrence of
particular
issues
level,
with
which
that,
leads
or
a large group of scientists to feel that we have had a.
I haven't. I don't know the structure. I
It's
just
the
I haven't
full
looked up the
assemblage
structure.
of things that is difficult
I
to
haven't
explain
looked up
by
the
processes
base pair
without
sequence.
invoking some type of a cosmic event.
And it also corresponds with what you believe is a period where Earth travels through a series of comets.
Well, this gets us to the ideas of the what would be called the Brady neocatastrophists, Victor Clue,
One of the
and
highest,
William
dang.
Napier, and a number of others
crazy.
that have theorized
That's
that
sad.
from time to time Earth encounters the debris from a large disintegrating comet. And there's an interesting William Napier addresses this in an interesting article I can
That's
pull
ridiculous.
up here pretty
Wow.
soon. that
I don't know anything about it. Well, I know what it does.
13,000
I know it's
years
for
ago,
the
Earth may have
herpes
encountered
virus.
some of the debris from a disintegrating comet.
Well,
which
it's for the
ultimately
human
goes back to,
papilloma
Fred
virus,
Whipple,
but
who's
it's
one of
it's
the
type of
godfathers
herpes.
of cometary science.
Could I just come in on that for a second? I mean, specifically, Bill Napier and Victor Klug are identifying the remnants of this comet with the Taurine meteor stream, which is familiar, I think, to everybody. We pass through it twice a year. We see meteorites, particularly at the end of October, early November. That debris stream is still there. It still contains, according to their argument, bits of the comet. There are large objects in it, like Comet Encke, Niki, Ogiato, and so on, 4 or 5 kilometers in diameter. And the suggestion is that the meteor
every
stream's
2
got
years?
lots of
That's
small
insane.
bits of dust, but it's got some larger stuff too, and some of that stuff fell out of the meteor stream 12,800 years ago and impacted primarily the North American ice cap.
Now, Michael, when you listened to that podcast, you had some questions. You are a professional skeptic, so of course you're skeptical. What are your thoughts about all this?
Let me pull back and give a bigger picture. After the podcast, I went and got the book, Magicians of the Gods, and actually I listened to it on audio. So it's, I don't know, like 16, 18 hours of Graham reading with his wonderful British accent, which, as you know, for Americans, that elevates the quality of the argument
crazy.
by an order of magnitude.
Yeah, that's how they sell things in infomercials over here.
And Graham, you're a good writer. It's a very compelling story.
Thank you. You're a great skeptic.
And so I think, you know, a number of points about, in general, the idea of alternative archaeology is really what we're talking about here. I prefer that to pseudo-archaeology because that's a little bit of supposed to be a little bit of an insult. So alternative archaeology, so it's good to remember that, so you have these guys on the podcast for 3 or 4 hours, and the audience listening thinks, yeah, why don't these guys get a fair hearing? I mean, it's like there's the mainstream and then there's these guys.
Right.
But there isn't just these guys. There's hundreds of.
Oh, that guy,
archaeological
Michael Shermer.
theories. So which
He was
one
on-
gets
he was
the
on
play,
another
which
one.
one gets attention, which one doesn't? And for a mainstream archaeologist who's
just
busy in
him
the
and
field
Joe.
and trying to get grants
And
and,
then
so on,
Graham
they
Hancock.
mostly just don't have the time to sort through all
Graham
these
Hancock
alternative
and
theories.
Randall
This is just
Carlson
one, and as we'll see in the next couple hours,
are the
there's hundreds and hundreds of things to be
people that
addressed.
talk about
So
ancient
that's kind of what we do.
technologies.
So just to rattle off a few, the lost tribes of Israel who colonized the Americas, Mormon archaeology, explanation of Native Americans, the
And ancient
Kensington
lost
runestones in
technology.
Minnesota,
Basically,
The Black
Graham
Egyptian
Hancock
hypothesis.
and
When I was in
Randall
graduate
Carlson
school,
are
this book
arguing
called
for an
Black
advanced
Egypt
civilization that lived in the
published that the
past.
Egyptians were actually black.
And what's
That
his name is a skeptic.
The sort of Western white male
The guy talking now
dominance
is the
of
skeptic.
history had written them out of the past. So this was a
Moon
more
landing
alternative
with Joe or
history,
something? Yeah,
alternative
probably. He's a
Piltdown
skeptic,
Man,
right?
Thor Heyerdahl, in his hypothesis
So
that
he
the Polynesian islands were colonized by South Americans.
He's skeptical
who went
about everything.
went east to west. That's since been debunked.
Basically
but
asked for further
another one these
validation of
things. South
whatever
American
claim is
archaeology,
presented.
Olmec statues seem to have like
Which is
African features.
necessary.
on
You
them.
need
So
that. You
maybe
need the peer review
Africans went
skeptic.
directly across to South
So his
America.
job is like essential.
So there's, Eric Van Doniken, Zechariah Sitchin. Now, most of these Graham rejects in his
Especially
book,
in
to
science.
your credit. So you're a good skeptic too. But for an outsider, to an anthropologist from Mars who steps into this thing cold, doesn't know anything, it's like, well, they're all alternatives, right? And how do we know? And so what the way it works in science is the default position is the skeptical position. We assume your hypothesis is not true.
I think I'm too far
not
back.
Just you, anybody's hypothesis.
I think I'm too far back, my friends.
The Klug-Napier hypothesis, that was widely published. It was widely covered in mainstream scientific journals
Sherman is
and popular
real.
science magazines like Scientific American. And it has not
Oh,
fared
wow.
that well over the last decade or so. It's still
I don't know.
around.
I think it's real. I think the
Still
moon
debated, but
landing in the
that-
60s
so
was
you put
real.
it in the mainstream through
It's not
peer-reviewed
extremely
journals,
difficult to get to the
and then
moon.
you
It
go
only
to
takes like 2-3
conferences and you have it
days.
out, and that's
It's just
kinda
it's just
where
simple
we end
math,
up
a
with,
lot of
well,
math,
this is what we
calculus.
think is probably true for now, and then all these other people out here, if they don't jump into the pool where everybody is, then there's no way for an outsider to know whether these alternative things have any validity or not, other than they make a compelling case in a popular book, yes, but what do the mainstream scientists think? So, and the problem is that So a couple of specific things, like what I call patternicity, the tendency to find meaningful patterns in random noise. The Virgin Mary on a grilled cheese sandwich or whatever. Those are fun examples. But taking pictoglyphs, and then comparing them to constellations. Like here we have some constellations on your roof here. It's easy in the mind's eye to find a pattern. The question is, did those people really think 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years? So this is a field called archaeoastronomy. Ed Krupp, the director of the Griffith Observatory here in LA, this is what he does. And sometimes he thinks the patterns mean something, sometimes they're totally random. Or you take something like the pyramids, as Graham knows, there's 100 theories about the pyramids. And there's the mainstream one, and then there's all these other ones. And this is why people like the director there, just can't deal with them all. So just as one example I used in my book, Why People Believe Weird Things, that one guy calculated that if you divide the height of the pyramid into twice the side of the base, you get the number close to pi. And then
See, that almost made it. No, yeah, no worries. That's like the null hypothesis.
Example of that, right? He would find these patterns in Mars and claim that if you go from this rock to half the distance and why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. He would create these patterns.
Right, and that's okay. I mean, all scientists look for patterns. Just take climate change. Either the Earth is getting warmer, or it's not. Either it's human caused, or it's not. There's a pattern in the data. You can
That
see
hurts.
the
No,
pattern.
that's pretty standard.
Real. So this is why we use the
But that was
term
pretty close. The
climate
thing is, I got
consensus.
boosted
It's
and
not
I
a
couldn't
democracy.
upload this
It's not
stupid
like
thing.
we voted on it and decided this is the truth. It's that independently, all these different scientists working in different fields,
It's fake.
publishing in different
If you ask
journals,
you.
come to the same conclusion.
For
This is
sure.
all this consilient science or convergence of evidence.
Pitch,
science,
explain
that
to
it's
me.
not like these guys
Explain
are
why.
on the weekends going, boy,
Explain
we
why
gotta
you think it's
combat
fake. I'm
those,
just curious.
those crazy right-wingers with our data.
Open-minded.
They're independently coming to these conclusions. So that
Let
lifts
me
our
be your
confidence
skeptic.
that, yeah, there's probably something to their theory, such that there's now so much data converted into this, you'd have to deconstruct every one of those independent lines. So then you have things like what I call the problem of the residue of anomalies. In any field, there are a residue of anomalies you can't explain. So like UFOs.
I'm not saying I know better. I'm just saying.
Ufologists
Let me be the skeptic
agree
on
that
the
90 to
other side.
95% of all the UFO sightings are explained by natural phenomena: Venus, swamp gas, airplanes.
You don't have to. You can
geese,
chill.
whatever.
You can just chill.
They know that. And so we're really only talking about 5%. Like, how do you explain that
Pardon me,
one
sorry, I
right
really didn't mean to do that.
there in 1967 on June 3rd? I don't know. No one knows that one. And then from there they build, well, that's my case. Then if you can't explain that, then I have a case. No.
Well, that's very different than what we're talking about here.
How is that relevant to us here?
It's totally relevant because I think almost all of your argument is based on this residue of anomalies, what we call the God of the gaps argument. If you scientists can't explain, this particular rock right here or that particular petroglyph, then I'm going to count that toward my compilation of data to support my hypothesis of the lost civilization.
But no one is saying that the scientists can't explain it. What essentially, particularly Randall with this series of images has shown, is that what you have here is something that can be explained by rapid melting of the ice caps. And Randall, step in if you will.
Well,
okay, go ahead if you want.
Well, they do say, I mean, it depends what you mean by rapid. A glacial dam that, as our geologists will tell us in a moment, that breaks, that's fairly rapid. Back in '96, there was a very popular book called The Noah's Flood. This was a serious book by two geologists that said...
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about specifically. You're clearly referring to something specific.
That swamped over the civilizations living on the edges of this, and that's where the Noachian flood story comes from. Okay, so it is widely debated and so on, in the sense it hasn't fared that well. But that's fairly rapid. I mean, we're talking over the course of weeks or months or years.
These runs are looking way better though. I don't know why.
Rapid.
Maybe because I'm warm.
So, an impact by a comet happens in a couple hours or a couple of days or weeks versus a couple of months or years. What do we mean by rapid?
Okay, well, what are you saying then?
Okay.
So what are you saying about their theories in particular?
Okay, so the problem, I think, Graham, the deepest problem is much of your theory depends on negative evidence. That is, I don't accept the mainstream explanation for the pyramids, the Sphinx, the Machu Picchu, whatever.
But let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about this specific subject because it's going to take a long time just to cover
okay, all right. So I'll just
asteroidal
hit
impacts.
all right.
Oh,
so
wow.
my final point is the falsifiability
Quite
one.
different.
That is,
That's very
what would it take to
specific.
refute your hypothesis? Like, for me, the answer would be, like, if the Göbekli Tepe turned out to be what you think it might have been, the place where advanced ancient
I mean, it's really not that difficult to get there, though. And it doesn't take that long.
Where are the metal
It takes
tools?
like 4 days
Where
or
are
3.
the writing, the examples of writing?
Perhaps a decision was
are-
made not to use metal. Perhaps a decision was made that.
And I mean,
errors
they're
had
using the
taken
spin
place,
of the
that-
Earth,
that-
right?
That in reinventing
Using the speed of the
civilization, we
rotation
shouldn't
of the
perhaps
Earth.
go down quite the same route.
Obviously,
as
it
before.
could just be BS made
Perhaps
up.
writing isn't always an advance.
It's really important, right?
Perhaps,
That's why they built it on,
perhaps,
like,
an oral
Cape
tradition
Canaveral
which,
and,
which
like,
records
Houston
in
and shit.
memory, which enhances and uses the power of memory, may be a very effective way of dealing with information. We regard writing as an advance, and I can see lots of
It's
reasons
just like math.
why it is an advance, but if we put ourselves into the heads of ancient people,
That's what made it so cool.
maybe it wasn't. I
in
mean,
my
there's a
opinion.
tradition from ancient Egypt
not
that the god Thoth,
Saying
god of wisdom, was the inventor of
conclusive
writing.
evidence.
But we have
Things
a
they put
text
stuff on
in
the
which
moon that
he's-
they
he's
can-
questioned
like, they
by
put these,
a
like,
pharaoh who is
reflective
saying,
mirrors
well,
on the
actually, have you
moon.
really done a good thing
These
by
fragile
introducing
reflective
writing? Because
mirrors that
then
were like hand
the work
placed
may
there,
roam
that if you
around the
shoot a
world
laser
without
beam
wise advice
to the moon, it
to put them into
bounces
context
back
and
to
what will
Earth.
happen to memory when people. So there
I mean,
might be a
unless maybe
choice
they
not
sent it
to-
there by
not to
satellite.
care.
I
All
don't
right,
know.
but then what do you mean by advanced? When you say there used to be a lost advanced civilization before 10,000 years ago.
Well, let's just
What do you
pause
mean?
here for a second, because what we know for a fact is that the carbon dating in all the area around Göbekli Tepe is somewhere around 12,000 years. Is that correct?
11,600 years ago
Okay,
is
so-
the earliest they found so far. But a great deal of Göbekli Tepe is still underground.
Right. So at least what we know.
Interesting,
is
man. Like, I'm
someone
open-minded. I'm
built some
not-
pretty
I'm not doubting.
impressive structures.
It's just
11,600
that, like,
years ago.
7,000 years before Stone.
So
A
when-
lot
when
of
that
the
story broke,
people that doubt the moon
long
landing,
before you came along
they
with the
say
book,
it because they think it's
it was
like,
controversial in the
impossible.
sense that we thought hunter-gatherers could not do something like this because
It's
to
actually
do
not
that, you
that-
need a large population
In theory,
with a division
not
of
that
labor
difficult.
and so forth. And so what the response to archaeologists was, well, I guess we were wrong about hunter-gatherers. Maybe they can do more stuff than we
It's
gave
pretty
them credit
close,
for.
man. That moon's fucking pretty close.
So why
to
is that not a reasonable hypothesis versus it was actually advanced, but we mean something completely different by advanced, not writing and metal and
Well,
technology.
the unmanned? Oh, is it? Yeah, could
I
it
don't know
be?
what you
That's an
mean. What do you
interesting
mean?
anomaly. Thanks. Thanks for
I mean,
confirming
we
that, because
have,
I've always
we
wondered.
have a body of archaeology which goes
You're
on
right,
for
yeah, they probably could.
decades,
I think 'cause I haven't
which is
really
saying
inspected it,
that,
if it's like
megalithic
fragile enough or
sites,
some shit, you know?
For example, Gigantea in Malta or
But then
Hungary
you
or
can't deny
Niger.
the fact that, like,
Megalithic
some people say the
sites,
moon
date
isn't there. or
to
some
no
shit.
older than 5.5 to 6,000 years old. Gigantea
interaction.
would push it close to 6,000 years old. And there are no older sites than that, and therefore the megalithic site is associated with a certain stage of Neolithic development. Then along comes Göbekli Tepe, 7,000 years older than Stonehenge. Incredibly sophisticated site, very large scale. I mean, Klaus Schmidt, sadly he's passed away. I spent 3 days working the site with him. He was very generous to me. He showed me a lot. He talked to me a lot. And he said basically 50 times as much as they've already excavated is still under the ground. That there's hundreds and hundreds of giant stone pillars that they've identified with ground penetrating radar. He's not even sure if they're ever going to excavate them. But by all accounts, we are looking, if we take what's still under the ground into account, we're looking at the largest megalithic site that's ever been created on Earth. And it pops up 11,600 years ago with no obvious background to it. It just comes out of nowhere. Now, to me, that's rather well, that we know of. But to me, that's immediately a rather puzzling and interesting situation. And I would be remiss as an author and an inquirer into these matters if I didn't take great interest in that. The sudden appearance, 7,000 years before Stonehenge, of a megalithic site that dwarfs Stonehenge, to me, that's a mystery, and it's really worth inquiring into.
To put it into perspective, that's more than 2,000 years older than what we now consider to be the building of the Great Pyramid of Giza. In comparison to us to that. So between our time now in 2017 and the construction of the Great Pyramid, you're talking about 2,000 years earlier than that. And that is unbelievable when you're talking about 7,000 years before what we thought people were doing.
Okay, but my point was that instead of, before we go down the road of constructing a lost civilization that was super advanced but different from our idea of advanced, why not just attribute to these fully modern hunter-gatherers who had the same size brains we have and so on, that they were able to figure out and do this? We just underestimated their ability.
But why did archaeologists tell us for so long hunter-gatherers couldn't do it, and we needed agricultural populations that could generate surpluses that could pay for the specialists
that was the theory. But that was so. Now what archaeologists are saying.
Of the entirely government-controlled press coverage. The shuttle's shielding, then their spacesuit shielding, then their skulls, and finally the retinas of their closed eyes. Then achieved the first spacewalk, the first crew of 3, and the first ever of 2 simultaneously orbiting spacecrafts.
The following content is provided under a Creative Commons license. Your support will help
Mars after
Sorry, man. I'll have to watch it later, I think.
Be doing some more work on the draft of his article.
Let's get back to Göbekli Tepe. So let's just be real clear here. We know there were humans. We know that it's
Sorry,
at least
no, I'm
12,000
not
years old.
gonna.
And we know that the real dispute here, the real question is,
just
did these people have structures and did they have agriculture? We know that they were human beings.
I should be able to honestly, like, yeah, exactly.
So
he's friggin'. He's just a skeptic, right? It's hard to be liked in a skeptic.
Structures and they didn't have agriculture.
But we need skeptics. All
the
good,
fact
no
that
worries.
they were able to build something so monumental.
Like we need.
What kind of a leap is it at all to think these people could figure out how to plant food and figure out how to make a house?
But we need like he's just he's not a fence sitter.
If you look back 30,000.
He's a reviewer. He's a reviewer.
These are pretty sophisticated.
Yeah,
beautiful.
They are.
Clearly, they had abstract reasoning. They could think from the concrete to the abstract and so on. It's not a big reach to go from that to moving stones around.
I'd say there's a big difference between painting and engraving.
And the issue is that he's not an expert in every field, right?
The largest megalithic site that's ever been built on
like
it.
when you get a reviewer,
I think there's a huge difference between those two. I mean,
you're reviewing your work, it's like an expert in the field, and like tears you apart. This guy is not an expert in this.
With cave paintings, I agree with you. The cave paintings are magnificent. I've had the privilege to visit many of the painted caves. Stunning work. And as Picasso said when he came out of Lascaux, we have invented nothing.
Right.
I mean, they were that was that modern human mind. Symbolic mind at work there, but this is another matter. This is a large-scale construction project that's going on, and it's not just a construction project. It's not like huts. It's hundreds and hundreds of very, very large megalithic pillars, which have to be mobilized, brought to the place. You know, organizing a workforce in order to do that, even that requires preparation and time and learning and practice. It's not something that you wake up one morning and just can do overnight.
You think that the paintings are more impressive than Göbekli Tepe?
Yeah, or at least comparable. Yeah,
I think that's absolutely ridiculous.
To convey three-dimensionality on a 2D plane, that's what Picasso meant. It's like, wow, that's incredible. It's like developing perspective and to use the natural shape of the wall.
But it's not
to create a three-dimensional perspective look. That's pretty abstract.
You're comparing apples and pears. It's not a construction project.
Okay, so
it's not. I don't think it's even remotely. But I don't think it's even remotely.
But what I'm saying is that it doesn't take a huge leap of the imagination to think these people were pretty smart. They had.
Well, we know that they were smart. We know what they were smart just because of the fact that those construction projects were done by who? By whoever. We know that they were smart. Whoever built Göbekli Tepe was clearly intelligent. Whoever made those 3D carvings, clearly they were intelligent. But to think that someone drawing on cave paintings is more impressive than erecting 20-foot stone columns with three-dimensional carvings on them of a lot of animals that weren't even native to the region.
That's
Is that debatable?
not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
Because they could have been
The
extinct
animals were
fossil
native to-
record.
But my point,
native to the
Joe,
region.
is that these paintings are like, say, 30, 40,000 years old to Göbekli Tepe. So there's tens of thousands of years to develop more that we're very likely to find more archaeological sites.
And yet,
between
up till now, we haven't found that. We haven't found all of that intermediate material. Which see, if I could actually see that intermediate material between the upper Paleolithic cave art and Göbekli Tepe, if I could see the gradual evolution and development of skills, I wouldn't need to invoke a lost civilization, the survivors of a lost civilization who've mastered those skills elsewhere to come in and teach those skills at Göbekli Tepe. But it still looks to me like a transfer of technology, unless you can show me that evolutionary process whereby I can understand how this group of hunter-gatherers became equipped to create this giant site, where they practiced, where they learned the skills to move the stones, to organize the workforce, to feed and water the workforce in a rather dry place. All of that is actually quite a logistical challenge.
Yep, and obviously somebody met it somehow.
Some humans.
Yes,
right. So the real question is, did they have structures? Did they have agriculture? Did they have some sort of a community where they lived in an established location?
I would imagine.
So that would push back the time where we thought that there was a civilization. That would push them back into a realm of at least stepping out of the hunter-gatherer stage.
Now, your guy Schmidt, as you show in your book, he did not go as far as you guys.
Certainly not.
Right. But he admitted it's a mystery. Okay, why? That would be the scientific approach. I don't know what it is, great mystery, let's just wait and see, versus I'm going to postulate a lost civilization. Nothing wrong with that, Graham. Free country, and scientists do this all the time, as you've mentioned.
There's a rather humorous thing, which I have to say, actually, I might even ask Jamie to pull up the couple of images of Fingerprints of the Gods. That's the book I'm best known for. And when I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, essentially I was saying civilization is much older and much more mysterious than we thought. And I was ridiculed for proposing that. 2013, one of the magazines that ridiculed me, New Scientist magazine in Britain, publishes as a cover story picture of Göbekli Tepe and the headline, civilization is much older and much more mysterious than we thought.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. And scientists do this. I mean, I've followed paleoanthropology for my whole adult life. And one of the big mysteries is, how did we get a big brain? How do we get to abstract reasoning from say, what chimps can do? No one knows.
The doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years,
and
right?
because no one knows, every couple of years there's a new book out. It's climate change. It was
throwing arm, cooking
that's
food.
Right. Cooking meat. Meat is another big one. Harvard professor. Meat. Okay. And these books come and go, and some of them have legs, some of them don't. And it's just the way it goes.
And then there's Terence McKenna's.
It's pretty obvious it was psychedelics.
Yeah, that's Terence McKenna's.
Not that made the brain bigger, but that switched the brain.
Is this the old Julian?
Julian Jaynes, no, the bicameral mind, not at all. This is David Lewis Williams, who's professor of anthropology at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. His neuropsychological theory of cave art, all kudos to Terence McKenna and Food of the Gods. What a brilliant thinker, what a brilliant alternative thinker. But David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand has been working on this problem since 1973, and his argument is that the remarkable similarities that we see in rock and cave art all around the world are explained that we're dealing with a shamanistic art. Shamanism involves altered states of consciousness. This is typical visions of altered states of consciousness, and it seems to have accompanied a great leap forward in human behavior.
And you covered this in your book.
I covered it in Supernatural.
As did Richard Wrangham's theory. This is a highly regarded scientist at Harvard. So he's the meat guy. It's cooking meat.
Right.
So by cooking the protein, that's what gives you the energy to build a huge brain. All right, so now this guy is starting with 10 pluses on his side. He's Harvard, already respected. Right. And even so, his book was like, maybe.
Well, it's probably a series of different events and a bunch of different factors.
That's right. Could be a number of different things.
So let's get away from Göbekli Tepe and ancient civilizations, and let's get back to the geological evidence, which, Randall, you're an expert at. And this is one of the main things that you had a dispute with, and this is one of the reasons why we got everybody together. Now, what is your thoughts on what Randall and Graham proposed, specifically Randall, who is much more on the geological side of things?
Yeah. Well, this is why I brought in my phone a friend,
Right.
geologist. So, but by way of background, after your show, I thought, let's just give this a fair hearing. This is what we do. So this will be our cover story, and I think the end of summer issue comes out only quarterly.
I hope that Mark DeFant is going to be doing some more work on the draft of his article for you that is up online. Because that article is full of bullshit statements about me, which are demonstrably false.
Well, he's on.
Yeah, he's there, and I'm happy to.
See, it's brutal. When we do the Illuminating Images of the Fast, this is such a brutal friggin' session.
Whatever articles online,
Right, we had one good one.
Well, it claims that it's a draft of the article that will appear in a 2017 edition of Skeptic magazine.
So pull it up, Graham, and
Sure.
Why don't
give
we
you a
bring
chance
Mark
to have
on
your time
and,
in court.
yeah.
Let's let Graham go over it first, and then we'll have Mark on.
So
to
here's
refute
the
what he said.
fact on Magicians of the Gods. And by the way, Michael, I mean, you say that you're here to respectfully aim to get at the truth.
Yeah, there it is. Conjuring up a lost civilization from
Yeah,
nothing.
let me just get to the top of this. I've got it here. Just bear with me a second. So, amongst the
It's not
words in
fast.
Mark DeFant's article,
not
he's
fast.
accusing me of duping the public. He's saying that I'm public enemy number one. He's accusing me of arm waving. I admit I do wave my arms. Pontificating. Well, my grandfather was a minister of the church. Little interest in peer-reviewed research. Claimed that no academic would debate. That's utter bullshit. I had a debate with Zahi Hawass. He's a leading Egyptologist. Back in 2015, it was not my fault that Zahi Hawass walked out on that debate. I can play the video if you like, a minute and a half of Zahi Hawass lambasting me and then walking out and refusing to debate further. So it's bullshit to say I don't debate or I'm not willing to debate. And finally, he says that I'm conning a hellacious number of people into buying his books. Now, how can we get any dialogue going when somebody begins like that?
Okay.
Then would you like some further? Bear with me, because I just have to scroll down and I don't have a mouse. I don't have a mouse. So Hancock and Carlson claimed several times that no academic would debate them. Not true. I'm accused of doing an about face since Fingerprints of the Gods. Are my views not allowed to evolve with new evidence? Is that somehow a crime on my part? Let me just finish.
Yeah.
Then a cheap shot. He cites Jesus Gamarra. And accuses me of not having the scientific knowledge to deal with issues of gravitation. Now, it's true that Jesus Gamarra, who is a descendant of the Incas, who has worked 70 years on the megaliths of Sacsayhuaman, whose father before him, Alfredo Gamarra, worked 70 years.
Just
It's true
watch
that
him
he's
then
got a
and
way
take a
out
break
theory
and load
about
the vape.
gravitation.
Thanks for being
Thing
here.
is, I state in my book that it's a way out theory. What I go on to say, quoted in the attack, is that, however, this isn't the part of his theory I'm interested in. Where I feel he is solidly persuasive is in his observations of the anomalous character of the monuments of the Andes, etc., etc. DeFant doesn't cite that. He just presents me as buying what Jesus Gamarra says. I mean, if that's the standard that you're going to have in Skeptic magazine, you have a serious problem. And then Göbekli Tepe, he contends that Göbekli Tepe is too advanced to have been completed by hunter-gatherers and must have been constructed by a more advanced civilization. Well, no, that's not what I say. I say it was constructed by hunter-gatherers, but that they were advised and supported by people who had knowledge of this kind of work beforehand.
How is that
Getting a what? I think it's very different. I'm not saying it was constructed by. I'm saying that a group of people settled amongst hunter-gatherers and transferred some skills for them. He says that, he quotes me, Hancock makes the following stunning claim. Quote, our ancestors are being initiated into the secrets of metals and how to make swords and knives. I do not make that claim. I'm reporting that this claim is made in the Book of Enoch. That is not my claim. Then what else?
So you don't think that's the explanation?
Well, I'm being misrepresented by your author here.
But I mean, all right, but
If he wants to represent me, if he accuses me of cherry picking, he shouldn't cherry pick my statements. He should quote it in full
We're still working on
context.
this. Let's get it right.
Well, it's
So-
I thought it worked.
It's out there on the internet.
Thought it worked.
Well,
You're still working on it,
and
but
then,
it's
and then
published
here's,
online.
here's a beautiful one.
Okay, I'm gonna just watch my movie back.
Here's
Thank
a
you.
beautiful one. He
And I'm gonna
cites
listen to the
Klaus Schmidt on the character. Schmidt makes a salient point, almost as if he anticipated Hancock's book. quote, fabulous or mythical creatures such as centaurs or the sphinx, winged bulls or horses do not yet occur in the iconography, and therefore in the mythology of prehistoric times they must be recognized as creations of the high cultures which arose later. Well, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. You've just been talking about the painted caves. Go to Chauvet Cave, you will see a lion man, Hohensteinstadel, lion man carved out of mammoth ivory. Go to Chauvet, bison man, straddling lion woman, her right arm is transforming into the head of a lion. So certainly these mythical creatures did exist in the Upper Paleolithic, and it's rubbish to say that they didn't. I mean, how can I go on? The teapot. Oh yeah. Okay. So he's taking issue with me because I suggest that the vulture on Pillar 43 in Enclosure D is representing the teapot asterism of the constellation of Sagittarius, and he goes and gives us little things of Uncle Sam and some other thing that he shows. Anybody can impose any image on anything. Well, it's not my fault that a couple of academics who didn't even talk to me and had nothing whatsoever to do to me have published a major study in the, I quote it again, the Mediterranean Archaeology and Archaeometry, a peer-reviewed journal, where they make precisely that identification. So at least I'm not alone. At least there are peer-reviewed credentialed scholars who also agree that that figure is representing the teapot asterism within the constellation of Sagittarius. No reference to that. Schock's opinions, we're supposed to not go into the minutiae because they've already been dismissed by a study by Liritsis and Vafiadou. Far from it. That study doesn't dismiss Schock at all. None of that study was done on the body of the Sphinx itself. It was done in the Valley and the Sphinx temples. And by the way, the dates are extremely troubling. Some of them could push it as far as 3,600 BC that the work was done, or as early in some cases as 1,000 BC. I don't think that study proves anything, and so on and so
just to clarify what you do believe then, so that we don't misrepresent you, so you don't think that the lost civilization instructed them on the use of metals?
I don't know. I don't see evidence for that.
But why would you put that in the book then?
I didn't put it in the book. I was quoting the Book of Enoch. It's a huge passage on the Book of Enoch. It's me, not me who's saying that. It's the Book of Enoch that's saying that.
I understand, but why?
All I require your defant to do is to state that Hancock is citing the Book of Enoch. He didn't do that.
Okay.
That is, what's the word? Disingenuous? Is that the polite word you guys use?
But
it seems more than disingenuous. It's a character assassination.
Well, but the question is what's the context of including that in your book? I forget.
Well, the context is that actually I was criticizing Zachariah Sitchin. That's primarily what I was doing.
So you don't think that a lost civilization instructed the people who built Göbekli Tepe on the use of metals and tools?
I see no evidence for that. I see Göbekli Tepe. I can't go say they instructed them on the use of metals and tools unless I can find evidence for it.
Well, so what did they do?
We don't know.
They generated agriculture. They created a center of excellence around which a hunter-gatherer...
not they who built Göbekli Tepe. The lost civilization that advised them, that you think happened.
Yeah.
What did they do if they...
They've come through a cataclysm. They're survivors, few in number. This is my scenario. You don't have to accept it, I'm sure you don't. They take refuge amongst hunter-gatherers. I mean, I don't know, you're probably have some survival skills. I don't have many. I mean, if we were to have a comet impact in the world today, which were to take out all the underpinnings of modern civilization, I might go settle with hunter-gatherers because they're the people who know best how to live in that situation.
I have no survival skills.
Yeah, so go settle amongst hunter-gatherers, but I might be able to transfer some of my knowledge to them. I might have something that I could transfer to them, and I might have very strong reasons why I might not choose to transfer all of it.
But so, in other words, perhaps this is what happened. Okay, maybe, but how is that different from Zachariah Sitchin's? Well, the aliens advised it.
Well, I don't need.
Different.
I think it's massively different, especially since Zachariah Sitchin has his aliens arriving here in 1970s NASA technology. Weirdly, he wrote his book in the 1970s. I mean, I don't go there. I don't make that. I don't make that suggestion. I'm simply saying. Perhaps there's been a forgotten episode in human history. Perhaps its fingerprints are present at a number of sites around the world, but perhaps the extremely defensive, arrogant, and patronizing attitude of mainstream academia is stopping us from considering that possibility, and therefore I campaign to get that possibility considered, and I try to do so with as loud a voice as possible.
Well, you're doing it. You're doing it, man.
But doesn't it disturb you that you run Skeptic magazine and someone publishes something like that? I mean, that goes against the whole idea of critical thinking. I mean, it's misrepresenting his quotes, it's misrepresenting his perspective, his point of view. It's really disingenuous.
This is one reason we're doing this, so we could get his...
But why would anybody write something like that? And why would you guys publish something like that without checking the facts?
We are. That's not supposed to be posted online.
And why is such a person...
It's online, though. How does something get online if it's not
why is such a person who will do that a useful contributor to your side of the debate?
Well, one of the reasons we're here is to get your point of view exactly right. All right? So you're saying that there's no evidence that any lost civilization exists. Only the
I'm not saying that.
Only the fingerprints of their influence on later peoples we do know existed.
I'm saying there are physical objects. I say Göbekli Tepe is one of them. I say the Sphinx is another.
But see, this is that argument from either ignorance or personal incredulity. I don't accept the mainstream, or I can't think of how this pyramids could have been built, therefore it was built by somebody else through some other technology.
That's not what he's saying.
That's
they're just post-dating it.
All I'm saying is the Sphinx is older. I do go with Robert Schoch's argument on the geology. I'm also very interested in the astronomy of the site. And again, I have slides that I could show on this if we have time. You might want to get into Ed Krupp's criticism of the Orion correlation and why he says it's upside down. I can talk to you about that.
I do want to play other levels, but
we do.
not
I mean,
tonight.
I know Ed Krupp's argument about that. And that was from the 90s, I think.
What's your thoughts on Robert Schoch's conclusions?
I don't... that's not something I know much about.
Well, you should. It's a huge factor. It's a huge factor. Because
your Mark Defant knows about Schoch, and he rejects him on the basis of that paper.
Yeah.
And that paper really doesn't date the Sphinx. It works with dating of large blocks in the valley and the Sphinx temples. There's not a single sample taken.
All right, then who dated it?
Who dated it? Liritsis and Bafiadu.
And then why do mainstream archaeologists not accept the older date for the Sphinx? And the answer is because they have a bunch of other evidence that points to the date that they think
the answer to your question is very simple. Mark Lehner and Zahi Hawass put it on record back in 1992 when John Anthony West and Robert Schoch first presented the rainfall erosion evidence on the Sphinx. And what Lehner and Hawass said is, the Sphinx can't possibly be 12,000 plus years old because there was no other culture anywhere in the world that was capable of creating large-scale monumental architecture like this. Show me one other structure that's capable of doing that. Well, they could say that in 1992, Michael, but they can't say it in 2017, not since Göbekli Tepe.
If you don't mind, Graham, could you please, for people, so this could be a standalone thing, people could understand, what is the argument about the Sphinx, the enclosure of the Sphinx? And Dr. Robert Schoch from Boston University, who's a geologist, what was his conclusion?
What Schoch is saying is that the Sphinx and the trench out of which the Sphinx is cut bears the unmistakable evidence of precipitation-induced weathering caused by exposure to a substantial period of heavy rainfall. And that is particularly pointed out in the vertical fissures in the trench. So you see, the Sphinx itself has been subject to so much restoration over so many years that it's difficult for people to even see the core body of the Sphinx today. But it's these, you can see the vertical fissures even down at the back of there. That is what Schoch counts as rainfall, precipitation-induced weathering. Heavy rainfall, which is selectively removing the softer layers and leaving the harder layers in place. And the problem is we don't have that rainfall in Giza, in Egypt, 4,500 years ago. You have to go back much earlier to get that rainfall. That's the suggestion.
So that's the suggestion by Robert Schoch, independently of your conclusions.
Totally independently. Yeah. Schoch disagrees with me on many things, as a matter of fact, and I disagree with him on many things, but I think he's on the money on this.
So that alone would set back at least that one. I mean, it's pretty much established that the Great Pyramid of Giza was constructed about 2,500 BC, right?
There's absolutely no doubt that a huge project went on at Giza around 2,500 BC.
So your argument is not that the whole thing was that much older, was that parts of it seem to have been from an earlier civilization, or at least that civilization far, far earlier than
I would say that the ground plan, what we have at Giza, the basic layout of the site, was established in what the ancient Egyptians called Zep Tepi, the first time. Astronomically and geologically, I and my colleagues suggest that the first time can be dated to the period of about 12,500 to 13,000 years ago. That was when the site was laid out, because there's intriguing astronomical alignments of the Great Pyramids to the Belt of Orion. I know Ed Krupp has a completely opposite view on this. and of the Great Sphinx to the constellation of Leo, rising due east, housing the sun on the equinox, the astrological age of Leo. Again, I have slides I can
And that would
show.
align with the geological evidence that Robert
Yes.
Schoch concludes.
It aligns with the geological evidence. The age of Leo pretty much exactly spans the Younger Dryas, as a matter of fact.
And so the only argument against that at the time was that there were no other structures like that from 12,000 years ago.
Correct. And then Krupp said that the Orion correlation wasn't real because it was upside down. I mean, do you want to get into that now?
Well, first, that's not the only argument. It's that, okay, if the Sphinx is built, or the layout for the whole thing is built in, say 10, 11,000 years ago, and then the pyramids were built, 2500 BC. What happened in between? Where are all the people, the trash, the places where they live?
Well, there's
in
a
that
bunch
area?
of different styles of construction.
Something like
but not dated in between.
I would propose, Michael, something like a monastery, which has a relatively small archaeological footprint, is on the site. I mean, the idea of information, knowledge, and traditions lasting for thousands of years within a religious system shouldn't be too absurd to us. I mean, Judaism is dealing with ideas that are already the best part of 4,000 years old if we go back to Ur of the Chaldees and so on and so forth. So that's all I'm suggesting, really, that the idea is preserve, maintain, that the survivors of the on the site, but in something like a monastery, which has got a very small archaeological footprint. It is not high. Perhaps, again, one can only speculate, and I think there's a lot of speculation on the archaeological side too. One can only speculate, perhaps having gone through a cataclysm, perhaps they felt to blame for this, wrongly or rightly. I mean, there are many, many traditions in which humanity's behavior is implicated in the cataclysm that takes place. And perhaps they didn't want to switch civilization on completely right there. Perhaps they waited, passed down the knowledge through initiates. Enough was there to create a mystery, because it's undoubtedly a mystery that the construction of the Great Pyramids, the first huge pyramids in Egypt, preceded only really by the Zoser pyramid at Saqqara, that the construction of the Great Pyramids is vastly superior to the construction of the pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasty that follow it. And that's a little bit counterintuitive, that we have this collapse in skills. One would have expected it to got better. So it sounds like the work on the pyramids started already with a level of knowledge.
Yes, but okay, so here's how I would think about that. There's a lot of perhapsing and maybes because, yes, well, so you have a bunch of Egyptologists and archaeologists who have been working on this site for centuries. This is one of the most ancient mysteries and so on. And so let's say there's like 20 lines of evidence that point to built roughly around this time period here. And then you come on and say, okay, but there's this one anomaly of the rain thing, and there was only rain at this time. Now there's a huge gap. You have one anomaly or line of evidence here and like 20 here.
Well, we're talking about different structures, though. There's not a lot of evidence that points to the Sphinx being from a particular time period.
Well, he's saying like 12,000, right?
I'm saying the rainfall evidence suggests
Right,
that.
but other evidence.
And
So
its alignment with the constellation of Leo housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox. It's an equinoctial marker. Nobody would dispute that. Nobody would dispute that the ancient Egypt. Well, no. I mean, if you make a monument pointing perfectly due east, I've stood on the back of the Sphinx at dawn on the spring equinox, and believe me, again, I could show a picture. Its head lines up perfectly with the rising sun. But no, I don't think anybody, even Krupp, is disputing that it's an equinoctial marker. Now, here's the thing. You're an ancient Egyptian. You're building an equinoctial marker in 2500 BC. Do you know what constellation is housing the sun in 2500 BC?
I run the little program.
Well, it's the constellation of Taurus. So logically, if you're creating an equinoctial, and the ancient Egyptians were not shy about making images of bulls, plenty of them. If you're making an equinoctial marker in 2500 BC, you really should create it in the form of a bull, not in the form of a lion. You know, that's the puzzling issue. And yet we do have a time when a lion constellation housed the sun at dawn on the spring equinox, and that is the period of the Younger Dryas.
Okay, I'd say that's a pretty big leap.
Well, I know you'd say that, and your colleagues all say that too.
And so now, and then we have a gap of about 5,000 or 6,000 years where there's nothing. There's no.
Let me interject there.
Yeah, please do.
I'm going to refer back to several articles that were published in the 80s and 90s. This one is from Nature, early 80s, late Quaternary history of the Nile. And what it's discussing is the evidence that there was a major shift in the hydraulic regime of the Nile River. It says between 20,000 and 12,000 years before present, when timberline in the headwaters was lower, vegetation cover more open than today, the Nile was a highly seasonal braided river, which brought mixed coarse and fine sediments down to Egypt and Sudan. This cold, dry interval had ended by 12,500 years before present, when overflow from Lake Victoria and higher rainfall in Ethiopia sent extraordinary floods down the main Nile. And those floods have been documented to have been 120 feet above the modern floodplain of the Nile. Any civilization, or whatever you want to call it, living along the Nile River at that time would have had to abandon whatever they were doing there in this regime, this intensified hydraulic regime. And it goes on to say, it marked a revolutionary change to continuous flow with a superimposed flood peak. So what happened is that there was a major environmental change that occurred right there around 12,000 to 12,500 years. The dating could be adjusted somewhat since the early 80s, but the point is made is that because of a major hydrological change, major vegetational cover change, major environmental change, this would have caused also imposed changes upon whatever culture was existing there or living there at the time. Now what we have is, in the aftermath of that event, we have basically the emergence of desert, which now would require serious adaptation. It's very likely, too, that these events could have also decimated the population at the time, leaving basically no workforce. And then over a period of 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 years, you find that there's enough of a recovery that these kind of monumental structures can be renewed. But it's clear from this and a lot of other studies in the Eastern Mediterranean showing that there are sapropel layers, which is basically material that has been washed in from the continental surface that has not oxidized. It has essentially become rotten and carried in, organic material carried in off of the continents by this enhanced regime of water flow, actually forcing so much water that there was a freshwater lid on the Eastern Mediterranean that caused a cessation in the circulation between the upper waters and the lower waters, reducing the amount of oxygen brought down to the lower waters. And so you had these layers of mud that formed on the bottom of the Mediterranean that show this massive influx of fresh water flowing out of the Nile and off of the Egyptian continent at this same time. So clearly the evidence shows that there were major climatic changes that occurred around this time. It is not so speculative to imagine that whoever, whatever, and we don't have to invoke any kind of a super advanced civilization, but whatever cultures were there that were perhaps capable of carving blocks of stone, transporting blocks of stone, as they were at Göbekli Tepe during this time range, would have been, that their activity would have been interrupted to the extent that it might have taken millennia to recover, to get the labor force necessary to undertake major monumental programs on the Giza Plateau. So I think that if we assume this gradualistic scenario, yeah, that's a fair question to ask. What happened in that interval? But if there is a major climatic downturn and a major disruption of the settled patterns of whatever culture was already there, then now we might have an explanation why there would be a gap, especially if these events caused a bottleneck in the population of the area. Of course, this is all speculative, but it is not speculative to say that there is multiple lines of evidence suggesting these major, even cataclysmic changes that engulfed that part of the world during that era. So that could provide an explanation of why there is a gap there.
Makes total sense.
Well, it doesn't, because...
Does it not?
Only if you have to have the Sphinx in conjunction with 12,000 years ago in the lost civilization. If you just say the rainwater erosion on the Sphinx is not an explanation for the age, and that the traditional accepted age is what we think it is, then there's no gap to fill.
Yeah.
So really, all we're talking about is we have, again, lots of evidence here, one anomaly here. I really want the anomaly thing to stick, so I got to explain the gap. The gap is explained by environmental changes.
Yeah, but what is the lots of evidence other than a lot of assumptions?
It's
and a
all
lot of
assumption.
maybes.
It's all. I mean, actually, can you cite me a single contemporary inscription from the date that the Sphinx is supposed to have been made that refers to the Sphinx?
I'm sorry. Say that
Can
again?
you cite a single contemporary inscription
Contemporary
from
to the
ancient
time.
contemporary to the date that Egyptologists ascribed to the Sphinx? In other words, to the reign of Khufu. Can you cite me a single inscription that talks about the Sphinx being built?
This is not. I don't study this area. I don't know.
Okay, well, you can't, because there is no such
Well,
inscription.
Okay. Well, so.
Well, one would have thought there would be.
Well, maybe.
It's a giant project. It's 270 feet long. It's 70 feet high. It's carved out of solid rock. Nothing.
Okay, but you have
no
all
reference to
these
it at
other-
all in the Old Kingdom. You actually have to come down to the New Kingdom to get references to the Sphinx in inscription.
So, but you've already said that the pyramids were built at the time we think they were built, not thousands of years
I would say
ago.
that a
Right.
great deal of work was done on the pyramids at the time of 2500 BC.
And we
I
ha-
think the ground plan was laid out there.
And we have like the step pyramid, which is cruder and not as well designed as the other pyramids. That's a transitional stage at that time.
Often argued to be a transitional stage.
Yeah.
You've been to the Step Pyramid, I'm sure.
No.
Right, and you've been to Giza.
No, I've never been to Giza.
Oh dear. Well, they do make a very different impact. I mean, I've climbed the Great Pyramid 5 times,
Well,
and I mean, you're dealing with something orders of magnitude different in terms of what's required. I mean, this thing weighs 6 million
Oh, I
tons.
understand, but-
It's 481 feet high. It consists of 2.5 million individual blocks of stone. It's aligned to true north within 3/60ths of a single degree. I mean, to compare that to Zoser is really not a valid comparison at all. What's more interesting to me is the radical decline that takes place in pyramid building skills in the 5th and 6th dynasty. Go to Unas, go to Pepi, go to Teti at Saqqara. These are a shambles. You can hardly even recognize them as a pyramid. What happened to all that knowledge that's invested in the Great Pyramid? Why does Egypt devolve so rapidly? How do we explain this pristine, amazing work that's done on the Great Pyramid unless there's a legacy of knowledge being attached to it?
Okay, so every archaeologist, Egyptian archaeologist and Egyptian knows everything you just said.
They do.
And they don't accept any of your arguments. Why not?
That's why I'm needed, because somebody's got to
Well, I mean,
counter this.
is it just that they're closed-minded and they follow Zahi Abbas and they never think for themselves?
You want to see a
Or-
closed mind? I'll play you a 1.5-minute video of Zahi Abbas
Okay,
refusing to
yeah,
debate
but,
with me.
But all of them, every one of the Egyptologists and archaeologists over the last 2 centuries and so on, they're all dogmatically closed-minded and they can't see the arguments as clear as you? Or is it they're not convinced by your argument?
They're not convinced by my argument. They genuinely and absolutely believe that their argument is right. The notion that I'm proposing is apparently so preposterous to them that it isn't even worthy of consideration, but it is worthy of insults and attacks on me, on my integrity, on my decency as a human being, on my honesty. All of those things get attacked, because mainstream, and that's fine, I'm ready for that. And by the way, I know that archaeologists, academics constantly attack each other all the time. I used to take this stuff personally, but then when I see what they do to each other, the ravaging attack dogs are let loose on any new idea. I sometimes wish scientists would actually look for what's good in a new idea rather than what's bad. But I get why they do look for what's bad.
But in other words, some young graduate student working in that area could make a name for himself by overturning,
My son was a young graduate student at the University of Cardiff studying Egyptology. He got marked down in his degree because he proposed the possibility that the pyramids and the Sphinx might be or might have older origins. He was impressed by my work. It did him a lot of harm in his degree.
And if all this was true, then eventually
you haven't answered my point.
It would come
You
out.
haven't answered my point. If you go against the mainstream view, your career does not progress as an Egyptologist.
I disagree. I mean,
Give me an example.
How is it that we know anything that we know about Egyptology?
Give me an example
now?
from Egyptology of somebody who's gone against the mainstream view and been lauded for so doing.
Well, look, we don't believe everything about it that we believed 2 centuries ago, at, say, Napoleon's time, right? How did all that knowledge come about? How did all the change in that science
Well, it
develop?
really begins with Champollion and the deciphering of the Rosetta Stone.
All right, how was he able to do that against the mainstream?
There was no mainstream.
All right, so
that he was
this is my-
against. There
this
was
is
no
my
mainstream. The
point.
mainstream has taken time to form, and it's very solid now.
I mean, scientists-
Egyptologists all sing from the same hymn book. You'll find very little disagreement amongst
But this
them on
is true
anything.
in every field. But somehow or another, Einstein managed to make an impact because he turned out to be right.
Well, I'm no Einstein, and I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going to continue to oppose that mainstream.
and-
Somebody
I
has
don't
to.
know if that's a valid comparison, Einstein and
All
archaeology.
right, well, take paleoanthropology. I mean, it's a completely different field now than a century ago. How did that happen if no one ever accepts new ideas? They do. It happens all the time.
Well, they're being forced to
But they do
accept
get
Göbekli
accepted.
Tepe, and that's a new idea. That, like, you know where you were talking about things taking a long time, and what seems like a long time to us is really a blink of the eye in terms of archaeology? We're in the middle of that. We're essentially in the middle of that with things like Göbekli Tepe, with Forbes publishing an article about the Younger Dryas possibly being impacted by comets and that being one of the causes of a mass extinction.
Right, and when
these are all mainstream ideas now.
And when Alvarez proposed the impact hypothesis for the demise of the dinosaurs in 1980, it was ridiculed, but he turned out to be right, and then that became the accepted.
Right, it takes time.
Well, but what was the key turning point?
People are challenging that.
Wasn't the key turning point the finding of the crater? That's what made the difference.
Yeah, so
it's kind of hard to argue with that.
So again, where's your crater?
Well, this is where perhaps we need to bring in our phone a friend. You know, Malcolm Lecomte, one of the Younger Dryas impact scientists. I mean, the point being made is the following. Firstly, that the primary impacts were on ice. There may have been as many as 4 impacts, that they were on the North American ice cap. Some craters have been suggested, for example, very deep holes in the Great Lakes. Other craters have been and will be looked at by the team in the coming months, whether it includes the Coruscant crater, the Quebecia terrain, and so on and so forth. There are candidates. The crater has not been found yet, but I would be surprised if a crater was easy to find when, the impact is on 2-mile deep ice. And, one of the biggest strewn fields in the world, which is the Australian tektite strewn field, there's no crater associated with that, but everybody accepts the impact proxies. There's enough of them to justify that. And that's what's going on around this impact hypothesis.
So on a related question to that is not the lost civilizations and the demise of humans, but the megafaunal extinction of North American mammals. So this has been long debated before the impact hypothesis was proposed. And the competing hypotheses were overhunting, humans just hunted them to the point where, not every last one, to the point where the population numbers get too low and the species can't survive. Or climate change, or both. The climate change weakened the population, then the humans came over and overhunted them. All right, so, and then the impact hypothesis is proposed. Okay, so this was debated, and it didn't fare that well because there were a lot of mammals and other species that didn't go extinct that you would expect from a massive impact like that. It would have wiped out. Why the selected species, the kinds of species that humans would hunt, are the ones that went extinct, whereas these others didn't.
Well, why would necessarily be hunting the largest? There's no evidence that humans hunted the predators. There is evidence that they hunted woolly mammoths, but it's a very sparse. I mean, you have no more than a dozen sites that show association between human hunting and mammoths. And a lot of those, like the Lubbock Lake site, is now being questioned. What was previously interpreted as being butchering marks on the mammoth remains there are now being reinterpreted as possibly natural marks on the mammoth bones. But it's a big stretch to go from, okay, we've got a dozen sites where we have mammoth remains, and along with those mammoth remains, we find a few Clovis spear points. In 2 or 3 cases, we actually find, or they have found, spear points embedded within the mammoth, like in the rib cage. But it's a very large stretch to go from there to say that 10 or 12 million woolly mammoths, or 4 species of mammoths on 4 continents, were wiped out by Paleo-Indian hunters, probably in bands of no more than 2 or 3 dozen.
Have you ever been to a head smashed in buffalo site?
Yes, but that's a good example, because nowhere did that go anywhere close to exterminating the species of American bison.
But each site has its own particular explanation. Could be hunting, could be a massive flood, earthquake, whatever.
Could be a massive flood, yes, exactly. I think there you and I would be in complete agreement.
What does it mean by massive? There's global versus local. So, for example, there's 52 mammalian genera went extinct in South America. Why would they go extinct in South America? About the time that humans were moving down there hunting.
The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis includes South America. There were impacts there.
It does, and again, the dating of the migration of humans into South America is controversial at this point. There is evidence that humans were there long before. Paul Martin's idea of blitzkrieg requires that the animals be so stupid that they had no adaptive capabilities to the appearance of a new predatory species. But what is being demonstrated from examining the lifeways of the Paleo-Indian peoples is that they had very diversified diets, and they were hunter-gatherers. Now, why would they be choosing the largest, most dangerous animals to hunt when they had such a proliferation of other smaller animals. We know that they were foraging. We know that they were eating seafood. There was and fishing, because all of this is being found in the camps. And then it certainly doesn't explain the extermination of, you know, the cave bears, the short-faced bears, the camelops, the giant beavers, the giant armadillos, the American Pleistocene lion, the ground sloths that were the size of giraffes, 4 species of proboscideans, meaning mammoths, extinct on 4 continents. And to me, like, wait a second. We cannot invoke a modern example to say, well, here
How about the Maori?
Well, that's controversial also.
I mean, they drove the mallowbird extinct.
Past eagle.
Well, that's an assumption there. That if you ask the Maori themselves,
between that and people with atlatls killing off all the saber-toothed tigers. But here's another answer to one of your questions. You were saying, like, why would some of the animals be alive? Well, we know that the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago didn't kill everything.
Right.
And that is a massive impact, far bigger than anything we're talking about, and many, many animals survived that. So we don't know why things survive and why they don't. It could be proximity to the impact. It could be that their food source wasn't removed. It could be that their predators were wiped out and they managed to survive. I mean, there's a lot of animals that are alive today in this continent. Like, for instance, a pronghorn antelope. Pronghorn antelope, Dan Flores, who's a wildlife historian, wrote an amazing book on it. And when he was talking about the American savanna during, you know, like 15,000 plus years ago, there was all sorts of crazy animals millions of years ago that were like cheetahs that were running down animals at extreme speeds, which is the reason why pronghorn antelopes can run so much faster than any of their current predators. Something much faster than them was killing them, and that was wiped out, but they managed to make it. One of the reasons why they probably managed to make it is because their predators were wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not an even.
And another point, Michael. If it's overkill, it's intriguing that the overkill occurs, you know, precisely in the Younger Dryas window, because I think you'd agree that now the whole story of the peopling of the Americas is pretty much up for grabs. I mean, Clovis first was the dominant model for a very long time, and under that model, we're to envisage these Clovis hunters coming in across the Bering Land Bridge, going down the ice-free corridor, and then in like 800 years, with their sophisticated fluted points, they wipe out all the mammoths in North America. But now we know that humans have been coexisting and butchering mammoths, coexisting with mammoths for thousands of years before that, possibly tens of thousands of years before that.
You mean from evidence in Siberia?
I don't only mean from evidence in Siberia. I mean, I can cite you from Nature magazine just recently. Huge number. I don't think the Yukon is in Siberia, is it?
No.
Okay,
I think the Yukon's in North America. Jacques Cinq-Mars, you know, the excavator of the Bluefish Caves in the Yukon, back in the 1970s was proposing that human beings had been in the Americas at least 24,000 years ago. His reputation was utterly destroyed. His research funding was withdrawn. He was given no access to grants. He wasn't able to do his work. He was heavily penalized and punished by the community. And now, just a few weeks ago, we have the Smithsonian coming out and saying, sorry, we got it wrong. Jacques Cinq-Mars was right all along. And Tom Dillehay, you know, with his work in Monteverde, the shit that he had to take, I think we're in a very interesting time. The peopling of the Americas is really a paradigm that has absolutely been overthrown. The notion of Clovis first. Well, you disagree with Smithsonian then, which is fine. I do too.
No, the Mesa Verde, you know, it's an it's an anomaly. It's an isolated site. Where are all the sites between Clovis and Monteverde?
Do you honestly think Clovis was still first?
For thousands and thousands of years.
Come on, Michael. Do you think Clovis was still first?
Where are all the people between Clovis and Monteverde?
Not my problem.
It is your problem.
No, it's not my problem. They're there in Monteverde and they're there in North America.
Okay,
Go
so
figure.
What's more likely?
Go figure why there's a Denisovan trace in South American Indians and not in North American Indians.
It's like the Nature paper I brought up
Maybe
earlier.
people crossed the ocean.
That there were Neanderthals or humans in San Diego 130,000 years ago. Okay, but when you look at that, okay, so they have mammoth bones. It looks like they might have been broken in the length, you know, okay? And the tools, but they're not. Okay, the tools.
We're kind of changing subjects here, though.
Well, no.
You're trying to quibble the evidence of earlier human presence.
That's right.
You're trying to quibble it.
Well, not quibble. Just
well, you're quibbling it. You're quibbling it, and you've got every right to challenge it.
What are you saying very specifically that's opposing what he just said?
the reason archaeologists don't accept earlier than Clovis, say earlier than about 13,000, 14,000
It's
years.
massively accepted.
Like say Mesa Verde, for example.
Okay, I have to bring up an image.
Why don't they accept Mesa Verde?
They do accept Mesa Verde.
It
is accepted
Michael,
now.
are you sure about this?
As what, 24,000 years?
15 plus, possibly significantly.
Yeah. Okay. So
significantly
15,
older.
So 15 is kind of the outside of the window that humans came across the Bering Strait. That's possible. Not 24,000.
Could you open
years.
Clovis first?
Not 130,000 years ago. Now, if it turns out that Nature paper is right and that's confirmed, then that does overturn the mainstream theory for sure.
But why would you? This is not like your field of study. Why would you argue against the Nature paper?
So let's
okay, I'll just give you.
let's quote the Smithsonian.
I ask professionals.
Smithsonian, slide number 5. Today, decades later, the Clovis first model has collapsed. Okay, based on dozens of new studies, we now know that pre-Clovis peoples slaughtered mastodons in Washington state, dined on desert parsley in Oregon, made all-purpose stone tools that were Ice Age version of the exact
between 13,000. That's not.
No, look at this.
All between that and then 24,000 years down at the bottom, Michael. You know, are you saying the Smithsonian are wrong on this?
Michael, you're jumping to conclusions before you even read that. You want to be right so bad that you didn't read the part and other animals there.
Look,
well, hold on a second. Confirming that humans had butchered horses and other animals there 24,000 years ago. It says it right there, and you are arguing against it without even reading it, which means you want to be right. No, that's absolutely what's going on.
Because I have no dog in this fight.
Well, why didn't you read that whole thing before you started pointing at you being correct?
You published Skeptic magazine and you have no dog in the fight?
You're asking me, why don't mainstream archaeologists accept
You should be skeptical of Clovis first.
Tens of thousands. Okay, call it whatever you want. It goes back 11, 13,
But what do you think
15.
about what that says? That there's evidence they butchered horses 24,000 years ago.
Okay, I would have to check the site on that. I haven't seen this article.
Well, now that you have seen it.
Not my problem.
Okay,
now that
not
you
my
have
problem
seen
either.
it, but you
Well,
say
it is your problem
you were
because you're
saying
the
that there's
skeptic
no evidence.
and you're here opposing this and you're saying there's no evidence. You haven't even read the fucking article.
Okay, I'm not opposing anything. I'm saying
You certainly are.
this is the reason why scientists accept these dates here, because there's lots and lots of evidence for
that is scientists.
10,000, 11,000, 12,000.
That is
scientists.
Then you find one person that says 24,000. Another one, like 2 weeks ago,
This is
that
not
says,
one person. This is very
and then another
disappointing that you're
paper-
arguing this
hang on.
without really doing any research about it.
And then I
The article is titled, What Happens When an Archaeologist Challenges Mainstream Thinking? That's in the Smithsonian in the month of March.
Okay.
Jack sunk Mars. It was a brutal experience. Something that sank Mars once likened to the Spanish Inquisition. At conferences, audiences paid little heed to his presentation, giving short shrift to the evidence,
sick.
etc.,
He threw his gun way in the air there.
When he proposed that Bluefish Caves was 24,000 years old, it was not accepted. What the Smithsonian are saying is now, this is accepted. You need to get up to speed with the data, Michael.
Okay, my archaeology friends like Jared Diamond, who I just checked with on this, who's at UCLA.
Well, he certainly has a dog in the fight.
Well, he just says, here's the problem. For 50 years, people propose pre-Clovis examples or sites or evidence. They never hold up. The dating turned out to be incorrect. The carbon-14 was not calibrated right. There was this, there was that. They never hold up.
So essentially, you're quoting a
it away
friend.
for 50 years.
Well, you're quoting a friend who says the evidence hasn't held up before. Instead of quoting these articles with these scientists who are talking about the data that's showing that human beings butchered horses 24,000 years ago, you're disputing it just because you talked to a friend.
I'm saying that has to be confirmed. That particular
But
site.
why argue against it?
I'm not arguing against it.
You certainly were.
No, I'm just saying that.
Am I wrong?
I feel you were arguing against it and saying that it's not the case and
I don't
quibbling
know.
it, and you
I
seem
don't
to
know.
be,
No,
if I'm correct, you seem to be a Clovis first advocate. Put your reputation on the line and say you advocate Clovis first.
I'm not going to put a label on it. I'm going to say in the latest evidence that overwhelmingly shows humans
I've heard of the guy,
across,
his friend too,
the
Jared
Siberian
Diamond.
Straits into North America.
He's
11, 12,
kind
13,
of
14,
a
15,000 years
That they
ago.
definitely
sensationalist
did that. They definitely did that.
environmentalist.
Now,
Did they before?
What could push it back much earlier would be if they came by
UCLA.
boat. Okay, so like where I live in Santa Barbara, there are sites on the Channel Islands. data go back 11, 12,000 years ago.
He's like
and
he's like a Richard Dawkins.
Now, the problem is, well, if they lived
he's
on
trying
shores,
to answer
which is where
questions
the good
bigger than
fishing
himself.
and eating is,
That's a Jared
those
Diamond
are
type
underwater.
thing.
And
guy
short
in
of
the
doing
world.
good underwater archaeology, which is hard to do and expensive, and most of it's probably gone, we may never.
One of my beefs with archaeology actually is that 10 million square miles of the planet that were above water during the Ice Age are underwater now, and marine archaeology is still mainly looking at shipwrecks, you know.
Well, okay, they do that because it's like it's where the light is.
Well, it leaves a big unanswered question. At any rate, so for the record, can I at least say that you completely oppose the Smithsonian's position on this, that there has been no paradigm shift?
I will look at this. I haven't seen this Smithsonian. All right, I'm not aware of the horse find from 24,000 years ago. I am aware of the 130,000-year date from the Nature paper 2 weeks ago.
I have a slide on that too.
And if okay, but
I think the
show
major
the
speculation.
stone tools. They're nothing like Clovis points. It's just a big hand rock that might have been used. It might have been random.
Sorry, a big hand rock is all there is before 13,000 years ago?
No, I'm talking about the 130,000-year-old site.
130,000-year-old
you're talking about the San Diego thing.
We don't need to talk about that.
Why?
That raises interesting questions. Was it Neanderthals? Was it Denisovans? Was it anatomically modern humans 130,000 years ago? It raises interesting questions.
Or is it a misinterpreted site because they aren't stone tools?
I'm not pinning anything to that. I'm saying yes. That report.
The question is not necessarily just about the stone tools. It's about how the bones were shattered, and they believe the bones were shattered deliberately, indicating that someone was trying to get at the marrow.
Maybe.
Indicating,
maybe. Or a tractor rolled over it, a couple of years ago.
No. No one had excavated. That's just speculation on your part.
Immediately,
It's on my belly. It's on my abs.
Immediately, the find has been quibbled
It's on my
by
six-pack
the
chiseled
archaeological
abs.
mainstream. Of course, it's been published by the archaeological mainstream too, and the rest of the mainstream is quibbling it. And we will see how that
But I
plays
thought you
out.
said that can't happen.
We will say what can't happen.
That the mainstream won't allow, radical ideas.
Nature published it, and the idea is being quibbled. And
here the Smithsonian
Nature
published
certainly
it, so
would not.
apparently it's okay.
Nature certainly would not have published it if the evidence were not strong. I accept that. Nature's not in the business of publishing, fringy stuff. It is a radical proposal, but it's strong enough to justify publication in Nature. What's interesting to me is that the immediate reaction of the archaeological community is not say, well, what could this mean? Let's look into the implications of this. I mean, if there were Neanderthals or Denisovans in North America 130,000 years ago, we have a whole new scenario building here that really should interest everyone. Instead of the first reaction is, let's destroy this because it's really annoying, let's get rid of it, let's prove it's wrong, let's suggest that it was a fucking bulldozer or something like that. Maybe it was. I don't know. The work hasn't been
Thanks for hanging out here while I'm
yet.
playing
But
this
that
level again.
instant
I
sort
really
of,
appreciate it.
it's almost like an immune response to an idea that doesn't fit into the prevailing paradigm. But the other work, the work in South America, the Bluefish Caves work, that's really not controversial anymore. That's very widely accepted. Clovis First is a discredited and abandoned position. And I have something else to ask you, actually, concerning genetics and DNA. I'm sure you're well up on that. I mean, can you explain why we have a strong signal of Denisovan DNA in certain groups of South American Indians and in Australian Aborigines and Melanesians, but that Denisovan DNA doesn't crop up in North American Indians? How would we explain that if they all came through the Bering Strait?
I have no idea.
Well, it could be both.
But I mean, this just happens to be something I don't know anything about.
Okay.
So part of the problem of even doing this is that...
Was your idea.
Well, here we are talking. This is good. But part of the risk is that you're going to find something I don't happen to know about. And then it's like, you see, I made my point. What point? So in like the history of the peopling of America, that area, there's always somebody that comes in with, it's not Clovis, it's this, it's that, and rarely do they last. Why? The dates were miscalibrated or whatever. It's not just that scientists are closed-minded, although they can be. It's that the convergence of evidence isn't strong enough to overturn the mainstream theory. So, but it does happen. Maybe there are multiple migrations into North America and we just don't have all the sites. But when somebody comes up with a site like that's tens of thousands of years earlier than all the others that are accepted here, and it's over here, where are all the sites in between? It's like the gap, the 5,000-year gap with the Egyptian complex. Where are the sites? If it's true, they didn't fly there. So how'd they get there? Well, and there must be a trail, somewhere that we can find, unless they came by boat, and then that's evidence is gone.
Or unless you're dealing with 24,000 years ago, and there's not much evidence to find.
That maybe.
But if they came by boat, then that clearly implies they had navigational skills. They had the ability to build boats and find your way across the ocean. And
Well, you can do the coast. That's not quite as. You don't need a big ocean going.
But you don't need an ocean going. But
I mean, this is
there's
one
also
hypothesis that's proposed, is that they came across by boat, just following the shore.
The same area as the Bering Strait.
Yeah, you're just 100 feet offshore. You go in and
But most likely both, right? And one of the issues, of course, was the short-faced bear was so formidable, according to Dan Flores, that it would have been a huge impediment for people crossing on foot anyway. And the short-faced bear went extinct right around the time we see more evidence of human beings entering in. But why did it go extinct? That's the big question.
Well, you have to add that to the list of predators that there would have been no reason for humans to have been hunting.
Yeah, well, that's an enormous animal.
So there's sort of two factors that go on here. There's positive evidence in favor of a hypothesis, then there's negative evidence against the mainstream hypothesis. And you really need both. So it's not enough to just say, I don't accept the evidence for here. Okay, that's fine. Scientists do that all the time.
What evidence? Well, let's speak in specifics, because you keep doing this. You keep saying, well, they find things, and then it turns out, no, that's not true. And then you're essentially proving your point of being a skeptic without having any real cases.
Well,
you just keep saying this.
All of the cases.
But no, you're not saying. You can't say all the cases. If you don't want to cite anything specifically, don't keep bringing up things that are refuted, because you don't have anything that you're pointing to. So you're just muddying the water.
Okay,
you're essentially pissing in the pool.
No, the Clovis thing. Go back to the pyramids. All of these.
What's been disproved?
No, okay, I'm making a slightly different point.
That's the problem, is that you're not addressing the actual issues we're talking about. You muddy the water by saying things have been tossed out the window, so we have to be careful here and toss these things out the window as well.
Not toss out, just contemplate them, published in Nature, for example. So let's watch what happens to the 130,000-year-old hypothesis. If it holds up, and there's other sites that are dated that way, and so on and so forth, and that will be truly revolutionary, and scientists would accept it. They would.
You see, the problem is that when you have a very strong paradigm like Clovis first, which really dominates American archaeology, prehistoric archaeology, for a very long period, it's difficult from a career point of view for archaeologists to come up and propose alternative sites. Those who did, like Tom Dillehay, like Jacques Cinq-Mars, paid a very heavy price for so doing. So the incentive to go looking for older stuff than Clovis is extremely low in the archaeological community as a result of this ferocious reaction that went on for 30 or 40 or even 50 years. I mean, also consider the Valsequillo excavations in Mexico, where the suggestion of some sort of human presence 230,000 years ago. I mean, that good archaeology, but it was utterly dismissed, and the archaeologists involved were ruined for getting involved in that. It's hard to see how that's a profession that encourages people to think outside the box. When careers get ruined and research funding gets withdrawn for an idea that doesn't fit the current mainstream hypothesis.
Certainly we don't like to think that scientists do that. They do that. Are you familiar with Michael Cramo's book, Forbidden Archaeology?
I know Michael, yeah.
Okay. So, now, and he makes, in my mind, as compelling a case as you do. And for his humans were here tens of millions of years ago. And, his book is, 900 pages long.
Tens of millions?
Yeah, tens of millions, okay? And he's a Hindu. So his idea is, this sort of long recycling and...
But what evidence is it based on for tens of millions of years?
I'm not here to defend Michael Cremo or to have a discussion about Michael Cremo. That's not why I'm sitting at this table.
I understand, but my point is that...
Michael Cremo is not me.
That's right. So, but there's lots of alternative archaeology, which is where I began. There's lots of alternative archaeology books and
right, but
theories
what evidence
about
is there that supports that?
None.
So why are you bringing up that when there's evidence that he's bringing up?
No, Cramo's evidence is similar to his. It's mostly negative evidence that I don't accept the date of this. There is this peculiar sort of footprint-looking thing in the mud.
Cramo refers specifically to the knowledge filter. The most useful thing about that book is the publication of reports, archaeological reports, which are no longer available to the public, which do suggest an alternative point of view. I would say it's a very useful book to read. Beyond that, I have nothing to say about it.
Right.
So, yeah, but that's not necessarily true. You're saying his only evidence... I mean, he's pointing to like some pretty significant evidence. Like the Sphinx thing is a geologist from Boston University proposed this because of water erosion. Because of water erosion that could have only been done by thousands of years of rainfall, in his opinion, as as a qualified geologist.
Right.
Like, that's not a lack of evidence.
I understand, but why do no other geologists or archaeologists?
There are other. No,
Well,
that's not true.
Actually, they do. And I've had multiple conversations with Robert where he has cited the fact that he has gotten a considerable body of support from other geologists, not from Egyptologists, but from geologists who do recognize the effects of severe water erosion on limestone, carbonate rocks, and that's what we have there. We have a severe water erosion that appears and is preserved on the quarry walls around the Sphinx. The Sphinx itself, as Graham said, is difficult to ascertain because of all of the reconstruction that has gone on. But the quarry walls, which would have once had the very distinct stepped profile of a typical quarry, no longer have that. I mean, they have a textbook profile, parabolic profile that would be consistent with sheet flooding, which would be both dissolution, because carbonate rocks dissolve in acidic waters, and what's called corrosion, which would be the effects of water loaded with sand sediment, which would make it very rough. So if you've got the sand sediment flowing over the edge of what would have been a quarry wall, what you're going to end up with is a smoothing off of the rough corners, and the final result would be a very rounded profile like you see there. And you would also see where the fissures in the rock would be selectively widened and opened by the water penetrating those fissures. I mean, it has all of the earmarks of a very textbook case of water erosion.
Don't you think it's very disingenuous comparing that to someone who thinks that human beings have been here for tens of millions of years with no evidence to support it whatsoever?
Well, he doesn't say, of course, he doesn't say he has no evidence. He has a 900-page book full of evidence. It's the quality of the evidence.
What about the quality of that evidence?
It's okay. If it was that good, we're not geologists sitting here. If it was that good, why don't geologists look at it and go, he's right?
But they do.
Well, they do. That's the point.
They do. They all do.
No, they don't all do.
Okay,
Some geologists who work with Egyptologists say that Schock is wrong.
Okay, we have a geologist on the line. Why don't we ask him? Mark.
Well, we can have one guy's opinion. We could also have other guys' opinions that we can get from
I mean, this matter has been in the public domain since 1992. It hasn't gone away.
Yeah.
Schock's argument that we are looking at precipitation-induced weathering on the Sphinx has not been debunked. It has been opposed. It has been disagreed with. But that is different from saying it's debunked, and Schock stays solid and strong on that issue. He is a credentialed geologist. He is a professor of geology at the University of Boston. He has a right to speak out about this, and he's stated his view. I happen to find his view very interesting, especially since it correlates with what I regard as the interesting astronomy of the site. I think that site has origins that do go back into the Younger Dryas. That's my opinion. I've stated it many times, and I've presented the evidence that I think underwrites that opinion. You and your colleagues are absolutely at liberty to disagree, and you do.
You don't think it's disingenuous to compare that to someone who says something that defies our current understanding of human beings and the actual evolution of humans? Okay. You're talking about someone who's saying that human beings, how many millions of years old?
Tens of millions.
Tens of millions. Well, we know for a fact, right? As far if you pay attention to evolution, right? But we weren't even humans
Joe,
a million years ago, correct?
I mean, there are creationists who think.
Okay, but we're not talking about them. We're talking about Graham Hancock.
I know. But my point was that so here you have the mainstream scientists, and so it's like there's Graham. He seems so reasonable, but there's 50 like him, and each of them thinks that they're right. They're not.
There's your language. He seems so reasonable.
Right.
So you're right there. You're accusing me of dissimulation.
And you're
I
saying
seem
there's 50
reasonable, but
like
the
him.
subtext is that I'm not, and then there's 50 like me.
This is more
patronizing, arrogant,
I don't mean
deeply unpleasant, and personal approach.
Graham, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to sound like that. I really don't.
Okay.
Okay. I have a larger point.
Apology accepted.
Yeah. That when you're faced with a bunch of different alternative theories that are coming in, and it's like take physics. I mean, every physicist, like you just had Lawrence Krauss, he gets these letters daily of people saying, I think I figured out why Einstein was wrong. And he can't address them all. And they're smart people, they're thoughtful people, they really believe it. What do you do with that? That's my point.
I feel that's not my problem. And if there are other alternative theories, that's not my problem either. It's the problem for the mainstream to sort it out and figure which to pay attention to and which not.
All right.
Well, I'm suspicious of the whole idea of the mainstream, because even looking in the mainstream, you find so many divergent points of view that I think that's basically a fiction, that there is this mainstream that has arrived at this consensus, and that there are no ulterior motives there, and that there are no dogmas that are being perpetuated there. I look at a lot of the geological stuff and realize that there are many different points of view. When we get to talk about these floods at the end of the last ice age, there are many divergent points of view. There is what could be considered the mainstream, yet even that has multiple interpretations. And the same with the comet idea. I don't know what constitutes the mainstream there, because there have been a group that has opposed it at every turn, but at the same time, the group that accepts the comet hypothesis has continued to grow. In fact, there's even a number of individuals involved that set out specifically to disprove it or discredit it, who are now basically on board. And it has grown from being a small handful of scientists to there are now 63 scientists from 55 different institutions that are on board with the idea that something remarkable happened at the end of the last ice age. It was probably exogenic, meaning something from outside, something from space. There's no consensus as to exactly what that was, which would be normal because these discoveries are in their infancy at this point. But there's been an attempt to discredit the idea simply because that as the evidence has come in over the last decade, it has evolved, and new mysteries have been opened up as the evidence comes in, and the claim is being made, well, there's no consistent interpretation of this evidence, and therefore we've debunked it.
I mean, an example is Pinter's Requiem, Pinter and Dalton Requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. I mean, they publish a paper in PNAS saying Requiem, suggesting that the impact hypothesis is already dead. That was in 2011. Every single one of Pinter's points have been responded to. Those who are critical of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis rarely cite the fact that the so-called refutations have themselves been refuted, that new information is constantly coming in. I see a very one-sided game being played here with a group of academics who are determined to demonstrate that there could have been no possibility of anything like a comet impact 12,800 years ago, and that these 63 or 65 scientists who are proposing that are just completely wrong. And when they refute the refutations, I very rarely see that referred to or commented upon at all. Again, your colleague de Fant has dismissed the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis without actually going in detail into the debate that's gone on.
He has this graph in his paper showing all these different dates for these different...
That's from one of the critical papers. There's another side to this argument. So he needs to be listening to what the other side would say. Well, that's the point where maybe we should have Marc de Fant come on, and maybe we should have Malcolm Lecomte come on as well, because Malcolm Lecomte is actually one of those 63 Younger Dryas impact scientists.
Well, explain to people that are just listening to this, what is this graph that you're showing?
Well, this is the carbon-14 date ranges from samples taken from the Younger Dryas boundary. So this is the boundary here, and the point of this is that there's not a single consistent series of dates that would consistently show, yep, absolutely for sure, at every site it comes in right there, is that they bounce around a lot here. So now maybe Mark, this is his area, he could come on and Skype here.
They bounce around, and what's the point of this for the lay person who's listening to this?
Well, so if you take the ones that are above the gray line, then those are showing that something like an impact happened much earlier or much later, and the ones below it are that it's much earlier. So where's the consistency of a single impact consistent across that middle of that gray line?
I don't think there's any argument there was a single impact. In fact, there's arguments that there's more than one date. We're talking about a stretch of thousands of years and multiple impacts.
The Younger Dryas runs 1,200 years.
Randall, please give me your because you're the expert at this.
Well, these are dates for the Younger Dryas. There's a big spread, obviously, but there's also a lot of possibilities for introducing inaccuracies into the dating. What's called the old wood effect can sometimes make it appear to be older than it is by a millennium or 2 millennium. But what we certainly do see here is a clustering right around 13,000 years ago. That looks pretty evident to me. And everybody knows who does radiocarbon dating that the dating might have errors and inconsistencies in it. The one article I think that came out last year by James Kennett and 25 others was the Bayesian chronological analysis consistent with synchronous age of 12,835 to 12,735 calibrated years before present for Younger Dryas boundary on 4 continents.
That's a refutation of precisely what you're publishing.
It is. It's a refutation of this.
But Mark Defant does not refer to that refutation.
Jamie, could you pull up the age of Leo? I think I gave that to you. And go to slide number 167.
Wow.
167. And that refers to the, go to slide 167.
Jesus, you're not fucking around. 167 slides.
There we go. There we go. A cosmic impact event at 12,800 calibrated years before present formed the Younger Dryas boundary layer containing peak abundances in multiple high-temperature impact-related proxies, including spherules, milk glass, and nanodiamonds. Bayesian statistical analysis of 354 dates from 23 sedimentary sequences over 4 continents established a model Younger Dryas boundary age of 12,835 calibrated years before present, supporting a synchronicity of the Younger Dryas boundary layer at high probability, 95%. This range overlaps that of a platinum peak recorded in the Greenland ice sheet and of the onset of the Younger Dryas climate episode in 6 key records, suggesting a causal connection between the impact event and the Younger Dryas. Due to its rarity and distinctive characteristics, the Younger Dryas boundary layer is proposed as a widespread correlation datum.
And Randall, if I can remember what you said correctly, you believe that there was probably more than one significant impact over a period of several thousand years.
Well, let me pop in on that very, very quickly. I don't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
But let's be clear. The suggestion is that 12,800 years ago, there was comets break up into multiple parts. I mean, anybody who saw the Shoemaker-Levy 9 NASA films back in 1994 is aware that that comet broke up into more than 20 fragments, all of which hit Jupiter, sometimes creating explosions larger than the Earth itself. All right, so I don't think it's controversial that comets break up into fragments. And this is the suggestion of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, that we're dealing with a giant comet that broke up into multiple fragments, that orbits in the Taurid meteor stream, and that 4 of those fragments, that's the suggestion, 4 largest fragments, fell out of the Taurid meteor stream, coming in on a trajectory roughly northwest to southeast, crossing the North American ice cap, and there are up to 4 impacts on the North American ice cap. The impactors then continue across the Atlantic Ocean. There's a suggestion of impacts in Belgium, and indeed as far east as Abu Huraira in Syria. It's a global event. 50 million square kilometers of the Earth's surface is within the Younger Dryas boundary field. It's a really huge thing. So the suggestion is that there were multiple impacts at the beginning. Now, the next question is what happened 11,600 years ago when the Younger Dryas ends, and global temperatures shoot up incredibly rapidly, and the science on that is much less advanced than the science on the beginning of the Younger Dryas. Fred Hoyle, back in the 1980s, was puzzled by the sudden temperature increase at the end of the Younger Dryas, and he suggested, presciently I would say, that this may have been caused by a comet impact in an ocean. So maybe other bits of the Taurid meteor stream impacted the Earth, other filaments within the stream impacted the Earth 11,600 years ago, or maybe something else caused it. I mean, Robert Schoch is in favor of extraordinary solar activity being responsible for that warming. We don't absolutely know, but that's broadly the suggestion. We have the beginning and the end. It certainly impacts at the beginning, possibly impacts or other things at the end.
Well, Klube and Napier and others, Duncan Steele and other astronomers have speculated that there could be impact eras, epochs, in which there's an enhanced possibility of the Earth being impacted, particularly if you have a large comet that enters into the solar system, begins to undergo a hierarchy of disintegrations, and basically litters the inner solar system with material. And we do know that the Earth crosses the Taurid meteor stream twice each year, once in late June and once in late October, early November. And we know that the Tunguska event of 1908, which is not speculative, I mean, that happened. It occurred on June 30th, which would have been the peak of the Taurid meteor shower. It also came from the direction of the sun. Its its position in space, where it emanated, its radiant point in space from which it emanated at that time was totally consistent with the torrid meteor stream radiant. So it's very possible that the Tunguska event of 1908 was a member of that family of meteorites. And so, you know, that would be, again, there's nothing definitive there, but it would be a prime candidate for investigation that perhaps, and again, I mentioned earlier, this goes back to the work of Fred Whipple way back in the 1940s, who began to research the torrid meteor stream and came to believe that it was much, much more active in the past than it is now, that it's an old diffuse meteor stream that at one time, and like Graham said, you know, it has multiple objects still within it.
Comet Enki is the best known.
Comet Enki is the best known.
That's a fragment of the original giant
of the
comet.
original giant comet that they estimate might have been, based upon the amount of material still remnant in the zodiacal light cloud, that perhaps it was somewhere around 60 miles or 100 kilometers in diameter.
And another thing that I'm taken to task for is that I report the work of Klube and Napier and their suggestion that the torrid meteor stream is actually fucking dangerous and that we should be paying attention to it, that it has been a hidden hand in human history in the past and that it can cause us trouble in the future. Now, this is not gloom and doom. We have the technology to deal with the large objects in the torrid meteor stream if any filaments are on an Earth, an orbit that will result in impacts on the Earth. At the very least, it's extremely unwise of us not to pay attention. I'm accused of being sort of a doom monger and constantly predicting the end of the world and this and that, but actually I'm simply reporting astronomers who are very concerned about the torrid meteor stream and the possibility that we may face further impacts from it in the future. That's not woo-woo, that is science, you know.
Absolutely, and I would agree with that, and that is a form of catastrophism that scientists accept as very real. And
some do.
Well, lots. I mean, there's, you know.
What, if anything, do you oppose about what they've just said? Nothing about the Younger Dryas period.
Well, so just a technical question. Your slide was 12,800 on there, and so Göbekli Tepe, the oldest C14 dates are what, 90, so 11,000. All right, so that's a 1,200 year gap.
Göbekli
that's a kind of a slow catastrophe.
Well, no. Göbekli Tepe, to be very clear about the Younger Dryas, one of the puzzling things about it is that you have cataclysm at the beginning, and this global temperature slump is surely cataclysmic by any standards, and you have cataclysm at the end. You have a massive spike, a huge increase in global temperatures, and you have meltwater pulse 1b. You have a lot of water going into the ocean at that time. So both ends of the Younger Dryas are cataclysmic, and it's at the recent end of the Younger Dryas, 11,600 years ago, that we see Göbekli Tepe mysteriously popping up. And I know that you're a staunch opponent of Atlantis and that you believe Plato made Atlantis up in order to make a political point, and you may be right, but the date that Plato puts on the submergence of Atlantis is 11,600 years ago, 9,000 years before the time of Solon, which happens to coincide with meltwater pulse 1b and the end of the Younger Dryas, which I would have thought would cause you to rethink your position on Plato just a little.
Well, it's interesting. I'm open to the idea. I tend to read myths in the same way your guest Jordan Peterson does, that it's a story to deliver some sort of moral homily to it. It's a commentary on our own culture, our society. It's a literary way of delivering a message to people. That's how I tend to read. Instead of reading them like, let's see if we can figure out what happened historically.
But there's hard data in Plato's whatever you think it is, and that hard data is that the submergence of Atlantis happened 9,000 years before the time of Solon. That is a date. That is 9,600 BC. That is 11,600 years ago. This, to me, is a strong reason why we shouldn't just completely
too slow
dismiss
anyways.
Plato's notion of a lost civilization of the Ice Age.
I'm not against that idea. I mean, the idea that, say, the parting of the Red Sea happened because of some impact.
I'm not proposing that. Please don't go there.
I'm not.
Waste of time.
Okay, but there are people
in
who
the
think
wrong
that.
spot, too.
Okay, or that the plagues of the Bible can be explained.
I don't go there.
By
Waste of
natural
time.
events. But
See,
deal with Plato.
all right. So, but my point is that some of them may
come
have
for raid,
historical
then they might
origins.
raid
Some of
you,
them may
man.
be completely made up as mythic stories for some other reason. You have to take them one at a time. In my opinion, the Plato one is a commentary on his own culture of Athens and being too bellicose, being too warlike. This is not good for where we're going. That's my opinion.
And the fact that he picks a date that coincides with the geologically significant date of flooding is not really going to change your opinion.
I think again, that's
a pretty amazing coincidence.
Is it? I mean, we're finding a connection, not Plato. I mean,
well, Plato said there was an
reading back
advanced
into
civilization with advanced agriculture, advanced architecture, advanced navigational abilities, which was submerged by the sea, swept from the face of the earth, so that mankind had to begin again like children with no memory of what went before. And lo and behold, he puts a geologically significant date on that, a date that we ourselves have only known is significant in the last 20 or 30 years.
So, where is this place, this Atlantis? I mean, so as you know, there's a long history of people speculating. If we found a site, that would be a big plus.
Go do more marine archaeology.
Well, if we take it literally, obviously then it's below the ocean. But I don't necessarily take Plato's account literally, but I do say, well, it's rather coincidental that his dating falls exactly on Meltwater Pulse 1b, when we know there was huge influx of water into the ocean. And also, if we look at his geography, it's interesting because he cites, basically a landmass west of the Pillars of Heracles, which is Pillars of Hercules, the Straits of Gibraltar. And he places this essentially in the mid-Atlantic. I think it was Crantor, one of the commentators on him, that said it was something like 3 or 4 days sail west. But if you look there is a sunken landmass that sank at the end of the last ice age because of the rapidly rising sea level. And this has been well established by marine geology, looking at evidence that the Azores Plateau underwent an isostatic subsidence, which would have been resulting from the rapidly rising sea level. We know there's no doubt that the North American continent has rebounded isostatically after the removal of this tremendous mass of ice that mantled North America up to anywhere from 1,000 to possibly 1,500
Yeah, someone's
feet.
pulling the strings somewhere.
Well, if you do a comparable isostatic adjustment of the mid-Atlantic ridge, you'll find that the Azores island complex are much, much larger. And it turns out that might actually be a nice place to develop at least a maritime culture, something along the lines of the Phoenicians or the Minoans, during the period of the Ice Age, because during the period of the Ice Age, the climate of the world was so much different than now. The Great Basin area was filled with huge lakes, vegetation, forests, savanna, and grasslands. Like Graham said, with the lowered sea level, there were much larger areas of the coastline that were exposed. And that's probably where most of people would have resided during the Ice Ages, near the coastlines, because that would have been the most benevolent place. With the rising of the sea level, all of that's lost. And there's nothing really fringed about saying, well, people might have lived on islands in the mid-Atlantic, especially when we know that those islands most likely had a benevolent climate during the Ice Age. So I don't go into crystal technology and flying machines or whatever, all of this speculative stuff that has accreted to it.
That's my bad again. 101, yeah, that wasn't base.
Is it
I mean, it
possible
may
that
have been.
culture along the lines of the Minoans or the Phoenicians could have existed? Could they have existed on an island culture in the mid-Atlantic? And there's nothing really, extreme about that idea, in my mind.
Even the idea that a more advanced, sophisticated quasi-technological culture coexisted with hunter-gatherers isn't too strange. I mean,
we've seen that in the 20th century.
We do so today. We coexist with hunter-gatherers in the Amazon jungle who don't even know we exist. I mean, so I don't see why a priori that's just an impossible idea.
Yeah, wasn't that fast?
Am I misremembering that you in your book you mentioned Indonesia as a site for Atlantis?
I mentioned Gunung Padang not as a site for Atlantis. That's Danny Hilman Natuwajaja, who is a geologist. He's Indonesia's leading expert in megathrust earthquakes, as a matter of fact. He has written a book proposing that Indonesia was Atlantis and that Gunung Padang, which he's been involved in investigating, is a site from Atlantean times. Danny has proposed that. Now, what's interesting about Indonesia is that Indonesia sits upon the Sunda Shelf, and the Sunda Shelf was one of the parts of the world that was most massively flooded at the end of the Ice Age. I mean, if you go back to the end of the Ice Age, you're not looking at the Malaysian Peninsula. You're not looking at the Indonesian islands going out towards the Philippines. You're looking at a giant continent-sized landmass, all of which went underwater at the end of the last Ice Age, really rather rapidly. So I think he has a point. I think it's an interesting, it's one of those areas in the world where there was very large-scale flooding. Huge amounts of land were swallowed up. Also Sahel, the connection of Australia to New Guinea during the Ice Age was also washed away. There's a whole range of issues regarding sea level rise in that very area, which anybody with an interest in these subjects should be paying attention to.
So it's quite possible that, like today, many of the advanced civilizations of today are on the water, whether it's New York or Los Angeles, and that was probably the case back then. And so the idea of Atlantis might not have been about one particular area, but many advanced areas that were wiped out along with their knowledge.
Yeah. This is the thesis of that book I mentioned, Noah's Flood, that the two geologists with the Black Sea theory, that there were, it was rimmed with small villages, and the massive flooding almost instantly wiped out, and then that gets passed down as the oral tradition of these myths. To me, that seems totally reasonable.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we get into more discussion about the actual impact hypothesis and the mega flooding, so that we can get our our guys on standby, get them involved.
What is your geologist, since you're by yourself and there's two of them, what is, it's only fair, right? What is your geologist opposed to what Randall and Graham are proposing?
I think it's the, on the impact hypothesis versus the multiple glacial dams that burst over periods of time, like that, I have that slide.
Okay, well, let's call him up and get him on Skype. And we've never done this before, so this might suck. Well, hopefully it'll work.
See, this slide here, he is showing these are each independent carbon-14 dates of these different instant floods in North America.
Right.
From each individual ice dams.
And what separates these dates? They're separated by?
Well, it's like from 20,000 to 12,000, so all before the impact.
Well, 12,800, wasn't that one?
Oh, yes.
Mark's on the line. So it's Mark's on the line. What is this? Mark, Mark, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Mark Defend.
Mark Defend, thank you very much for doing this. We really appreciate you coming on here.
It's my pleasure.
So you've had a chance to listen to these guys talk. What is your thoughts just stepping into this cold?
Well, first of all, I did not mean to upset Mr. Hancock. He seemed to be quite disturbed, and I want to apologize if I've disturbed him.
No, you haven't disturbed me, and I'm not upset. It's just simply that you're extremely selective in what you present in your draft, admittedly draft article that you've chosen to put online. You don't represent me accurately.
Let me go ahead and answer his question, because I know we're getting short on time.
No. We have plenty of time. We have plenty of time.
Okay. Well, first of all, would you allow me just to address Göbekli Tepe for a minute?
Sure. Would you like to address the article first? I think that probably would be the most fair, since we just brought that up.
Okay. I'm sorry. What was the question then?
Graham?
Well, I read out on air various passages in your article where you misrepresent me.
No, I didn't.
Sorry?
No, I didn't misrepresent you.
You didn't misrepresent me.
No.
Okay, so
in fact, you said that I said that that I was actually talking about someone in Indonesia when I said you didn't understand Newton's physics.
No, I didn't say. I'm sorry. I didn't say you were talking about someone in Indonesia. I said you were talking about Jesus Gamara in Peru is who I was talking about. And Jesus Gamara does have very exotic views on gravitation, which I state seriously are not my interest. I do say he may be right, but I don't say he's right. I say this is not my interest, and I go on to say what my interest in is his work. You pick
Excuse
on
me,
that.
You're drowning me out here. I was asked to explain whether or not I thought I was misleading. And I don't think I was misleading. You clearly state in there that maybe gravity was due to the way we've changed orbits around the sun. Gravity is not due to that. It's due to mass and the inverse of... What do you mean?
I don't state that. Jesus Gamara states that, and I say I disagree with it.
Oh, come on.
I say
Well,
I disagree
anyway,
with it.
I want to be respectful. I can't really hear you when I'm talking. I apologize. But I feel like you are selectively changing the meaning of what I'm saying.
Well, why don't you quote me as these words from my text? When you say that I buy the gravity thing of Jesus Gamara, why don't you quote me when I say...
Hold on.
I said just the opposite of that.
What I go on to say, not quoted in the attack, is the following, quote, however, this isn't the part of his theory I'm interested in. Where I feel he is solidly persuasive.
Sorry, normally I don't agree, my man.
The anomalous
I
character
don't agree.
of the monuments of the Andes. I am not pinning
I
anything
disagree
on
with that
Jesus
statement.
Gamara's
I don't
gravitational
think
ideas.
they're a problem
I am
at all.
saying very clearly what it is in his approach that I am interested in. I'm not going to dismiss all of his approach because he has an approach on gravity
Still have
that
no
you
idea
don't
when
like.
people are being
That's not
sarcastic
even
or
of
not. I
interest
have
to
no
me, and I
idea in
say
chat.
so in the book.
Especially
You don't
video
report
games.
that, therefore I suggest you misrepresent me.
Well, Mr. Hancock, what I brought up him for was simply to state that you didn't understand, and I say it right there, that you don't understand Newton's physics.
But I'm not even talking about Newton's. I'm not talking about
scientist if you don't understand Newton's simple physics.
I am not
the
talking.
laws of Newton.
If I wished to make an argument about gravity, I wouldn't go saying that that isn't the part of Jesus Gamara's theory that I'm interested in. I'm interested in the other aspect of his work, his observations through years of field work.
My point was simply to point out that you didn't understand Newton mechanics.
But
We're
I
not
don't
talking about this guy.
Stop,
You're
everybody,
completely wasting time here.
Okay, Graham, the way the article
Michael,
is...
hold on a second. Hold on. Let these guys talk it out.
We did misrepresent. We did.
Yeah.
The way the sentence is structured, it's clearly out of context. We're going to change that.
Yeah, I was taken out of context, and that's what I'm objecting.
Mark, I'm not sure why he included it in the book in the first place, but he's not arguing about the gravity at all. So we will fix that. Maybe we could get straight to the flooding thing that
as long
Randall
as
was talking about.
Graham is fine with that. I mean, Graham, I know there was something else.
Well, yeah,
that you objected
the
to.
other thing that I find to be misrepresenting is that the statement, yet Hancock makes the following stunning claim, quote, our ancestors are being initiated into the secrets of metals and how to make swords and knives. What Mark Defant does not tell his readers is that I make that claim. I don't make that claim. I am actually reporting what is said in the Book of Enoch. That's not me who's saying that. That's the Book of Enoch.
Graham, we'll fix that.
Okay. Otherwise, let's get back to the main meat of this, for God's sake.
Okay.
Just give me the list of things that, and I'll fix it.
I will.
We'll fix it.
Yeah.
Because that's not the point of it.
Well, Mark, you're obviously very critical of Graham's work, and maybe erroneously so. But let's get to what you think about what you've heard so far.
All right, Mr. Rogan. I don't want to come across as a pompous scientist. What I want to do is I want to protect people from these grandiose assumptions. Graham in his first, Mr. Hancock in his first book.
Please call me Graham.
Fingerprints.
Please call me Graham.
Okay, Graham in his first book in Fingerprints suggested that there was a continent where this civilization lived, and through some machinations, this continent went south and ended up destroying that civilization. Well, as a geologist, that's just nonsense. Mm-hmm. And now he comes back and he wants us to believe that he was all wrong. And then all of a sudden it's okay now to believe in comet strikes to kill this famous civilization that's supposed to exist.
So Mark,
this is duping people. I don't know if he means to do it, but he certainly seems to be duping people.
Mark, all my work is in print and online. I mean, I gather that you see your role as a protector for the public. Obviously, you feel that the public are not intelligent enough to make discerning decisions of their own in this respect.
No,
however, to address...
I'm saying that the public doesn't understand the science
so
to the degree that you're misrepresenting.
So they need the superior knowledge of Mark Defant in order to understand.
No,
well, fine.
I think they need the knowledge of science.
Okay, well, that's
not
okay.
the knowledge that I have.
Let me come to your point, which is you're saying that I proposed one mechanism for cataclysm in Fingerprints of the Gods, and that I'm proposing another mechanism for cataclysm today. What I proposed in Fingerprints of the Gods was that there had been a gigantic cataclysm in the ballpark of 12,500 years ago. I looked at a number of possibilities, of which the most striking to me at the time was Earth crust displacement. And Earth crust displacement is reported, it's the work of Charles Hapgood, not my work, but I do report it in Fingerprints of the Gods as an excellent theory which explains the information. Since I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot, and I wouldn't want to defend that theory strongly today. I don't know if you have bought the latest edition of my book, the paperback edition of Magicians of the Gods, but it contains a chapter saying whatever happened to Earth crust displacement. I address the change of view in this, and I think I have a right to change my view, and I think it's healthy that, I mean, why would I stick permanently to a view that I hold in 1995 if new evidence persuades me that it's wrong? I'm sure that's a good thing, not a bad thing, and fundamental proposition is we had a massive global cataclysm in the ballpark of 12,500 years ago, so naturally it's of great interest to me when a large group of scientists, more than 60 of them, over a period of more than 10 years now, present evidence of a massive comet impact event 12,800 years ago, exactly in the window I proposed.
You are implying that there are a lot of people out there that believe in this. There are some people that believe in it, I agree, but for the most part, I think taking an honest view, the comet hypothesis has gotten debunked.
Well, that's complete rubbish, Mark. That's complete rubbish.
I would also point out that in Fingerprints, you had people believing that the end of the world was coming in 2012. Now, how am I supposed to take you seriously when you say things like that and then change your mind? We could all be dead by now.
Yes, I have absolutely changed my mind on the Mayan calendar. I regard the Mayan calendar as an interesting technological artifact with a better estimate of the length of the solar year than the estimate that we have with today. The Mayan calendar is based primarily on the position of the sun amongst the constellations at the winter solstice. And we are in an 80-year window when the sun sits astride the dark rift of the Milky Way between the constellations of Sagittarius and Scorpio on the winter solstice. That window is 80 years wide, so the story of the Mayan calendar, by the way, isn't actually quite over yet. But Yes, I know exactly what precession means.
Okay, well, all of this stuff that you claim is on a precession. A precession is the Earth spinning like a top.
Don't teach grandma to suck eggs.
It has nothing to do with running through comet clouds, and yet you're saying that somehow we're on some sort of cycle where the comets are going to come back and strike the Earth right now, sometime during the next 40 years. That's what you said in Magicians.
No, that's what Victor Klube and Bill Napier and Emilio Spedicato say.
Don't blame this on other people. You're the one that said it in your book. You just got all over Mr. Shermer, Michael Shermer for saying the same things about other people. I want to know what you think.
But Mark,
you tell me what you think.
I am a reporter, and I make it very clear
in the... You can't cop out on it.
I'm not copping out. Let me finish.
You're talking about science.
Mark, we can't talk over each other like this.
I am a reporter, and it is my job to report the work of other people, and I report the work of Victor Klube, Bill Napier, and Emilio Spedicato, all of whom draw attention to the Taurid meteor stream and who regard it as the greatest collision hazard facing the Earth at this time, and who specifically indicate that we may run into a filament of the Taurid meteor stream in the next 30 years that is going to be very bad for our civilization.
It's not nothing to do with precession.
When did I say it had anything to do with precession?
You have a whole section on precession in Magicians of the Gods.
Indeed, as a clock, as a timer, as a way of going back through the ages, but I'm not saying precession is causing this encounter with the Taurid meteor stream, and go find the paragraph where I say that.
No. What you're saying is that we're on a cycle, that 12,000 years ago, this civilization was destroyed, and now you're saying, that civilization was so smart that they knew we were going to go through another shower, and we're all doomed in the next 40 years.
Yeah.
And you didn't say doomed in Magicians like you did in Fingerprints, but we must conclude that that's your opinion. Because I don't know anybody else that you've referenced on that issue.
Well,
but precession has nothing to do with that, and it's not even on that cycle. It has a cycle of about 21,000 years. So your cycles are even off on precession.
25,920 years, actually.
That is not
for precession. 1 degree every 72 years, give or take a small margin. That is the precession. You're really teaching grandma to suck eggs here.
So anyway, I guess this has just been going on all day. You can't criticize Michael for bringing up other people that are saying strange things and comparing it to you and say, oh no, you can't say that because it's not about me. It's not true. You're doing the same thing. You're reporting about other people and saying nonsense.
Yeah, I'm reporting the work of Victor Clue, Bill Napier, and Emilio Spedicato. And I also indicate that I strongly support that work. That's as far as I go.
Mark, if I could stop you here. So you think that this comet wiping out all the Ice Age megafauna theory has been debunked? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir, I have not saying that, but I think that if you read the literature carefully, the majority of scientists right now, and I know that this is still and you know what I like about the comet people is that they're doing it in the scientifically right way. They're getting people to review the material. They're getting people to go through that gauntlet to where they get criticized, they make sure that they do things right, and they get it out there. Firestone did this in 2007. He was crucified. He's come back. His group has come back with a lot of good stuff. So I want to wait and see this play out. I said that in my paper, that we're going to have to wait to get a conclusion here. So I'm not saying that they're wrong, but right now, if I read the literature as a scientist, I have to say that the comet guys are getting hit pretty hard.
What do you make of the latest platinum paper in Nature Scientific Reports, the platinum anomaly across North America and its coincident in time with the Greenland ice cores and the platinum anomaly there? What do you say to that?
Well, I say that, and maybe we can bring him on. The problem with that is that what does platinum have to do with the comet? You know, platinums are high in asteroids, but they're not high in comets. Comets are icy bodies. I saw the paper. I read it. I think it's interesting, but I can't for the life of me figure out how he's correlating it. He has, in the different areas of the globus, he has platinum concentrations that are seemingly not matching up. They're outside the Younger Dryas. They're inside the Younger Dryas. I'd like you to show those. Let's bring Malcolm. It's hard to understand what he's trying to say. It doesn't refute the common hypothesis.
Let's bring Malcolm on, since he's one of the co-authors of the platinum paper.
This is going to get super complicated.
But let's try.
Only do one caller at a time.
We can only do one caller at a time, apparently.
Well, I think Malcolm, should have his voice.
Well, I don't want to criticize him if he can't be here.
That's okay.
What I'd like to do is go back and talk a little bit, if I may, about Göbekli Tepe, because I've read Schmidt. I know that Schmidt never ever found anything to suggest that there were anything in the early part of Göbekli Tepe that were not hunter-gatherers. They all were hunter-gatherers. You know, he found 20, I think, I may be wrong on this, but I think he found 22,000 stone tools there when he dug that place up.
I'm not disputing that.
He never found any domesticated animals. He never found any domesticated grain. He found tons of bones of animals. So we know that about 100 to 200 people were probably working on Göbekli Tepe at one time, and they were fed by wild animals and grain. So there's no reason to go out on a limb here and say that some magical civilization came in. And by the way, that's another thing that drives me crazy. You're saying that these guys were magicians. You're saying that they had secret knowledge. What possible secret knowledge did they give to the people at Göbekli Tepe? How can you possibly say things like that?
Again, I'm not saying that. The word magicians of the gods comes from the Apkallu in ancient Sumer. And they were considered to have superior powers, and they were considered to be magicians of a sort. Should I not report that because it's there in the Sumerian text?
No, I think you should tell us what Michael's been asking all day is what were their superpowers?
I'm not saying that they had superpowers. It's the Sumerians who said that. I simply report that. You can regard that as a cop-out if you like, but I am a fucking reporter.
Why did you call your book Magicians of the Gods?
Because that's the direct implication of the Apkallu. They were the magicians of the gods.
It sounds like you're saying they had magical powers to me.
No, I'm saying that they were the magicians of the gods as they were called in an ancient culture. That's all I'm saying.
I just want your audience to know that Schmidt, who worked there for 20 years, didn't go there for 2 days and look around, take some notes and leave and write a book on it. He worked there for 20 years, and he found, with dates and everything, he found that there were hunter-gatherers there building those megaliths.
I don't disagree.
If you went to Easter Island and you found the Moai,
it's too slow.
And you said, oh my gosh, there must have been some secret civilization that made these Moai because stupid hunter-gatherers couldn't possibly make these. Well, we know that there were no special people on Easter Island. It had to be made by hunter-gatherers. Why would you poo-poo
Sorry, are you saying?
Have to call a superior civilization to do that.
Are you seriously saying that the inhabitants of Easter Island were hunter-gatherers?
Well, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, we
so
can see
on that
the
little
population
island,
of the Pacific Ocean.
They had no agriculture. Are you saying that?
To the Pacific Ocean until about 1,000 years ago. I mean, to Easter Island until about 1,000 years ago. What do you think they were? They certainly weren't a big civilization.
Mark, please let him respond. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, did you meet Klaus Schmidt? Do you know him personally?
Well, you know he's dead, and you know that I haven't met him.
Okay, well, I did meet him. I do know him personally. I did record my interviews with him, with his agreement, and what he states clearly. I don't disagree with you that the people around Göbekli Tepe were hunter-gatherers when Göbekli Tepe was started. What precisely intrigued Klaus Schmidt was the possibility, his phrase not mine, that Göbekli Tepe was a center of innovation, a place where new ideas were deliberately seeded and spread out in the population. I have Klaus Schmidt on record saying that. I quote him saying that in my book, and that to me is a very interesting proposition because it suggests that we have a site here that is being used to mobilize a population and to transfer to them the knowledge of agriculture, which suddenly appears around Göbekli Tepe at the time that Göbekli Tepe is functioning.
What do you mean by suddenly?
Can I add to that?
What I mean by suddenly is Klaus Schmidt stated very clearly that these are the people, the very same people who made Göbekli Tepe, in Klaus Schmidt's view, are the people who, quote unquote, invented agriculture.
If you don't mind me interrupting here for a second, what about Easter Island? Was Easter Island established by hunter-gatherers or not? You were saying not?
You say it was established by hunter-gatherers. I say not. I say Easter Island was an agricultural society. What's there to hunt and gather on a tiny island? Have you been to Easter Island? I have, 6 times. And you know you can walk across it in 3 hours. What's there to hunt and gather on that?
Oh, you're misunderstanding my point. My point is that these are not sophisticated people.
Okay, but sorry, you said
I agree with you on Göbekli Tepe. I think that you got Schmidt right. And in fact, it's a UNESCO site. We all recognize how important it is. But what I think Michael and I can't understand is how this ties into some magnificent civilization. There's nothing there that indicates that they were influenced by some other civilization.
Except
they started out as hunter-gatherers, and then they evolved into agricultural society, and that's what makes it a great site.
Can I answer you? You're seriously saying that there's nothing there? I mean, the largest megalithic site on Earth, 7,000 years older than Stonehenge is there. There's no background to it, no evidence of practice or training. The megalithic site itself is the problem for me.
Okay, I honestly, we've got megaliths in quite a few sites. And by the way, you're right. There's a megalith just down the road from Göbekli Tepe, and there are probably several other. I can see them on maps.
Yeah, we need to get to the bottom of this.
We've got a wonderful amount of work to do there.
You bet.
So I think, Graham, we're in good agreement on this.
Okay, so you guys are in agreement on that.
What I want to point out is that I don't think that there's any need to call upon this great civilization that you say exists.
Well, to me, the simplest explanation is a transfer of knowledge, a transfer of technology. I've been writing about the possibility of a lost civilization for more than a quarter of a century. That's what I do. I hope that it's a useful contribution to the debate. I mean, archaeologists can choose not to listen to anything I say, to dismiss me as a complete lunatic, as they often do, to accuse me, as you do, in writing, of duping the public, of conning the public, and so on and so forth.
I didn't use the word conning.
Well, you did use the word conning, actually. It's in the very last paragraph of your article, because I got it right here in front of me.
We will fix that.
You did use the word conning.
Michael, this is the first thing I wrote. I just put it up for my students.
Well, it's there. It's there.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
I am left with. What I am left with is that Hancock. I'm going to put my reading glasses on so I can read this properly. What I am left with, this is quoting you, Mark, is that Hancock has a real knack for conning a hellacious number of people into buying his books. I mean, that's a direct ad hominem insult. It's online in your article. Do you stand by it or not?
Listen, I apologize to you for the use of that language. Is that what you want to do? Because I do.
I'm sorry you used it in the first place. I think you're misleading your students.
Why would you say that you're just putting that online for your students as if that's not a big deal? You're putting it on the internet. And to say that you're just putting it online for your students, and you've been proven incorrect on how many different times in this article now?
Well, about 7.
Incorrect? I haven't been proven incorrect.
Well, you have. You misquote me. You don't give the context.
I'm not the guy that said the war was gonna end in 2012.
And even Michael has said that the skeptic article will not reflect these out of context statements that you're making here.
Right. So the core is the impact hypothesis likely to be true or not, and as an independent phenomenon, is it connected to Göbekli Tepe and the Younger Dryas? I mean, that's kind of what we're getting at. So.
Right.
Then we can maybe you can explain that graph that shows all the glacial dam bursts and the dating of those as thousands of years before the 12,800 year impact.
Can we put the map up first? We need to map up
you guys
first,
can get into
Michael.
what does that mean? Well,
which map is that?
Which map?
On your article.
Which map, Mark?
I'm sorry, it's the glacial map. Western Washington, or Washington State and Oregon.
Okay.
Jamie will put it up.
And by the way, I should, to protect Michael here, I submitted this. Michael made an immense amount of changes on that paper. I put it up because I wanted my students to see it. I had no idea that people would go online and look at that like you have.
Good Lord.
And unfortunately, you've sent tens of thousands of people probably to it by letting them know it's on here, and I'm sorry for that.
Well,
but anyway, let's go to this
why
map.
is it okay to just put that up online for your students?
Yeah, I don't get that.
Why, how come you don't have any problem with that, but you do have a problem with it as it stands being released to the general public?
well, you know, maybe
I think I stand by everything I said, except for the personal comment at the end.
Well, we'll see
Okay,
if that
so let's take a look
survives
at
the
this
editing
map.
process.
Yeah,
Let's put up this map.
let's get up back to the map.
Okay, the brown areas are, now, I have to emphasize that the Scablands is very famous. People have been working on, geologists have been working on this for more than 100 years, I bet, and very intricate, detailed mapping. And we now know what areas have been flooded. That's in the brown. The green areas are the old glacial lakes. One of them you can see is the Columbia Lake, and the other one on the far right, over in Montana, that's Lake Missoula. Now, I guess my point here is that you guys want to make the flooding out here to be immense. And I think Brett's original idea was that there was just one flooding. But then Brett's came to understand, after looking at the data and all of the geologic work, that it wasn't just one flood, that it's many floods. And that was the point of all of those dates that I showed you, that there have been at least 17 specific floods dated. There are probably as many as 40 to 50 floods out there, and they're all probably related to glacial dams breaking. Now, where in the world would you ever say that this small area relative to an entire continent, why would you say that this is evidence for a comet strike? Not even the comet guys are saying that this flooding out here is related to a comet, because there are a large number of area, a very small number of actual area that is flooded. If you take a look now at my dates, or not my dates, but the dates, do you have that, Michael? The one with,
we're going to bring that up, but let's let Randall Carlson address you now, because he's the one that's the expert of this.
I mean, he's got a point that if you just look at, if you confine your examination to this area, but the point is you've got evidence of mega flooding all around the ice sheet margin, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. You've got the work of Kehoe and Lord in the Midwestern states, South Dakota, North Dakota, eastern Montana. You've got massive spillways out there that discharged off the ice sheet. You have Glacial River Warren.
Wow, insane. 402, 402, such a good time.
Formed by most likely Glacial Lake Agassiz, and you've got the St. Croix River, where I took Graham a couple of years ago, that had mega floods down it. There were mega floods down the Mississippi River. There was Glacial Lake Wisconsin that discharged down the Wisconsin River, left the Wisconsin Dells. There are the Finger Lakes in New York that probably were created by massive floods emanating off of that.
No, they were scoured.
Scoured, exactly, right. They were scoured, and they were probably scoured by subglacial floods that were coming under high pressure. Because, you know, you have the drumlin fields that are just to the south of them. And you've probably seen the work of John Shaw and
Yes.
Claire Beanie and Bruce Rainey and those out of Canada.
Yes, but I think Shaw's idea about drumlins is crazy.
Well, why would that be? How do you propose the drumlins then were formed?
Oh, easily. The glaciers came forward and topped the terminal moraine and spread the moraines out into drumlins.
But how? I mean, you've got features that look like they're totally fluvially produced. They look like inverted boat hulls. You look at the internal stratification. How does glaciers create internal stratification? I've looked at numerous drumlins in Canada. I've looked at drumlins in New York State. I've looked at drumlins in probably a dozen different places. And where you can see exposures, you see stratification. You don't see, if glaciers are grinding over a deformable substrate, how is it that they produce anything other than a chaotic jumble of glacial till? You can actually see layering. I've seen it myself, and we can pull up pictures of it here in a minute, and I'd like for you to explain to me.
Before you do that, because I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
A drumlin, by definition, is made up of till. I think we're getting kind of technical for this audience, but you know, an esker is something that's stratified, not a drumlin. So you're misidentifying them as drumlins.
No, I am not misidentifying drumlins. I know very clearly the difference between an esker and a drumlin. I've looked at many eskers. I've hiked on them. I've flown over them in airplanes.
The Finger Lakes are gouged.
They are gouged, yes. Are they gouged by glaciers, or are they also gouged by subglacial megafloods? That's the question, and I think that's a fair question to ask. And if we look at some of the studies, we find out that the depositional material in them is massive. It's not stratified, it's massive, as if it was dumped in there over a very short period of time.
I don't know. I might play another 10 minutes. I'll probably sign off in 10 minutes.
But hold on a second. What's your point about that?
Sorry, Joe, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Respond to that, what he just said.
What am I responding to? Oh.
Like, I don't want to play past like
12:30. I mean, what am I supposed to argue? I don't want to get in an argument with him here. He thinks that they're done by water. I think that traditionally, the way most geologists see the Finger Lakes is they're gouged out. They're parallel to one another. If he thinks it's water, okay, what can we do? We can disagree, I guess.
Well,
let me go back up to the main glacier. The Laurentide Glacier. Wally Broker suggested in the 90s that water potentially was changed from flowing down the Mississippi Valley into the Atlantic or the Arctic. No one has been able to find any evidence of flooding towards the Atlantic or the Arctic. So when you say there are all kinds of evidence of flooding up there, Wally Broker backed off of his theory because we couldn't find any flooding up
What
there.
he backed off of was the idea that the draining of glacial Lake Agassiz triggered the Younger Dryas, because the dating of the draining of glacial Lake Agassiz was post Younger Dryas, and so that's what he backed off of. He didn't necessarily back up. Look, we know that there were somewhere around.
Moraines have been carefully mapped. You can watch the Laurentide Glacier move back moraine after moraine, and there are no holes in that moraine that suggest flooding. There's no change in the lake level of Lake Agassiz. There's no evidence there, Randall, for flooding. You've got it wrong. If you look at the mapping, the careful mapping that the geologists have done.
You've just said that there was no change in the level of Lake Agassiz. How is that possible? I mean, as the ice receded, the glacial Lake Agassiz expanded, and at some point it finally breached right there by Big Stone Lake in Minnesota, and basically carved out the Minnesota River Valley, which geological studies have confirmed. They call it River Warren, and have confirmed that essentially it was carrying its peak discharge was roughly 4,000 times greater than the modern Minnesota River that flows there. And where did that end up? That flowed into the Mississippi. The Mississippi then conveyed that water into the Gulf of Mexico and deposited huge amounts of delta material that New Orleans is built on now.
You know, you're trying to make a flood where a flood isn't. There's a difference between a glacier melting, which causes a lot of water, and a comet striking it, which that creates copious amounts of water. I think you guys referred to it the last time as a tsunami. There's no evidence of a tsunami in North America.
Have you been?
And by the way, here's another question: Why are you guys talking about North America when your Atlantis is supposed to be in Egypt? Or you guys have run around, you found some evidence of flooding in North America, and somehow this relates to destruction of Atlantis and some lost civilization.
Well, that's
in
not
some
random.
other part of the world.
That's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about that. We know there was a Fennoscandian ice sheet. We know there was a Cordilleran ice sheet. We know there was a Laurentide ice sheet. We know they all melted. We know that there was somewhere around 6 million cubic miles of ice wrapped up in those ice sheets at the end of the late glacial maximum. They're all gone now. They had to melt. That was an enormous amount of water. And I don't know if you have been out to the Scablands. I've been going back to the Scablands and the area of glacial Lake Missoula since 1970. I've been across that thing 60,000 miles back and forth. I have over 10,000 photographs of the material in the field. And I can tell you those floods were enormous. They were beyond...
Yeah, you're cherry picking. Look at the map. You've shown some pictures. You know, we can measure those current ripple marks that you show. We can measure how much water went over them. All you have to do is measure the current ripples.
You can go into Camas Prairie, and you've got a current ripple field there that is about 7 miles long.
I know it very well.
Okay, and the high water mark in there is at 4,200 feet above sea level. The floor of Camas Prairie is just 1,400 feet lower than that. So we know that there were 1,400 feet of water that passed through Camas Prairie and down into the Flathead River. No, we don't. Well, because then are you disregarding the high water marks?
From the bottom of the canyon to the top of the canyon is not what it was when the water first started flowing in that area. You can't take the bottom of the canyon and say, oh, there must have been 4,000 feet of water here.
I'm not talking about a canyon. I'm talking about Camas Prairie Basin, which is not a canyon. It's a basin.
Well, it had to erode at one time.
Well, most of the material in there was washed in. So, I mean, we don't know how much it would have eroded until somebody does some core samples to get down to something that can be dated to earlier, than the late glacial maximum. But the floor of Camas Prairie is thick layers of very coarse gravel, boulders, and this is what composes the current ripples that you see there. I mean, I don't see how you can look at those current ripples that are sometimes 40 and 50 feet in amplitude with 200 and 300 feet chord lengths and say that wasn't a catastrophic flow. Maybe it wasn't.
I don't think it's gonna open.
Flow, but it wasn't like a tsunami.
Well, then how would you characterize
it? And we can, we can play this game.
Are you saying
there are every geologist on the planet practically says that there were about 40 different floods until you came along.
No. You're obviously not familiar. You're not familiar with the work then of Victor Baker or Russell Bunker or a number of others that have challenged the 40 floods hypothesis. And are you going to tell me that those current ripples in Camas Prairie are created, they're the product of 40 separate floods?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, when you showed one of your pictures, I could see the flow changes in that. Oh, don't give me you're incredulous stuff.
I'm sorry.
Incredulous doesn't mean you're right.
You do the incredulous all the time, man.
Well, so
that's because you say some pretty incredulous
40 floods created the Camas Prairie. That's what you're saying. That's the product of 40 separate floods. Those current ripples.
I don't know how many floods have been in there. I know that they're counting them, and I last read something to the effect of 40, somewhere around.
Yeah, that's based on the work of Richard Wake, goes back to the early 80s, and I think he's got.
No, go to his graph. Can we go to his graph?
Which graph is this, Mark?
It's the one right below the map.
Yeah, this one.
It's the dating of the floods.
Here we go. We're at that right now.
Randall, I think hopefully we're disagreeing as comrades here rather than just fighting each other. I'm just trying to give you some data here. Look at those. Those are Missoula floods, Lake Missoula. He's got them dated. You're seeing the dates. He's got standard deviations, 1 and 2 standard deviations on the median there. So we've got these things pinned by multiple carbon dates. The little bell curves there show how many carbon dates he's got. And you can see that these are documented very, very well.
Yes.
So I don't understand why you're so opposed to multiple floods. In fact, I heard in the last time you guys were on this show, I heard you say that you thought there were multiple floods. Now you're trying to argue against that idea. What's
I
going
am
on?
not. I still think there were multiple floods. I think we have to look at two distinct regimes of floods, though. And as far as the radiocarbon dating, the thing we have to be really careful of is that floods will entrain older sediment. And in that older sediment, there could be radiocarbon dated material that doesn't really date the time of the flood, but was excavated by the flood, entrained into flood waters, and then redeposited. So, you know, that's a major problem with radiocarbon dating anytime you look at flood sediments. And I do believe there were multiple floods. That's, you know, I think it's a misinterpretation to think that I only think that there was one flood. But there, you know, the problem is here, I think we're colleagues. And my approach to this is just like, you know, in the MMA, when two guys get out there and try to beat the crap out of each other, and then at the end of it, they give each other a hug. That's kind of where I'm coming from. So, you know, there's nothing personal there.
We can give each other a hug, but I feel the same way. And by the way, you guys are very bright and very knowledgeable.
Well, you know, I really value this because I'm looking for, you know, I'm looking for holes in this idea, very much so. And I have done some serious thinking about this over many years, and I have interviewed most of the geologists that have worked on it. I've been in half a dozen field trips guided by the main geologists that have worked on this, and they had a chance to dialogue with them. And you know, I'm convinced that, you know, there's still there's a lot to be learned about this, and I think we need to be looking at, like you said, the big picture. You know, we could get back to a discussion of the Finger Lakes and how they formed. I think that's important. I think we could get back to a discussion about drumlins and how they formed. You know, there is studies on the Valley Heads Moraine that are at the south end of the Finger Lakes that have I can't think of who did it right now. I could pull it up, but basically said it's water deposited. But there's a lot of unresolved issues about what happened during this transition, planetary transition out of the last ice age. And I think it's important that we have these discussions, that we have these dialogues, and that we try to get to the bottom of what actually happened without, you know, imposing too many preconceptions upon our models, because I think we're looking at something very unprecedented here.
Randall, I couldn't have said that better. It was very well articulated. Let me go back to the big picture, if I could, just for a minute, because I want us to address something that Graham said earlier, and that is that Graham seems to have this idea that comets break up all the time, but people that understand, I think, comets and meteorites understand that the comet Schumer-Levy, or whatever it was that broke up.
Shoemaker-Levy 9.
It broke up because of the gravitation of Jupiter. We would not expect these comets to break up entering into the atmosphere. It's one of the problems that the comet people have had. Firestone once suggested a 4-kilometer wide comet striking them, and now they've broken it up into multiple comets. The problem is you can't get it separated. If a comet breaks up, it's very hard to separate it so that it hits in multiple places. And so this is a big picture kind of problem that the comet people are having with the scientists. So you may be able to get it to hit the North American ice sheet, but I'm telling you that the studies are showing that you're not going to be able to do this without leaving some marks. And so far, nobody's been able to find a crater. Do you know that they're suggesting that a 4-kilometer comet, if it could break up, it would generate 1 million meteor craters? You know how big that was? That was 49,000 years ago. We don't see that in the climate record. 49,000 years ago, we should see it. We don't see it. It's barely a little thing.
Malcolm Lecomte has been standing.
Have a huge comet strike.
Malcolm Lecomte has been standing by for the best part of 3 hours, and since he's a member of the Comet Research Group, wouldn't it be a good time to bring him on?
Yeah, we can bring him on as long as Mark is satisfied that he said his piece. But unfortunately, Mark, we can't have two people on the phone at the same time.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate you having me on, Joe.
I appreciate you coming on too, and I'm glad you guys, especially you and Randall, seem to have ironed out a lot of your ideas. Well, I think
Randall's a great guy.
There's a lot to be learned here, obviously, and there's a lot that already has been learned, and this is an unbelievably fascinating subject. And I think oftentimes when these debates get heated, a lot gets lost in who's wrong or who's right. But I think what we can all agree on is that what we're dealing with is an unbelievable point in history, in the history of this planet. And trying to figure out what caused it and why is some really fascinating stuff. So, Mark, I really appreciate your time and really appreciate you imparting your knowledge on us. And
Mark, if at all possible, I would love to kind of keep some of this dialogue going, because I really would value your input.
I tried to write you, Randall, and I couldn't get through. I'm not sure why.
I'm not either, because if I would have seen that, I definitely would have responded. So
well,
I'll
I
hook
have
you
a
up.
website. Please send me. I'd love to keep
I will.
up with
We'll definitely connect you guys after this is over. And thank you once again, Mark. Really appreciate you calling in.
If I could just say, I do hope you'll revisit your article and just have a look at the context in which you present me there.
Absolutely. Never meant to insult you.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Okay. Now, we are going to call caller number 2. This is it's a fascinating podcast, though. And your friend who's waiting is
Malcolm Lecomte.
Malcolm Lecomte.
He's one of the Comet Research Group scientists. This is a large and diverse body of scientists who come at the material with different expertise and different areas of knowledge. It happens that Malcolm is a co-author of the recent, I regarded, highly significant paper finding a platinum anomaly across North America. And I would hope he might begin with addressing why that might indicate a comet impact.
Right. Is Malcolm on?
Should be. Malcolm, can you hear us?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
Excellent. How are you, Malcolm? Thank you very much for joining us.
Happy to be here.
So give us your thoughts on what Graham just said, if you would, as to why it makes sense that it was a comet that hit, and why there would be these large deposits of these. What was it exactly?
Well, platinum in the recent paper, but Malcolm is also an expert in magnetic microspherules, and I think he can address that issue as well. The whole range of proxies, of impact proxies.
Now, Malcolm, please just give us your thoughts on this entire phenomenon, if you would.
I will. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you. Is he breaking up?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Malcolm.
I think there's an issue. Seems to be the. Can you hear?
I know what's going on. I've got a feedback. I've got to turn off this.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you got to mute that other video.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. You were listening to us at the same time as talking to us. Yeah, you're gonna you're getting us on like a 40-second delay or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, we cool now?
Actually, I was very interested to hear Mark's. His initial statement kind of put me off, but his subsequent statements I thought were pretty accurate. And there are many problems with the hypothesis that there was an impact, and that's the way I consider it. I don't really think in terms of a comet impact. I think in terms of an extraterrestrial impact, because I don't think we've proven a comet impact. I don't think we know what kind of an impact it was. There's too many questions that have to be answered. So I can't sign up to say that I'm defending the comet impact hypothesis, because I don't frankly know what it was. We have a lot of evidence that appears to be extraterrestrial in nature. We have magnetic microspherules. I can give you the most frequent criticism we get is that the evidence has not been replicated. And that's where I thought Mark was going when his initial statement was that the comet impact hypothesis has been debunked. And I think what he meant was, if I can speak for him, was that the fact that it was a comet has been debunked. I don't think that's necessarily true yet. It just isn't indicated that it was a comet. We have indications that it was more of an asteroid hit than anything else. And I could conceive of a rubble pile that somehow became disassociated, although there'd have to be a mechanism or a model for that, and I don't think we have a model for that. Asteroids come in many flavors, and rubble piles are certainly one. Loose aggregates of material that could become separated, possibly. But I just don't know at this stage. I guess the biggest criticism that we faced in terms of the impact hypothesis is that the evidence has not been replicable. And we now have, I guess, three or four evidence lines that have been replicated by numerous independent groups. If you look at the nanodiamonds, which may be the most controversial of the bunch of the evidence lines, that's been replicated by 4 different groups, independent, 5 different studies. The magnetic microspherules, which were initially treated very hostilely because they didn't understand what we were talking about, and some of that was a self-inflicted wound on the part of the initial study, which didn't show what we really were finding. And that's been corrected, and yet the same objection or criticism is being made. Magnetic microspherules are typically they're melted and then they're quenched. They're subjected to high temperatures, and then those temperatures are rapidly reduced, which is sort of accepted to be characteristics of an impact. So we've got that evidence of an impact, and that's been replicated by 10 different independent groups, and including many of the same sites that were originally disputed. So then the disputation has been largely based upon the failure to do the most basic part of the protocol, which is to do the scanning electron microscopic analysis of the spherules. Okay, that is the microspherules and the nanodiamonds. The other is the discovery of platinum, iridium, or osmium, which are the platinum group elements, which are characteristic of an asteroid impact. And we found some evidence of iridium, not a lot, but there have been certain sites that are rich in iridium and once again, this is at the Dryas boundary, not above, not below. It's there at that boundary. So that date seems to be pretty solid.
And iridium is indicative of an impact of extraterrestrial origin, correct?
That's correct. The platinum is simply just another more plentiful platinum group element. Obviously, that's why they're called the platinum groups. Osmium is one that is usually associated with iridium. There are now 11 studies by independent groups that have confirmed the occurrence of platinum, osmium, or iridium. So it looks to me like the evidence is piling up. The most recent one, of course, is the platinum study by Moore that just came out a few months ago.
Now, Randall Carlson I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Randall Carlson just had us pull up some images that we're looking at. Randall, please explain what this is.
Well, this is from Malcolm's 2012 independent evaluation of conflicting microspheral results from different investigations. This is his supplementary information figure 4. So it's just so that the people watching this can actually see what you're talking about when you're discussing the rapid quenching effect on the surface of the microspherules. So we've got up on the screen here supplementary information figure 4, where you've got the microspherules from Topper, Blackwater Draw, and Pawpaw Cove. So just so people can see what that surface texture looks like.
Yeah, you see these, they look like leaf-like structures across. Some of them are harder to see, but they're there. If you see the original image, it's large enough and clear enough to actually see these, what we call dendritic structures, or almost like a carpet weave. Those are essentially truncated crystallization. It's a crystallization process that's quenched. I'm not a geologist. I've had geologists try to explain it to me, and that's what I'm trying to do here. But the fact that these are enhanced, these things are quite enhanced at the Dryas and really depleted above and below. Now, there are spherules throughout the column. Any column of soil, when you go down vertically deeper, you find spherules. But those spherules are typically what we call authogenic, which means that they're created by terrestrial processes. You need to do a scanning electron microscope and X-ray dispersive spectroscopy to differentiate those from the terrestrial processes that are producing these things.
Yeah, your figure 5 has a framboidal spheral, which is probably what you're talking about. If you could go to slide 113, Jamie, and you'll be able to see, yeah, there it is. You can see very distinct difference. So we've got your figure 5 up on the screen now, Malcolm.
Yeah, that's a typical framboid, and they're, when you look at an optical microscope, they look just like or very much like the what we call impact spherules or magnetic microspherules, and they occur much more frequently. I mean, I've got sites that have tens of thousands of these things in every couple of centimeters of sediment. So you've got to separate the impact spherules or the magnetic microspherules from these things.
But what you appear to be saying, Malcolm, is that there is an abundance of impact proxy evidence, which in your opinion adds up to a cosmic impact of some sort, not necessarily a comet. You're suggesting an asteroid. It's a mysterious event in that sense, but what it adds up to is an impact in your view. Is that a fair?
Yeah. All these what we call proxies, the impact spherules, the platinum group elements, the melt glass, which I haven't discussed yet, and the nanodiamonds are enhanced, and the enhancement has been replicated on numerous occasions for each of these proxies.
So anyone who says that the work of you and your team has been completely debunked is clearly not completely familiar with the literature.
That would seem to be the case. That or we're disingenuous in that regard. I would say that because typically what we see is that the opposition literature does not cite the studies that have come out.
Yeah.
We try and cite both the critical studies and ours and give reasons why our studies supplant theirs. And that's a habit I wish they would share. But
could you go
that hasn't been the case.
Slide 82.
It would be nice if we could have had you on with Mark so you guys could exchange information, but unfortunately our capabilities that we can only take one phone call at a time. We will definitely try to update that for the new studio, although we never anticipated this was going to happen in the first place. But it's been awesome. Oh, there we go.
Up on the screen, Malcolm, we've got from Ted Bunch et al. 2012 very high temperature impact melt products as evidence for cosmic airbursts and impacts 12,900 years ago. So we have figure from supplementary information 6, the light photomicrographs of magnetic and glassy spherules from Melrose, Pennsylvania. And it shows the wide variety of shapes, which includes spherules, ovals, teardrops, and dumbbells. And I think, so you can see pretty distinctly what you're talking about here with the glassy spherules. And then, like particularly, I'm not sure if you were co-author of this paper or not.
I was not.
You were not. Okay. Are you familiar with that paper? Do you know the image?
Yes, I am.
Good. Okay. Yeah, it shows some very interesting teardrop shapes, dumbbell shapes, and where you can actually see that, like dumbbell H up there consists of 2 dissimilar accretionary spherules, one clear silicon-rich and the other opaque iron-rich that have been fused together, and that's pretty convincing evidence of the energy that's involved in these phenomena. That you actually have these fused spherules like this. And then, Jamie, if you go down to the next image, which is a scanning electron microscope images comparing younger drivers boundary spherules on the top row with known impact spherules on the bottom row. This is a very interesting comparison because, and you've probably seen this one, Malcolm. There's 3 across the top, 3 across the bottom, and A is actually from Knudson's farm in Canada. It's a Cretaceous tertiary boundary spheral, and just below it is a younger Dryas spheral from Lake Cutzio in Mexico. And one can see the morphological similarity of the two quite clearly. Then C and D compares, C is a spheral from the Tunguska airburst, and then D is younger Dryas boundary from Lingen, Germany, which dates to 12,800 years before present. And there you can see very clearly the rapid quench melt texture on the surface between the two, comparing Tunguska airburst with a younger Dryas boundary object. And then finally, E and F, we have an iron calcium silica spheral from Meteor Crater compared with an iron calcium silica younger dryas boundary spheral from Abu Hariya, Syria. And again, in each of these cases, you can see the similarities between the different types of objects. So you have these three objects which come from that younger dryas boundary layer, all which have morphological similarity to known impact proxies. And this is very difficult to dismiss this as being mere coincidence.
Yeah, I would agree. And those are very, especially the A, C, B, and D pictures are very similar to the material that I'm taking out of the younger dryas boundary at the sites that I've been looking at.
Malcolm, what evidence, if any, are you aware of about what is that nuclear glass material called? Trinitite, that's how you say it? From what I understand, there's quite a bit of that also appears in the same time period in the core samples.
There are some instances of it, but I wouldn't say quite a bit. Some of these, I mean, they're very site-specific, and one of the things I've been trying to do is work my way closer and closer to Canada to see if there's any truth to this whole idea that the primary impact site was Canada. So I've been trying to look at sites closer and closer, and I've seen sites in New Jersey. This would be Eastern Canada. I've seen sites in New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania that produce what appears to be some form of trinitite or melt glass, or what Ted Bunch would call scoria-like objects. And it seems to bear out that at least that far, we're getting richer material out of the sediment, out of the younger dryas boundary sediment.
And is this trinitite, this material only produced in this manner, or it's also produced through a nuclear explosion test, right? But other than that, is this the only way that it's produced on Earth?
Well, an impact would do it, or a fulgurite could do it. A fulgurite is what's produced by a lightning strike. Could produce spherules. It could produce all the high temperature products that you see in an impact. But in a very limited way, you wouldn't expect to see it in a layer unless there was some sort of global lightning storm. What I was going to say about the melt glass is that in the material we're looking at, you see evidence of melted zircons, melted chromite, all of which are very high temperature features, indicating a very high temperature that was experienced by that particular object.
Are you seeing the image we have up here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, great. Okay, good. Yeah, there A is from Meteor Crater and B is from the Trinity nuclear test. So, and then with the 22 kiloton yield, and then C is from one of the Soviet era nuclear tests, and D is again a scoria-like object from Abu Hariya. So,
yeah.
So, and then if we go to, let's see.
You gotta love this. It's Stalin.
Yeah. Go.
The scoria-like objects, the melt glass or scoria-like objects has only been found in about half a dozen sites to this point. So we're still, and I think it's a matter of how close you are to an impact point. And if they're very far apart, that would lend credence, I think, to this idea of multiple impacts. If they seem to get more plentiful as you get further and further north, then maybe there's more legitimacy to a primary impact site. Right now, we just don't know. We're still working that out.
All right, we got another nice slide from the Bunch article here.
Beautiful slide.
Yeah, calcium oxide, rich scoria-like object created by the melting of carbonate and silica-rich precursor rocks. The yellow area is the calcium oxide, the white area is Le Chatelierite, and dark areas are iron oxide. So that's a really nice.
Yeah, Le Chatelierite.
Yeah, I've been struggling with getting that pronunciation down. And then, Jamie, if you go to the next one, we will see there's a scoria-like object from Meteor Crater, Arizona, and you could toggle back and forth between the two so the people can kind of see the similarity between them.
Yeah. And I see a lot. That's when in the sites that produce melt glass, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Those two types of particulates.
And how much of this material are you finding in these sites?
Well, you don't find. I have to say, you don't find a lot of this material. It's a struggle to get it. But what you don't find is anything above or below it, that particular layer. Unless you know that it's been a very dynamic environment, in which case it can be spread out. in the soil column.
And what's the implication of nothing above it and below it?
Well, that you've got a specific date for it, and the layer that we typically try and just limit our investigation to layers that have been dated to the Younger Dryas boundary or contain the Younger Dryas boundary layer. But like I say, if you have a very dynamic environment, it can really screw things up. It can be very difficult to interpret.
So this is
You've got a
difficult.
lot of flooding, repetitive flooding.
Difficult science to do.
Say again?
This is difficult science to do.
Yeah, and I should add there that proving an impact is not easy. It takes a while, and it just as proving an impact crater is not easy. As I'm sure Mark would agree, that you find a crater, there's no guarantee that it's either an impact event or a volcanic event until you do the research and spend the time to investigate it.
But if you could summarize for us, what's your opinion now on the balance of the evidence, always bearing in mind that you may change that opinion as more evidence comes in?
Yeah, I would say we're facing an unprecedented type of event here that appears to have been something approaching global. I mean, we've got evidence now in South America. We've got evidence, and a lot of this stuff is unpublished. I mean, there's a lot of things that I could bring up that aren't published, so it's kind of useless to refer to them because there's no way of checking what I'm saying. But we're seeing stuff that goes very far into South America. And we're seeing things in Syria. We haven't looked elsewhere. We've seen it out in the Pacific Ocean. We've seen it in Europe. So, I mean, where does it end? Right now, we haven't found an end to it yet.
And it's all at the Younger Dryas boundary.
That's correct.
Yeah.
What have you found in the Pacific Ocean?
Well, Sharma has found, there's a paper I can cite from his may even be just a presentation. I can quote it. He says, "We infer that the Central Pacific was a site of deposition of osmium resulting from dust cloud following a meteorite impact at 12,000 kiloatoms plus or minus 4,000." So right in that ballpark, Sharma says that he found osmium, and I believe he's come up with microspherules from that same core. But so the Central Pacific is an idea that gives you an idea of how extensive this thing was.
Now, Malcolm, this is obviously some controversial material. It's fairly new in terms of the public consciousness. Have you had anybody debate you on this, or have you had anybody oppose you?
Yeah, it goes with the territory. I wish the opposition, in some respects, in some cases, I wish the opposition was of a bit higher caliber than what I've seen. I think it's been a sad state that the most virulent opposition has not. I haven't regarded it as particularly high quality.
Malcolm, Michael Shermer here. Just do you have an opinion on the association of the impact with the megafauna extinction, and also then Graham's hypothesis about the extinction of this lost civilization?
I won't even comment on the lost civilization aspects of this. I have a hard enough time dealing with the meteorite impact. As far as the megafauna goes, I think that I guess I would say all of the above. I think that all these factors came into play. You've got humans who are, for that period, technologically advanced with the Clovis point and the atlatl and the spear, the replaceable spear tip that must have been devastating to the fauna. But the idea of attacking a proboscidean to me is almost unthinkable. I mean, those things are, today, if you don't have a high-powered rifle, I just don't see how you realistically go up against a bull elephant. I mean, it just strikes me as far too dangerous to take on. But there are aspects of that question that I think are going to be very, very interestingly debated in the next couple of years or so. We have a book coming out that addresses that directly at one of the sites I've been researching, that the whole extinction of the megafauna may have been as much related to religion as something else. There may have been a religion built around the extinction of the megafauna.
How so?
you'd want the evidence for that, and that evidence will be coming out in a book, and that's going to be published in about a month or two.
I could speak to the whole idea of hunting bull elephants, though. Unfortunately, people have been hunting them with bows and arrows forever. It's not an atlatl. Atlatl is less effective. You get less range, but people hunt with not just modern compound bows, which are very powerful, which would allow you to shoot it from 100 yards away, but with long bows. They've been hunting elephants with bows and arrows for a long time. You know, especially the thing with woolly mammoths was that they would go after the females, apparently, according to Dan Flores, who wrote American Serengeti, and that the females would keep the young in their body. Their gestation period was very long. Like, I believe he said it was 2 years. Is that correct? I think he said it was 2 years. And so it made them extremely vulnerable. When they were pregnant, obviously, if you kill off the females that are pregnant, you're killing off a substantial part of the breeding population, and the population suffers tremendously. So that was one, but it also could have been that end. You know, I mean, that humans, I'm sure, had an impact on virtually anything that we could eat when we were starving. But whether or not we wipe them out, the blitzkrieg hypothesis, there's a lot of holes in that theory, according to a lot of people that have studied it.
Well, I think if you have, if you have an environmental impact or a degradation of the environment that might follow a significant impact, extraterrestrial impact, so you're reducing the population or stressing the population of megafauna that way, and then you've got a population of hunters in addition to that, especially if they're, for some reason or other, focused on hunting proboscideans, and when the number gets limited, they don't care whether it's a female or a male, and they go after whatever they can get, then I think the population of megafauna is going to suffer. So I think it's a combination of factors, not necessarily just one.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. Malcolm, is there anything else you would like to add before we let you go?
No, I guess one thing is I found it interesting in the discussion of the scablands, and that was really, it was looking at the scablands from flying over them when I was a young naval officer that got me interested in science and why I pursued science. It was looking at the catastrophes that were etched in the landscape there, the catastrophic floods that really caused me to pursue a career in science. It's really a remarkable landscape. It's just a personal observation.
Well, we're very, very thankful for your time, and we really, really appreciate your input here, and it means a lot. And thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for everything that you continue to do to highlight this. It is such a fascinating subject, and it's so amazing, and it's just, without someone like you presenting hard data in science, it would definitely be lost. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you, Malcolm.
All right, Malcolm, we're going to let you go.
Okay.
Take it easy, buddy. Sound down.
Time for your nap, Malcolm.
That's a lot of energy. So these podcasts are long. I mean, 4 hours. The guy was sitting there on standby, probably, chomping at the bit. Jamie, before we go, I want to see some pictures of the scablands, because that is pretty amazing stuff. And Randall, one more thing before we go. One thing that you pointed out to me during one of the episodes that was so stunning was these woolly mammoths that had been literally knocked over by an impact with broken legs and that died on the spot. Do you have those images?
I do. That was actually a mastodon.
Mastodon, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see those. So let's go to the scablands first so we can show the audience on YouTube, which is, by the way, only about 10% of the people that watch this. So if you're listening to this, go check out the scablands on
what up? Eu vou parar de jogar agora.
Describe it to us, Randall.
Well, this is textbook scabland right here. Let's see, this is probably Rock Lake or Sprague Lake in the Cheney Palouse scablands. Yeah, you see the potholes there. That's a sign of turbulence, extreme turbulence within the water. Colking is what the process is called, where it's so turbulent that it actually produces vortexes, high intensity vortex motion in the water. It'll pick up sediment, and then it can drill its way right into the bedrock. Going down there, that's Palouse Falls, which was that's an underfit waterfall, because what you have to realize is that at the peak of the flooding, this entire scene was submerged below water, and the cataract here is an extinct feature, and the flow over here was thousands of times greater than the present Palouse River that you see right there. We've got a lot of great pictures up on the Geocosmic Rex website and some awesome video clips.
I'm curious.
Geocosmic Rex, R-E-X.
Rex, okay.
And
I thought you were saying wreck, like a car wreck.
Well, it's a play on words.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we are talking about that.
Okay.
But yeah, we got some great drone footage on there. Did we show that last time I was here?
I don't believe we did. We might have.
I think we showed a bit of the Camas Prairie ripples.
Did we show Potholes Cataract? This whole Scabland thing has literally fascinated me since 1970, and like Malcolm, I think that summer of 1970, traveling out in some of these landscapes was. Yeah, here we go.
This is the drone footage. Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah, and let's see. Be ready to pause if we need to here. Is this the beginning? Because at the beginning we have a Google Earth image, so you can get a sense of what we're looking at here. Go back to the beginning, right at the very beginning. Let's see if.
It starts off with the drone.
Oh, it starts off with the drone. Okay, there should be another one that actually.
That's okay. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, these are 400-foot cliffs. This was a recessional cataract, very similar to dry falls. The water was pouring, coming from behind our view here.
Where is this specifically? If anybody wanted to go watch this or look at this area.
Oh, the actual area?
Yeah.
This is in eastern Washington. This is on the eastern rim of Quincy Basin. It's called. It's right along. Just if you can see up there where those cliffs are in the middle distance, right below there is the Columbia River. And this is just north of Wenatchee, Washington. So basically what we had here was, plucking, quarrying as the water poured over this ridge. This is the Babcock Ridge, and behind us is the Quincy Basin, which served as a temporary holding pond. And let's see, as the drone comes around, I'm looking for the team. Oh, keep going. Zoom in a little bit more there, Jamie.
Yeah, I think we did show this. You can see you guys down there on the ground, right?
Yeah, we're in there somewhere lost.
Okay, it's the last one. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, now I remember we did show this.
Yeah.
What about those images of the mastodons? Let's look at those and then let's get out of here.
Okay. For that, you have to go to the world of the Pleistocene, which I just should have given you.
That sounds like an amusement park.
Yeah.
The world of the Pleistocene.
Could be
you
a
go
winner.
there and it's some dudes with animal skins on.
Well, maybe if they
pointed
succeed
sticks.
in, cloning some of those flash frozen animals up there, maybe
They're really
we
talking
get
about doing that, right?
Yeah, I don't know how plausible it is, but
that seems like a terrible idea. The lost world.
What
of the
could go wrong?
Nothing. It's not like there's any diseases. Well, that's one of the big concerns about climate change, right? That we're going to release some diseases that we don't have an immune system for.
Yep.
Go to slide 78. This is a good example of.
By the way, who is more thoroughly documented than Randall Carlson? I mean, Jesus Christ, man. Go to slide 6,222.
50 plus years of walking the walk in the Channel Cavern.
Yeah, this is a bone deposit. And what happens is that in the particularly warm years, when the permafrost around the rivers collapses, it exposes.
GG descanse. Oh, gracias, amigo. Gracias, amigo.
This is, when I look at stuff like this is why I say there had to be other mechanisms of extinction besides human hunting.
Because this pile?
Yeah, because.
Is it possible that this, it's not necessarily at the bottom of a cliff, right? Because you know that they pushed a lot of them off cliffs. And
this is stuff that when the river floods, it erodes the banks, and then this stuff falls out of the river banks.
Right.
So it's been locked into the permafrost for however many thousands of years, and it seems like there's interestingly two peaks of dates. That one right around 13,000, and the other one around 36,000. That the fossilized remains are dating to.
Which could point to potentially that there was some sort of an impact back then as well, or something else, some sort
Who
of
knows?
event.
I don't know. I don't have an opinion on that.
But by having all these together, I mean, has it been theorized that perhaps this was there's not a cliff near this?
Wow,
Right?
Quandarius Dingle is streaming his damn agent attempts. We're gonna raid Quandarius Dingle. Yo, what up, Smooch? I'm about to go though, sorry. I'm about to go. I can show you one run.
Like head smashed.
Thank you.
They would run so many of them off cliffs that.
Yeah, but here's the thing. When you look at these mortality events of modern animals, even like looking at elephants that perished during some of the severe droughts in the 80s in Africa.
I'm about to sign off though.
Economic studies show that it doesn't take
Thank you for being here.
5 years before the remains have completely disappeared. In order to preserve a fossil, it has to be rapidly removed from any kind of forces, oxidation or scavengers, or anything that would consume it. See, this stuff has been, again, it's been frozen into permafrost for however many years, 10 or 12 or 15,000 years.
So it was likely covered in an event.
Covered in an event, yes.
Now, there was
All right,
one.
anyways,
I'm
I'm gonna stop playing. I just want to show you a few runs of
mastodon that had
me
been
playing.
literally knocked over and had broken legs.
Yeah, that would be. We could look very quickly at slide 92. This is one of the more interesting anomalous events. This was the flash frozen woolly mammoth.
All right, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We're gonna read
It's much
Quandarius
clearer.
Dingle.
Yeah, this was a mammoth, 6-ton mammoth that was, again, one of these river collapses. The banks collapsed during a warm spring and exposed this remains of a woolly mammoth with soft tissue preserved, contents of the food in its stomach undigested, actually a mouthful of food.
Thank you for being here. You're the best.
The hips of the mammoth were both broken, as if he was thrown back on his haunches very violently. He had an erect penis, which suggests that he was